Good morning, councillors. Please take your seats and make sure your mobile devices are switched to silent. I declare the ordinary meeting of Kempsey Shire Council for the 16th of June 2026 open. Welcome to all. Council meetings are open to the public and live streamed so that our community can observe council in its decision-making process. I remind everyone that this meeting is being live streamed, and by being present in the chambers, your image and voice may be recorded and broadcast publicly. Recordings will remain available on Council's website for at least 12 months. Any other form of recording requires prior permission. In the chambers today, we have Councillor Dean Saul.
Good morning.
Councillor Arthur Bain.
Yawai.
Councillor Wyatt.
Good morning.
Councillor Ben Pakes.
Good morning, all.
Councillor Adam Matchett.
Good morning.
Deputy Mayor Annette Lawrence.
Good morning, all.
Councillor Julie Coburn.
Good morning.
And Councillor Noel Selby.
Morning, all.
Staff attending today are Mr. Andrew Medall, our Chief Executive.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Daniel Thorogood, Director Corporate and Commercial.
Good morning, all.
Mr. Wesley Trotter, Director of Utilities.
Good morning.
Mr. Philip Hood, Director Operations and Planning.
Morning all.
Ms. Vicky Thomas, Group Manager, Governance and Information Services.
Good morning.
And Mrs. Talia Webster, Governance Advisor.
Morning, everyone.
Welcome, councillors, the Chief Executive, council staff, members of the public in the gallery, and those watching along via our live stream. Thank you all for being part of today's meeting and for your continued interest in the work of council. We'll now move to item 1, opening prayer, to be read by Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'd like to read the Lord's Prayer, which is read in our state and federal parliaments. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not in temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen.
I now move to item 2, acknowledgement of country, read by Councillor Wyatt.
Yawai. Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Dunghutti Nation. We pay our respect to elders past and present, and we acknowledge the role of the emerging leaders to continue to guide the future. I want to continue young people, the young leaders of our community who are doing some very impressive things. I also want to say that in my experience of working with Aboriginal communities is it's very much a collaborative approach. So unlike non-Indigenous communities, which look to a pyramid approach of leadership and management, Aboriginal communities look at a circular form of management where they value the intrinsic nature or the intrinsic value of nature to exist as it in its own right, and it's very much part of people, place, and country. Throughout my working life, being able to walk on country with various Aboriginal people all over New South Wales and the United States, but New South Wales, has really enriched my appreciation, my understanding, my respect for Indigenous cultures, sometimes with a bit of jealousy, actually, and my understanding and appreciation for nature. We acknowledge the stolen generations and the need to change practices to be inclusive, and I hope that our meetings here are fully collaborative, respectful, and inclusive. This land always was and always will be Dunghutti land.
Marangbu, Councillor Wyatt. We now move to item 3, acknowledgement of servicemen, women and families, to be read by Councillor Bain.
Council acknowledges servicemen, servicewomen and their families from the frontier wars of South Africa, Gallipoli and Kokoda, from Longtan to Uruzgan, and all other conflicts and humanitarian deployment. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Item 4 is apologies and applications of leave, of which we have none. And I just want to say a few words before we begin today. Earlier this month was National Reconciliation Week and Sorry Day, reminding us that reconciliation is not simply about acknowledging the past, but about the choices we make today to build stronger relationships and create opportunities for future generations. As a council on Dunghutti country, we have an important role to continuing that journey with respect, partnership, and a willingness to listen and learn. June is also Pride Month, an opportunity to recognise the diversity that strengthens our community and to reaffirm that everyone deserves to feel welcome, respected and safe in the Macleay. Kindness, inclusion and respect are values that help every community thrive. This week is also Men's Health Week, and I encourage all those men in the room who've probably been pushing back appointments or maybe not taking care of yourselves as well as you should, to please make yourself a priority this week and ongoing. You play a really important role in our community. I also want to acknowledge a fantastic milestone for one of our local organisations. This month, the Kempsey Sporting Car Club. And if you were there on Saturday night, confirmation of minutes from the ordinary meeting held on the 19th of May 2026. Do I have a mover? Councillor Saul, seconded Councillor Selby. Is there any dissent on this motion? There is none. The motion is carried. Item 6, I now call for conflict of interest declarations from councillors. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, like yesterday, our public forum, I'd like to delegate to the General Manager to make comment on my position.
Legislation and guidance around this makes it clear that councillors do not need to declare a conflict of interest for items such as striking the rate or making a decision on fees and charges. So therefore, Councillor Saul is deemed not to have a conflict of interest in this particular matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medal, and thank you for providing clarity around making the rates as well. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, thank you. I have a few, as I mentioned yesterday, and I've lodged these through the portal as well. So 9.1, my uncle was former Commissioner of Forests and head of New South Wales Forestry Commission.
It's 9.2.
Oh, is it? Sorry, is it? Sorry. Yes, okay, thank you. 9.2. First, my uncle, as I said, my uncle was a Commissioner of Forest, New South Wales. Whilst I was in awe of him, I was an adult at the time and I consider it, I was an adolescent at the time and I consider it non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. Second, in relation to the same item, is my husband partner is a former timber industry worker who lost his job, home and livelihood as a result of timber mill closures through the North East Forest Agreement process. So he, along with hundreds of other workers, received a substantial compensation package following the closure of those mills that he worked in. We weren't known to each other at the time. I received no benefit from those arrangements. I consider this non-significant, non-pecuniary. And thirdly, I declare that I work for the state government. It's my employer, and note a potential perceived conflict of interest in matters involving creation of protected areas in New South Wales. I manage these obligations through internal state and local governance procedures and consider this to be non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. And then item 12.2, 9.3, 11.6 and any others, just in case we talk about state government matters. I declare that I'm a New South Wales state government is my employer and note a perceived conflict of interests with matters involving New South Wales government. With regards to 12.1, I put that notice of motion forward. I work for DQ. However, I do not work for the EPA, nor have I ever worked for the EPA. We're in the same department, but not the same branch. There is no material benefit for me with that notice of motion. I manage my obligations through established governance processes, including conflicts of interest declarations, management procedures and plans, secondary employment approvals, ongoing ethical conduct requirements, and in accordance with Council's code of conduct. I consider this to also be non-significant, non-pecuniary interest.
Thank you, Councillor. Just in regards to 9.2, so did you say you work for the government department that's creating the Great Koala National Park?
I work for DQ.
Right. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, conflict of interest for 9.2. The timber industry, my family has had property which has been logged in the past. No longer owns it, but it would be perceived that I had some interest in it many years ago. I declare that remain in the room. For Jerseyville 9.3, I have a recreationally fish that area, so I have a casual social relationship with the area, not the person. So yeah, I am aware of that, but I will declare that. The flood policy 11.5, I did ask for some advice on that one regarding that I live on the floodplain, the Glenrock floodplain, and have done for many years. And I just asked for some guidance on that.
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Consistent with that advice provided last night, what is before you today is not a new position of council. It is just a administrative change. So I do not believe that the councillor needs to declare a conflict of interest in that regard.
Okay, so I'll scratch that one. And then 12.1, notice of motion, environmental protection. One of the my previous employers has installed gross pollutant traps in Port Macquarie. I've had some experience in working in that sphere, so I'll declare that.
Thank you. Are there any other conflicts, councillors? I hear none. We'll now move to item 7, which is order of business. The purpose of this item is to formally fix the general order of business for the meeting today in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice. As you can see in the motion, we will bring item 11.1 rescission motion Code of Meeting Practice to be dealt with immediately after this motion, and then the remaining order of business is per the published agenda. Councillor Bain.
May I propose an amendment, Madam Mayor, to recognise that Councillor Wyatt's notice of motion was deferred at the last meeting because we ran out of time. If we could move that up the agenda, somewhere up the agenda, I think that would be appropriate. Whether that gets dealt with after the rescission motion or after the mayoral minutes, possibly after the mayoral minutes.
Just given the nature of some of the things on the agenda, I'd be more comfortable with moving them until after we make potentially the rates or the DCP, just because they're really urgent matters that we need to deal with.
Yep, I can accept that. As long as it doesn't get deferred again and we ensure that it is heard today.
We'll move it to item after item 11.4 if you're happy with that.
That's totally acceptable for me. Thank you.
Also noting, we also need to get through item 13.1 as well today. So if we're running short on time, we'll take a motion within the meeting to move that one forward if need be, I think, is how we'll deal with that. But if we're happy, we'll deal with the rescission motion next, and we'll move Councillor White's nom to after 11.4. Are we happy with that order? Do we have a mover? Councillor Bain, seconded Councillor Pakes. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. We'll now deal with item 11.1, which is the rescission motion. Do I have a mover? Councillor Bain, seconded Councillor Saul. Councillor Bain?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm aware of the speaker last night being dissatisfied with this motion, but to be very, very clear, what this is doing is undoing the Code of Meeting Practice that Mr. Honig MP imposed on local governments, and there was opposition in the upper house, and a disallowance motion was successful. And that means that we now have no legal option, really, if we follow the Office of Local Government direction, is to rescind the current Code of Meeting Practice, which will automatically mean that we adopt our previous Code of Meeting Practice, which has been out on exhibition, has been passed by a previous council, and then we will await with bated breath the next iteration of Code of Meeting Practice from Mr. Honig. So I think this is an administrative proposal which is in line with every other council and in line with Office of Local Government advice, and will return us to a more reasonable approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Are there any other contributions on this? Councillor White?
Yes, please. I have a couple of questions and just speak for it. I just wish to acknowledge and commend the Greens Senator Amanda Cohen. Is it Cohen? Yeah. So I want to acknowledge and commend the Greens Senator Amanda Cohen for their role in supporting changes to local government code of meeting practice that restores common sense to council decision making. These changes recognise that council cannot be expected to make sound, well-informed decisions on the behalf of their communities with access to relevant information and briefings. Effective governance relies on councillors being properly informed, able to ask questions and fully understand the matters before them. And the community rightly expects its elected representatives to make considered decisions based on facts and evidence. And these reforms, reverting those reforms, help to ensure that councillors can meet that expectation whilst maintaining transparency, accountability and good governance. The current code of meeting practice effectively, in my opinion, blocked or very heavily restricted our ability to have access to that information. And throughout the meeting today, we will discover just how much of a roadblock that was. So I commend this notice of motion and, or this rescission motion rather, and have 2 questions after everybody's spoken.
Ask your questions now, Councillor White.
Just a couple of questions. What actions will Kempsey Shire Council take to ensure councillors have access to the information, briefing and tools needed to effectively perform their role and make well-informed decisions on behalf of the community?
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Our intention is to hold a workshop with elected members to understand what you meant when you last month put through the notice of motion on a transparent councillor information framework. Once you've given us a steer as to what you would like to see, we will then implement that framework with you.
Thank you. I guess the second part of that question is very similar, actually, is how will council support councils in accessing relevant information while maintaining transparency, accountability and good governance for the community? So how will they have access to information as well?
The answer will be the same. The community will have access depending on what decisions the elected body make.
Councillor Saul, then Councillor Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for the community's interest and explain what happens, can the CEO outline, please, what would happen if council did not pass this particular motion?
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So council is required to have a code of meeting practice that is consistent with the model code of meeting practice. The disallowance motion means that our current code of meeting practice is no longer consistent with the model code of practice, which reverts to the version that was in force prior to the disallowance. Prior to the making of the regulations and the code earlier or late last year. So the council will be in a difficult position that decisions made today would be made on the basis of a code which is not consistent. Whether there is any materiality on the impact of the code and the decisions made would be a matter for the courts if those decisions were challenged. Hence the recommendation from ourselves taken on board the guidance from the Office of Local Government that the most simple approach is to rescind the code of meeting practice that we have currently and revert to the one which was previously in place, which is consistent with the model code of meeting practice which was in place at the time.
Thank you.
Councillor Pakes.
I understand that the speaker coming along last night and objecting to this, but ultimately as a councillor, the current, before we rescind it, the current code of meeting practice has been difficult for a councillor to make informed decisions. So a councillor puts questions to council, to the CEO and the executive, and sometimes doesn't get the answers until the meeting. Now I've put 3 pages of questions in current code of meeting practice, and I still haven't got the answers to those questions. Now I have to ask those in the meeting and spend the time in the meeting and then potentially not get the answers because they're not on notice. The amount of volume in this council meeting is a great example of how you cannot physically look at all the volume of the information and get the answer to the questions to the ELT, and then get responses, reasonable responses back. It hasn't worked. So the reason it's changing is, to me, a very practical one, because it hasn't worked. Do I think that public briefings are a way forward, or would have been a way forward? Yes, I do. I think we should have moved to public briefings, and I have no issue with public briefings whatsoever. And if that informs the community more, well, great. Why not? I think that would have been the easiest, simplest way forward. Public briefings would have fixed a lot of things. Instead of hiding behind the code of meeting practices and saying, "Hey, no, we can't have public briefings. You need to, private briefings." We don't want them to be private. I would prefer that they were public. No problems. Let the community know what's happening. It's their money, as well as we're only making decisions on behalf of them. So I had no issues with that. So I feel like this is a long way around to hopefully maybe get to a public briefing situation. But, we're making decisions on behalf of the community. So why wouldn't they want to know what the decisions were based upon? And it makes it easier for us to explain to the community when they have the information too. We don't have to explain the entirety of the situation. Speaker last night, that's basically it. What was there wasn't working. And yes, there's been a state change, but hopefully it will be better. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Thank you, councillors. I just want to note that this motion is so we have a code to operate this meeting on, and any further changes, any things that we want to do in future, we'll bring to another meeting. This isn't for this. And I'm just going to stress, we don't have a lot of time today to get through a really large agenda. So please make contributions on this if you really feel the need to, but we need to keep moving things along. Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also support this notice of motion. I think it shows good governance and it does give us a clear way forward. And I just wanted to make that statement. And I'm glad that we're reverting back to a document that we're all comfortable with. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion if there's no other contributions. Or do you want to close debate, Councillor Bain?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We'll now move to item 8, which is items passed by exception. There's a recommendation before us. If any items have a declared conflict of interest, they'll be removed from the recommendation. Before we move the motion or take questions, do any councillors wish to remove items so they may speak to them and vote against them? Councillor Bain?
Yeah, I would like to speak to 11.4, the development control plan, and I would also like to speak to 11.7, development assessment review, and I have a comment to make, surprisingly enough, on 11.10, cash and investments, which I can do at any point.
Make your comment now. Make it brief.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, just noting again that once again, cash and investments are $200,000 ahead of projected budget. And in terms of borrowings, that, the interest that we are making on our cash and investments significantly exceeds the amount of cost of borrowings. And I think we need to keep that in mind when we're looking at the IPNR documents. Congratulations. Well done, Council. Thank you.
Are there any other motions councillors wish to withdraw? Councillor Wyatt?
2, 3 and 6. Did you remove 5? And I have some questions on 1 and 8. And in the interest of time, I might ask my questions on 5. So I'll just park that for a second. So I'm just removing. Yeah, I'm removing 11.2, 11.3, and 11.6.
Yep.
I have questions on 10.1 and 10.8.
This needs to be withdrawn, and then we'll go to questions.
Did you pull out? Did you pull out 7?
So right now we've got 11.2, 11.3, 11.4, 11.6, 11.7, and we've got questions on 10 and questions on 5 and questions on 10.1. If there's no further things to be withdrawn, Councillor White, you have the floor for questions, then Councillor Pakes.
Thank you for that. My question is on 10.1, the ARIC meeting. So in the minutes, it talks about an emerging risk is the use of AI, especially for councillors. It mentions councillors. So my questions are, what is the risk, especially for councillors? Why is it different for councillors as opposed to staff? And what is the risk management process to help and support councillors mitigate and manage that risk?
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I have provided advice to elected members on the use of AI previously. The risk is not to councillors but to the administration, because we have seen a lot of submissions that use AI but have not then taken the time to be refiltered by the author, knowing what you have been briefed on or provided information on. So you ask an AI generated tool to suggest that we do things that we have already considered and told you about, or that are not possible because AI doesn't come up with the correct answers all the time, particularly when you talk to it about legislation. You need to use a specific AI tool for that. My advice to councillors in that briefing note was that if you are using AI, you need to use AI within the council system, not AI within your private system, not AI within an alternative employer's system. You need to use our system, which provides access to our information, and it needs to stay within our system for safety and security. So I have provided separate advice to elected members on cybersecurity risks. The pair are clearly linked. Our knowledge is our IP and needs to stay within our system. I don't wish to put council at any further risk at a time when the federal government have pushed us to the top level of alert for cybersecurity because of what has been happening with the Iran conflict. I hope that helps, Councillor.
Yeah, yes, thank you. And I guess it's my bad. I don't recall that briefing. Was it in a councillor update or did you send us as an email?
Yeah, it was in an email to you addressing that particular point.
Okay, I'll do a search. Just to clarify then, so when we're talking about AI, we're ChatGPT Copilot. So Copilot is the internal system and you can sign up through Microsoft 365. That gives you the full access to AI with imaging, all the rest of it, as opposed to ChatGPT, which is OpenAI.
That's correct. We're trying to keep our information secure within our secure environment. I can't guarantee the security of those other systems. I'm asked to provide a guarantee of security within our own systems. So I'm hoping that elected members understand that difference. And if you need any help with that, we're obviously happy to provide that. It really is so important to us. We see this as one of the top 5, top 10 emerging risks globally for companies, councils, government CEOs have identified because of our lack of where you endanger the council's cybersecurity. And of course, that was at a time shortly after we had a breach of cybersecurity that causes council significant reputational harm.
$11.5 or more questions?
I'll go to 8 first. If you 8 is the holiday parks. Just a general question. Is there an option to include capital improvements into a new commercial business arrangement, which would require the new operators to pay for some of the deliverables in these concept plans, such as amenity blocks, kitchens, camp kitchens, cabins, powered sites? Or is it still, is it an option?
Yes, that's something that the group who are working on the future operating model of caravan parks can do. It certainly has been the case. The current model provides for capital investment by the operator that could be extended, changed. If we in-house the operation, it will come back to council. But I know that operators who are looking to come in and already know when the contract expires and so want to come in and have a chat about what they can offer the council, are already talking about the cash they could bring to the party for significant investment.
Just a question specifically on the Hat Head one. So note in the community feedback report and that traffic access will be considered further, and there's a concept diagram there as well. And following feedback, it's a suggested exit road onto Myrtle Street. Has council made a decision on that exit road? Is that off the table now?
We still have some work to do there. We've got a duty of care because we have seen some accidents in the park. I'm not convinced that the solution we put forward is the perfect solution, so we want to do some more work on that. It might end up that there is a significant quantum of change that needs to be made there, potentially with an access around the perimeter of the park. We can't stop the access because people still need to get to the day area and the boat ramp. So how do we mitigate that conflict between pedestrians, particularly children in the park, and those passing through? So we've got some more work to do in that space. No decision has been made at this time.
Copy that, thanks. And will there be more community engagement on those next steps, particularly around traffic and access?
If the solution involves a significant change to the draft concept plan, then yes, I commit we will go back and have another conversation with the community.
Thank you. I think I will just pull out 11.5 just to keep it succinct. Thank you.
Uh, 11.5 is pulled out, so I won't take questions on that item at this time. Councillor Peggs.
Yeah, I've got one question on the Hat community feedback. What is the CEO's observation in regards to the community feedback versus what councillors have been saying in regards to the condition of the park, what's proposed? Do you think council have been on point with what the community has wanted, or do you think we have missed the mark in regards to what the feedback has said?
So to be clear, in the workshop that we had on this, councillors received the feedback from staff and were consistent with that in terms of the need to significantly revamp the amenity block, and we accepted. NRMA had accepted, the operation of that park for a period over the peak season was not how any of us wanted it. I think there's broad agreement amongst the operations side of the business, the councillor side of the business, and the community that they want to see, I suppose, gentle change there. They want to see improvement. They don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But they want a successful park that has good facilities and remains an attractor for our region.
Councillor Coburn.
I just have a question around that particular item as well. I guess in light of some of the changes that have been proposed, some of the items that have been taken out of the budget for this year, can council advise us whether there will be a review of those particular concept plans, or is it going to continue on working off the established ones passed in 2021?
Thank you. In answer to that question, the recommendation is what we think is the path of least resistance and least work. So we've committed to meet the obligations or the commitments we made at the workshops in terms of not taking the cabins forward at Horseshoe Bay, at making the investments that are needed there, and at Hat Head. If we wish to change the concept plans, we will need to go back out on public exhibition for those once we have a draft to share. So at the moment, the concept plans will remain those which have been adopted and endorsed, but we have committed not to undertake those works. If council wish to direct the administration to redo the concept plans, we can at a cost, and then we would take those out to public exhibition and bring them back to council for final endorsement again. Hope that helps.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. Just, I guess, in regard to that, this for me is about clarity for community, because the document or that item does specifically talk about community sentiment. So for the process of, I guess, a lack of confusion for community to understand what that process means. So basically at this point, we're saying that we will continue to work off the 2021 plans, and that may be a future conversation if required to go back out. Can you just confirm that?
I can. It's a similar approach as to what we've taken with the Horseshoe Bay Master Plan, where we've said, actually, we don't think there's any likelihood of a community facility, cafe, restaurant being built there in the foreseeable future. So we'll just move forward with 3 phases out of 4. Similar approach taken here. We've identified what we can commit to and what we're definitely not going to do. But I do understand the councillor's sentiment that the concept plan won't necessarily, even in the fullness of time, represent what's in. We will not be able to deliver what's on that concept plan.
I thank you for listening to community on that one. Thank you.
Are there any further questions on the items, Councillor Selby?
Yeah, following on to that, the mention of O'Keefe Street, the wall, I see that the figures have changed from 770,000 to down, and I'm not sure what it is. What's the reasoning for that?
Could you be more specific, councillor? The figures have changed. Which figures?
The cost figures for the wall. The original figure was 770,000 from memory, and I just can't remember what the new figure is.
Oh, okay. So sorry, we're referring to a different report, to the operational plan report now, are we? So yeah, through you,
Well,
Madam
it's
Mayor.
mentioned in there.
Yeah. So that project, there's a couple of things happen there. Some of these projects always are multi-year projects, so there will be amounts in a current year and there will be amounts in future years that come to the total life cost of the project. So the figure that was in the previous year was not always the full cost of the entire project. That said, though, we have progressed further through that project now through to design options and getting some detailed quotations, so we have more firm figures on exactly what that retaining wall will cost compared to what we expected going into it. I don't recall the exact number off the top of my head, but from memory, it's not a material difference from the original number that was forecast.
Are there any further questions on items in the block?
I'll ask. I just realised that's not getting pulled, so I've just got some questions around 11.8. So the report references concerns around the decline in cleanliness and maintenance. What specific performance measures or KPIs have there been put in place with the operator to ensure improved and is sustained?
As per their contract, the challenge is that the age of the product they're trying to clean has significantly deteriorated, and you'll have all seen public toilets with very old tiles. They're clean, but they still look dirty. So that's why we put forward a refurbishment of those blocks to make sure that it's easier for them to be kept clean and for them to look clean. If something doesn't look attractive, it's not going to lead to a lasting positive memory for visitors. So it's something we're committed to, and the contract does require does have KPIs for the operator to meet our expectations and those of our community.
Just to follow up from that.
Subject to endorsement of this report, those works would happen in the next financial year. So the year beginning in a fortnight's time. That's what recommendation 3 is. Recommendation 3 refers to, if you look on page 62 of your report, you will see 3 items under the Horseshoe Bay Holiday Park as priorities for short-term projects, and Hat Head Holiday Park has 4 which are prioritised. So the intent is to commence those in 2026-27.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions on any items in the block? I hear none. Do I have a mover?
Madam Mayor, I move that way.
Councillor Saul seconded. Councillor Matchett. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 9.1, which is a mayoral minute. Sorry, councillors, I just want to clarify 13.1, the tender for Stewart's Point was in the block, so we've passed that one by exception. 9.1, mayoral minute, Vale, Lou Kesby. Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the life and contributions of a man who became part of the fabric of our community. Whether you knew him through business, local government, or simply sharing a meal and a conversation at Lou's Cafe, Lou Kesby left a lasting impression on countless people across the Macleay Valley. Lou was one of those people who genuinely loved Kempsey. He deeply cared about the community, believed in its potential, and was always willing to contribute his time, ideas, and energy to help make it a better place. His passing is a significant loss for many people who knew him as a businessman, a former councillor, a friend, and a familiar face in the heart of town. And I certainly myself have many fond memories of sitting in Lou's Cafe where he'd pop over for a chat. His passing is a significant loss, and this Mayoral Minute provides an opportunity for Council to formally recognise his contribution to our community. Do any other councillors wish to make any contributions on this motion? Councillor Saul, who would have served on council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Madam Mayor, I wish to speak on behalf of Mr. Kesby. He was a respected councillor in this room. He gave forthright opinions and gave a lot of counsel to the councillors of the day who weren't from here, but who moved here. And he had the background of the Shire to give them some feedback on things and give them some food for thought. Mr. Kesby was an icon. He was the character. Everyone knew Lou and Lou's Cafe. And it's sad to see that decline, as in the passing of Lou. But unfortunately, age gets to us all. So again, I give my condolences to his family and friends on the passing of a very valued member of our community. He certainly was a valued councillor, and I hope that we can serve up to his standard. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Are there any other contributions from councillors? I hear none. Just to close debate, it's with great sadness that I acknowledge the passing of Mr. Lou Kesby, a long-standing businessman, former councillor, and much-loved member of the Macleay Valley. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. We'll now have a minute of silence in recognition of Mr. Kesby. Thank you all. We'll now move to item 9.2, which is supporting a sustainable timber industry and regional employment. This motion is to support a long-standing industry of the Macleay Valley that is facing significant uncertainty. For generations, local families have been building their lives in our forests, driving trucks on our roads, working in our mills, and supplying Australian timber to homes, farms, and businesses across the country. Those jobs have supported generations of families, sponsoring local sporting clubs, kept small businesses open, and contributed to the identity of our region. Over the past few months, I've heard from mill owners, contractors, and workers who are deeply concerned about the future of their industry. One local contractor, who's actually sitting in this room, recently shared with us that he's a fourth-generation timber worker with a family history stretching back to the Great Depression. 4 generations of hard work, adapting to changing rules and changing markets, and always making clear that they have a deep love of the bush. Recently, myself, Deputy Mayor Lawrence, Councillor Pakes, and Councillor Selby visited Hereford's Hardwoods. Visiting this business that employs over 50 people and many of them young, it was clear it is important to our local economy, and one message was clear. They just want certainty. Not certainty for huge companies or shareholders, but certainty for the local people paying off mortgages, certainty for the young people on whether there will still be an industry to work in, certainty for the family business deciding on whether to invest even in new equipment or employ another local person. And that is why I brought this motion before council. Across the Shire, there are people whose entire working lives who've been built around this industry. They are part of the fabric of our community. Agriculture, forestry and fishing employs around 640 people in the Kempsey Shire, representing approximately 5% of all local employment, almost 3 times the New South Wales state average. And every one of those jobs supports a family. Every contractor supports mechanics, fuel suppliers and transport operators. Every mill supports cafes, supermarkets and small businesses that rely on local people having local jobs. We know what happens when regional industries disappear. Our community has experienced the closure of major employers before. We know what empty shop fronts look like. We know what it means when young people have to leave because opportunity has disappeared. We know we have a community that wants a council who backs local industry. This motion is not about choosing jobs over the environment. In fact, we live in the most beautiful region in the world. The Macleay Valley's native forests, biodiversity and wildlife are extraordinary environmental assets that deserve protection for future generations. They are also part of our identity. They support tourism, provide habitat for threatened species and contribute to the health and resilience of our landscape. Supporting local timber workers does not diminish the importance of protecting those values. In fact, I believe regional communities are capable of pursuing both strong environmental outcomes and strong regional economies. These objectives should not be viewed as competing interests, but as shared responsibilities. Sustainable forestry means managing our natural resources responsibly, investing in innovation, improving environmental outcomes, and ensuring that future generations inherit both healthy forests and thriving regional communities. This motion is not an endorsement of unchecked logging or the removal of environmental safeguards. It's a recognition that the people whose livelihoods depend on a timber industry deserve certainty. I welcome continued investment in plantation forestry, innovation and alternative timber supply, while recognising that any transition must be carefully managed to avoid consequences for regional workers, local businesses and communities. The people who care deeply about our forests and the people who rely on the timber industry are often the very same people. They live here, raise families here, and want to see both our environment and our economy prosper. It's not about choosing the environment over jobs. It's about recognising that regional communities deserve both. And as Mayor, I have an obligation to advocate for the people who elect us, whether that's fighting for maternity services, airports, fisheries, education or flood recovery. Our role is to make sure regional voices are heard, and this matter is no different. This motion is about local jobs, local families, local business and the future of our community, and I commend this motion to Council. Is there any debate on this motion? Councillor Bain.
Yes, I'd like to move that we move into poll.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Coburn. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We are now in committee. The idea of committee is that we try and work to get a motion that we can vote on. It's not for debate. Debate is for when we're back in open council.
I would like to call on the Mayor to withdraw this mayoral minute. I believe that there is if we think of the pub test and perception, there is a perception that this could be a coordinated political campaign. The visit to Herefords was a month ago on May the 12th. National MPs raised again the attack on the Great Koala National Park in Parliament on June the 2nd, referring to the Great Koala National Park as a job killer, and I've also heard it widely referred to by a local MP as the Great Koala Incinerator. I believe that there's great intent behind this mayoral minute. What deranged person would not support having a sustainable timber industry and supporting our local economy? But it's a shiny surface. If we dig below the surface, it looks to me like supporting the status quo, which I do not believe is sustainable. Listening to the first speaker in favour of the mayoral minute last night was about talking about the forestry issues as a political hot potato. and that was dealt with, allegedly dealt with in the 90s. I believe this is an attempt to reheat a political hot potato. Stand that there is a negative outcome for various people in our economy, and I think the most affected are those small operators who are doing private native forestry, and the changes that have come about have meant that they've had to compete with the big players. They are the ones who have been the heart of the sustainable industry, the mechanised harvesting. I don't believe that the current issue is sustainable. I think there's some nice words in this, but I think the consequences below it are supporting a status quo of an unsustainable, costly industry that is highly subsidised by the taxpayer, is losing multiple tens of millions of dollars a year, and I would ask that the Mayor considers withdrawing the minute. Thank you.
Councillor Bain, under our Code of Meeting Practice, there are no grounds for me to withdraw this motion. And what I'm actually doing is, as Mayor, I visited a mill with Councillor Selby, the Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Pakes, who on that day, at a time that was organised by Wendy, and was made at a convenient time for all to go, everyone was invited, and a surety was given by all the people in attendance that they would bring that issue to council. And what we're doing here is we're addressing this within our forum and within our right to bring a motion to council that can be voted on, amended if needed. Secondly, I think withdrawing the motion goes against our values as an organisation of caring, of accountability, of respect, of integrity, of nurturing, and of growth. Thirdly, going back to the fact that the mill was visited by a number of councillors and the motion has been put before council, the room last night was full of people who work in the industry, people who brought their children, who are ratepayers, who contribute to our community and are clearly passionate about their jobs, deserve to have that issue heard. And finally, I take no issue with any time you personally have brought any Greens motions to this council.
I believe that is a personal attack on my integrity, and I would ask that it was withdrawn. I've never brought a specific Greens motion. I've brought motions for the well-being of our community. And if you could give me an example, I will apologise if you can give me an example. Otherwise, I would ask you to withdraw that and apologise.
I'm very sure the motion on superannuation was a Greens agreed motion for you all to bring to your councils.
That was about, yes, that was discussed in Greens. However, that also impacted our workers and our union, and it was an illegal operation by local government New South Wales, which I think needed to be aired. I don't think that was a particularly politically controversial motion, whereas I believe this one is. Thank you.
That was, sorry, Councillor. The point of being elected to represent our community is that we're able to bring issues to this forum to discuss them. And we are going through a democratic process here of discussing issues. It can be amended, and then it's voted on. That is the procedure forward. There is no grounds within any of our Code of Meeting Practice for me to withdraw this motion. And any other councillors that want to raise this, it will not be accepted. We're going to discuss this issue, amend it if needed, and then we'll vote on it. Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, I think we should go back to open council, perhaps, if there's no further discussion warranted.
You can move that way, Councillor Saul, if you have a seconder.
Madam Mayor, I move that we go back to open council. Thank you.
Have a seconder. Councillor Matchett, is there any dissent? Hands up, please. Fibre dissenting. We're still in committee of the whole. Councillor Pakes.
We're in committee of the whole. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak around what you've put forward as a mayoral minute. And I'm going to start with the people who we sit in this chair as a councillor, as who we actually represent, and the borders of where we represent is obviously this shire. To kill and dry their timber. These guys have been in the front end of being environmentally sustainable for some time. And I think the guys we saw here last night absolutely represent the people who we should be representing in this room. They're workers, they're ratepayers, they're parts of our sporting groups, and they're contributing to our community. So I come here as an independent person. I look at this with my independent eyes. I don't think it should be a political issue. I think this should be an issue of conscience, that you vote on your conscience. Nothing to do with a particular political party. It should be absolutely to do with the people who we represent. So when we sit in this chair, we represent the people of this valley. If you can't see that the timber industry has had an effect in forming this valley, in creating it for what it is, have another look. My family had a farm, 3,500 acres, and it had some timber on it. The reason my brother got to go to university was because some of that timber was milled, and the royalties paid for his university degree for him to go away to Canberra and do a university degree. So do you think that that is an uncommon occurrence? No, it's not. I can tell you that there are plenty of families, farming families, that put their kids through uni with the money they get from timber royalties. And back in the 90s, it was a different playing field than what it is now. So if you consider that industry to be unregulated, you're misguided. It is heavily regulated. There is only a small percentage of the state that can be logged because of the regulations in place, and rightly so. They're in place for a reason. Products go to Nestle and make Milo. So if we're going to not support something that's actually integral to another major industry in our valley, now we've got Akubra, we've got Nestle, and you know what? These fellas underpin Nestle. So if you're not supporting that, why? Why don't you support that? Because they are all interlinked. Last night we heard the gentleman from Vale talk about his sponsorship of local sporting groups, $40,000 in supporting local groups, and he can't do it. I think have a look around the town in what that looks like. Nestle support a lot of local things, and I'm sure AST get on board. Well, Hereford's get on board with that sort of stuff. The previous AST. So it's not just about political position. It's about the people in this valley. It's a bit contradictory for us to have a heritage increase in our DCP. So we've put a heritage overlay of certain areas in the DCP that's going to be decided upon. What do you think one of the biggest components of a heritage listed property in the Macleay Valley is? It's changed its direction in regards to what they're producing. They've gone from doing export parquetry flooring to the States, to America. They were doing that back in 2013. Now they're doing more local source, local delivery of floorboards. The speaker last night told us what they were doing. It's supporting the housing industry. We want to build houses. We talk about carbon. A piece of hardwood timber in a house for 100 years, that's all stored carbon. It's not environmentally bad. It's actually good. So there's not many products that are as good as a dry structural piece of hardwood. I don't 100% agree with how this has come around, as in the context of it, and I do take that there is some timing things there that you say, well, why has this come about? But it doesn't change the fabric of this valley. It doesn't change who we represent when we sit in this chair. And I think we should be backing housing, we should be backing employment, and we should be backing local industry. So that's where I come from on this one. And I urge my fellow councillors to consider who you are representing when you sit in this chair. And I get we have,
or they want to work towards an amendment. If you want to just debate the issue, can you please raise your hand? Or if you want I'll go with the amendment. If you want an amendment to it, please raise your hand. All right.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify, please, for the people at home and to hear, if we go back to having council, we can debate, or can we debate in public forum?
If we're in committee, the idea of this is to try and to me, in accordance to our code, is to try and work towards a different motion, an amendment to the motion. If we're going to sit here and debate the merits of the motion, we may as well be in open council. Otherwise, people are going to speak ad nauseum on this because that's what you can do in committee. So if there's an amendments or a way forward, or people just want to debate, I'm happy to go either way, but I need a decision one way or the other.
Well, Madam Mayor, I wish to debate, but I'll wait till we go back to open council, please.
Councillor Wyatt?
I just want to clarify a few things, actually. I mean, I hear you too, but this is, in my opinion, this is throwing us under the political bus, because three things that tell me that is, one, our local member was in the room yesterday, and his party is absolutely opposed to any reforms in the timber industry and are trying to overturn, or they're not happy with Great Koala National Park. And the second one is the mention of Great Koala National Park. That is political. We often get told to stay in our lane and keep local, deal with roads, rates and rubbish. In fact, I've had criticism from the community many, many times for bringing stuff up that is not roads, rates and rubbish, keeping it local. I mean, if we want to storytell, let's storytell, shall we? I mean, my own story is that my partner is a millwright. He was in those shirts, just like these guys out here. So Fords. I mean, you're not allowed to actually
quiet
ask
in the gallery.
from the gallery.
Quiet in the gallery.
Yeah. You want to just? I mean, he worked for Ford Timbers. Yeah. Up in the north. He was a millwright and engineer, and kept the mill running. Without someone like him, you don't have a timber mill. I mean, I actually used to have arguments with him actually, don't worry about that. But so, I mean, let's tell a story, shall we? So he's a guy in his 40s. He has a 3-year-old who has severe burns to her body, all over her body, because she fell in a fire. He has a 2-year-old and he has a pregnant wife, and he's told that his job is lost, his livelihood is lost, his mills are going to close down. So I hear the story, but the timber industry was subsidised. And the guy yesterday came along and said he wants to buy a dress shop in town. Well, he could have bought Tracy's gifts, because she tried to sell that. There's no one bailing out our small businesses in our town, but the government is offering compensation packages to the timber industry. So, I mean, we can all tell stories. Yes, our houses are built of wood, fantastic. Cedar industry, fantastic. Heritage, absolutely. But everybody has a story, and at the end of the day, it's all bias and judgment and prejudice. I don't buy the fact that this is a politically motivated notice of motion, and is actually throwing us under the bus.
Councillor Lawrence, you had some things you wanted to contribute, or an amendment potentially.
I had a speech as well, which I'd sent you through some of the points that I...
Yeah, the speech is for debate. So what
Yeah.
we're going to do now is work towards an amendment. There's clear divide on this issue. An amendment might bridge the gap. What are your thoughts in terms of amending the motion?
Around the points that I mentioned to you, I'm not sure if anyone else have any suggestions of an amendment in terms of wording? Councillor Coburn, did you have anything? I have to try and get my notes up.
Acknowledging the distinction between native forest harvesting and plantation forestry, recognising that plantation forestry already plays a significant role in the timber industry and will continue to be important into the future, supporting a transition towards sustainable plantation-based timber on existing cleared land, advocating for clear evidence-based transition pathways and appropriate support for local workers, contractors and small businesses impacted by policy change, strengthening the advocacy component to include the need for transparent data on local employment impacts and long-term supplier certainty. Are there any points in there that councillors would be happy to be included that might help them in this issue? Councillor Bain.
Yeah, I would very much like to see those up on the believe that Australian Solar Timbers sourced the majority of their timber from Forestry Corp, whereas Hereford's is 50-50 private native forestry and Forestry Corp, and that's had a significant effect on the cost and supply of logs to small logging operators. Okay, so people that are, those small family businesses that you were talking about. I've spoken to people with experience in the industry that said when they were young, they never took a tree that was under 4'6" in girth. Now we're taking 30 centimetres. When I've been in this valley 35 years, and when I was here, I would see trucks coming out with 1 log, 2 logs, 4 logs. Now you're looking at 30 twigs on the back of a logging truck. These are not indicators to me that this is a sustainable industry, and that's that key point is it sustainable? Is it balanced? And I absolutely would support as a sustainable industry, but I think the hardwood industry, which is losing money, significantly costing the taxpayer, highly subsidised, large operations, is not sustainable moving forward. And I think this is why I don't want to get into. Didn't want to get into this of saying I'm not against timber as a product. Housing, 90% or 98% of housing is softwood plantation timbers. It's not. So my proposals, my amendments would be to end the logging of public native forests, which I'm sure probably isn't going to go down very well, and to express our support for the Great Koala National Park. Thank you.
Councillors, Mr. Medal.
A couple of councillors have made comments about redundancy payments, and that was last night and tonight. My understanding is the government's compensation package is only available to those people who have a wood supply agreement with the government. So local business contractors who are going to lose their jobs as a result of this are not eligible for the compensation package. And workers within some of the bigger companies who do have those wood supply contracts with the government are eligible, but only once they've already been made redundant. So I can see, like in any industry, that creeping decline, or somebody loses their job and is eligible for the package, and some others are still in there. The package is open for an 18-month window. There are undoubtedly going to be some mental health impacts from those at work and those who have lost their jobs as a result of this, as you see that creeping decline in the industry. So I just wanted to point out what I'd been able to ascertain around the compensation package, if that provides any help to elected members.
Councillor Wyatt.
I was actually going to suggest an amendment more around what we should be actually supporting, in my opinion, is a fully funded compensation package to help. I mean, I asked the question yesterday, what is your succession plan? What is your transition plan? 2028, there is no guarantee beyond 2028. And I think Victoria don't log in their native forest. So there is no guarantee. So I asked them about what is their succession plan, what is their transition plan to help, especially their younger workers, to get into new industries, innovation, technology. We're talking about waste later. There's all sorts of industries out there. And when we're talking about industries that are no longer in regional towns, commercial whaling is not, asbestos mining and manufacturing is not, textile clothing and footwear manufacturing is not, motor vehicle manufacturing is not. And how many of us buy our, shop online? Do we actually buy our clothes in Kempsey? Do we actually support? Well, you can't buy many baby clothes in Kempsey. Anyway, that's actually the question.
Councillor,
no, the amendment is around. The amendment is around, if someone wants to craft it, is that we really should be going hard to get that compensation package. That is where I would 100% go, because I've mentioned many times I've worked with 200 timber industry workers who their compensation package was very good. And actually the contractors, the logging contractors got some of that as well. We should be fighting hard for a compensation package, not just saying, oh yeah, let's get a balanced approach. No, compensation, that's what they need.
Councillor White, I don't accept your points around manufacturing, particularly around things like cars leaving communities, because I think there's actually been argument from this council to try and bring manufacturing into Kempsey. So I think
it's lost.
That goes against the point of trying to keep industry within the valley, which is what this motion is about. It's about keeping jobs, keeping people sitting, like the ones sitting in that room, small business contractors who don't come under compensation packages, who are fourth generation, who've lived in this valley for longer than most of us, apart from maybe Solly and Peggy.
What I'm arguing
Councillor
about.
Thorne, Councillor
Let's get the compensation package. Let's put the compensation package on the table. That's what they need. They need the compensation package on the table and broaden it.
That's not what they've asked for. They've asked for support for their jobs.
So no transition. Oh, that's a bit silly.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, sorry, Talia, Mrs. Webster, those points were kind of, I think, to add into the motion, not to completely amend. I think 5 would be maybe including that data, including local data within the advocacy that would be sent to the Premier for that 0.5.
I've just sent through some wording to your email, Madam Mayor, to see, and the other councillors to see if they're willing. Yeah.
Councillor Lawrence has added a 0.5 that council advocates to the New South Wales and federal governments for a genuinely balanced, evidence-based approach to forestry that protects environmental values and biodiversity, including koala habitat, provides long-term certainty for timber supply and policy.
In the conversations with Herefords, they were very conscious of being apolitical. They didn't want to be one side or the other because they understand over the course of time, these guys have been around a long time and they understand that governments change. They don't always have the same. So if you go all one way, it doesn't work. If you go all the other way, it doesn't work. You've got to find something. And the words that came out of their mouth was that it wasn't an issue with the koala park. It wasn't. That was, to my understanding of the meeting, it wasn't about the koala park. It was just more about certainty. And that's probably the biggest thing, is about certainty. If you don't know what's happening after 2028, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Yeah, but even that, we don't know what that looks like. So it's certainty.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. And I think the view of the Great Koala National Park certainly is that if it's coming, that we need to, as a community, advocate for as much as possible to be invested into our community for their benefit. Councillor Saul.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, we must remind councillors that keep saying the word a package and redundancy payments. It's a sugar hit, Madam Mayor. If people lose their jobs, they might get a small payout, but it doesn't go far. It soon is eroded, and those people then could be on the scrap heap because they don't have the skills to do other work. Many in the timber industry have left school and went to work in the forests. I know many who have done that firsthand, and they are very concerned about this koala park. They're very concerned about their jobs, and they're very concerned how they're going to manage their families. So the point I'm saying is, when we use the words redundancy, let's give them a payout package. It's a short-term hit. It's not the answer, because again, like most things, it soon disappears, and then those poor fellows and some women too are up to the spout. So there you are.
Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. For me, I think what we really need to do as councillors, and this is the key point, I think, about your mayoral minute, it's in the actual recommendation that for me the problem sits, because there is too much reference to regional New South Wales. And therein lies the issue for me, because that's a much broader term of reference than talking about what's within the Kempsey Shire. And I think Councillor White alluded to the fact, I'm certainly not against supporting any industries that may be affected within our community, but this becomes a governance issue for me around what are we actually talking about here? I believe some of the references that you make within your mayoral minute also refer to, there's not specific numbers, there's not specific impacts locally, so that we understand as councillors exactly what you're referencing to. How many people will actually be affected? Your reference to, I believe it also includes the fishing industry and other industries. That's a large number, but it's not really specifically about the timber industry. So for me, my personal barometer, I guess, commitment as a councillor to making sure that we're making decisions that are within the scope of why we're here really sits within those references. So, for example, if you look at your existing points, point 1, you recognise Kempsey Shire and regional New South Wales. In point 4, the CEO writing, expressing council support for regional timber industry, it's too broad for me. We're not talking about the people that have come in to talk to us. We're not talking about local matters. And that's the role for me of being a councillor and local government. And I feel that this has put me personally into a very difficult position, because I don't want to have to make a decision like this within the council chambers, because I feel like it is a little bit political. There is a broader picture here that's referencing something that, for me, my personal position may be different to what I'm being asked to do sitting in this chair. And I think that's, for me, the most important part of this, and what I would like, council to really consider, and for you, Madam Mayor, to consider, is the actual wording that's being used. For me, the referencing into state and into regional, it's far too broad. It takes me out of my role and my due diligence as a councillor, and what I should be looking at and what we should be discussing.
Councillor, we're a regional council. We're a member of a country mayors association that advocates for regional council, that's just had success advocating for the Red Fleet. We have a distinct identity of a regional council, and we have challenges based on that. And regional communities is mentioned because not only has our council faced challenges in this, we've seen Kyogle, Clarence, Shoalhaven, other councils, Tenterfield, also want to support their local industry, because they know that if they lose an industry, they're not likely to get it back. And those ripple effects are extremely different to a metropolitan community. There is no 7 degrees of separation. It is 1 degree of separation. It is all the people sitting in that room last night. So I don't take your point on regional communities, because that's what we've signed up for as a council, to band together with other councils across the state to give a voice to those issues. You've seen it with the Inland Rail. All of the Central West councils are lobbying against the inland, the lack of funding to the Inland Rail. It's what we do as regional people. We band together, we use our voice, we support one another.
And I don't disagree, but each of those individual councils in their individual areas have made an individual decision about what stance they want to take. The regional voice, for me, then steps into the joint organisation, into a much larger body, well beyond the confines of this particular room. That's my position. That's how I feel ethically, for me, that I am stepping outside of something that I shouldn't be put into. And I want to make that very clear for me personally. And I think other councillors may feel the same. We need to be looking at the issues for our local area, just for Kempsey Shire. I absolutely condone that council should advocate for our community, 100%. There are many, many industries that we can advocate for. And in a broader context, I would be very supportive of something like this if we were looking at what the effect will have on Kempsey community moving forward. And that's my position. And I feel quite strongly about that.
Councillor Selby.
Can I just say, I was there on the day, and Councillor Pakes and myself suggested this, and I think what we were aiming at was here, our shire. And I tend to agree with what Julie said as far as the regional mention of regional New South Wales when I feel that we were talking about our shire, and I think it should represent that.
Madam Mayor,
Councillor Saul.
just as a further point, but even last meeting, we discussed the Crown Lands issue, and that's statewide. So again, it's regional, it's part of it. So our economy is definitely more than just our own area here. So we must remember, it's not just us.
Councillor Wyatt.
Sorry. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think, as I mentioned before, it's politicised, and I don't like being put in that position either, because it actually plays into a stereotype of myself that I'm not comfortable with. And that's why I'm sort of mentioned some of the things around other parts of me that is not, my blood is not green. But and I mean, number 2, supports a balanced approach to forestry policy that considers sustainability, biodiversity protection alongside the needs of community workers. I mean, how do you know that's not what is on the, how do you know that that is not what is being approached now? And number 4, advocates to the state and federal government for a genuinely balanced, evidence-based approach with all of those values. Again, how do you know that's not what they have done now? I mean, the issue is much larger, as we've mentioned, than just Kempsey. If you can tell me, yeah, how do you know it's not balanced? And how do you know that the government isn't already considered, whatever it's considered its position based on that evidence-based approach already? I think that's actually, I feel a bit of embarrassment come along. So we write to the Premier and saying, can you do this? And I say, yeah, we're already doing that. It's embarrassing.
So, councillor, when I have a person come to me and tell me that they think a policy is going to adversely affect them, you're going to tell me I don't think that's true?
Are you wanting to debate with me? I mean, you're being. No, I'm not actually. I'm asking you the question.
Yes,
I'm
I'm telling
asking you
you
the
that I
question.
have
What's a
spoken-
balanced approach to a policy? How do you know that it's not balanced?
Because there are people who are sitting in this room who are not going to benefit, who are going to be put out of work and who need our support and have asked for it. That is why I currently do not believe that there is balance and that we need to advocate for local jobs.
So if we got another 50 people on the other side of that room that were
Councillor,
is that
at no
not
point
balanced?
at no point does this motion speak against the environment.
I did not mention the word environment. There you go. You're playing into that stereotype. I'm talking about balanced, and you're talking about a forestry policy, and you said that there was like 20 people or whoever sat there because they made that representation, so therefore it's not balanced. I can bring the opposite side of the balance to that story as well. And it's, how do you know it's not? Of course there's win. Of course there's going to be losers in everything. And I mean, Councillor Saul mentioned the compensation and redundancy. There's shops in your street, there's shops next door to you that have been closed. Did they get redundancies? Did they get that to be sold? I mean, as I mentioned, I would like to see ramping up of the compensation package, and I talk about compensation rather than redundancy, because redundancy is a very negative word, but a compensation package that looks at low interest housing loans, rent-free, training for however long it takes to put them into whatever industry they want to go into, guaranteed X amount of years on pay, tax-free pay. That's what a compensation package looks like, not just write a check and see you later. That's what I'm talking about with a compensation package. And again, I mean, the balanced. How do we know that it's not balanced? And we can't judge that by aggrieved people sitting in the room.
Councillor Saul?
Madam Mayor, I am surprised. I mean, to say I don't see any governments giving tax-free payments to any industry like that. So, point.
I'm gonna stop. We've gone around this issue ad nauseum. We're getting into debate. I think the best way forward is to go back into open council and to vote on this issue. Do you have a seconder? Lamatchet, is there any dissent? There is 2 dissenting. We are now back in open council.
So a number of comments have been made around balance, and that's why each of you are here. You all bring your own individual perspective. Each of us would have a slightly different view or a hugely different view of around where that balance sits. The representation that's been made to the council has put forward its position that the balance isn't right for its interests. As councillors, you have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with that position, and that's what is now before you. So it is an uncomfortable position sometimes when these things conflict with personal values or conflict with your knowledge and feedback from members of the community. But that is the role you are charged with to exercise through this chamber. And some of the things, not just this item, later in the agenda, I'm sure, are difficult decisions in a similar vein. So the question of balance, you need to reflect that on your own personal information, experience, and values, and then make your views as the councillor on behalf of the communities that you serve. I hope that helps.
All right, Councillor Bain.
I'd like to propose a number of amendments.
You sent them through?
No, I'm just writing them down as so. I could easily send them through when we take a break, but number one, fine, okay. I can recognise the important contribution of the timber industry to Kempsey Shire and regional New South Wales, including local jobs, small business and economic activity. Yes. Secondly, supporting a balanced approach to forestry policy that considers the heavily subsidised hardwood industry and the profitable softwood, the subsidised hardwood and profitable softwood divisions of Forestry Corp. So that puts a little bit more meat on the bone of what it's actually about. I don't see the importance of number three, but I can live with it. And advocating for balanced evidence-based approach to forestry policy. With the second point, providing long-term certainty of timber supply and policy direction by supporting and investing in plantation timbers. And I can support the rest. Yeah.
This amendment wasn't moved, so what I'll do is I'll accept the motion from committee just for ease of yep. Councillor Bain, I'm happy with all your amendments, except I feel heavily subsidised hardwoods and softwoods just feels a bit politically charged to me.
Well, it's very honest though. Like the hardwood industry, the logging of public native forests is costing the taxpayer, the New South Wales taxpayer, about $90 million in the last 5 years. Okay, it's absolutely not profitable. The haulage for the large mills is subsidised.
Yeah, so I'll just stop you there.
Yeah. So it is heavily subsidised.
Just in terms of process, so I'll accept all your other changes, but I won't accept that amendment of that. So procedurally, can you send through your words to Talia?
Can we make it subsidised rather than heavily subsidised and profitable softwood industry, because the profitable division?
So what I'm going to do is take a vote on your amendment.
Okay. I need to get the words done first.
Yeah, but you need to just send through your words to Talia.
Okay, thank you. Talia, could you email me that as it stands, and then I'll adapt it. It'll take me 5 or 10 minutes. I'm happy to do that during a break if you wanted to take a break.
I think we'll just try and get through this and then we'll take a break. So Arthur, I'll get you to send through the amendment without the subsidised hardwoods and then we'll vote on that one because
Oh, so you're asking me to remove the word subsidised from hardwood? So just the hardwood. So that would read the supports a balanced approach that considers hardwood and the profitable softwood divisions of Forestry Corp. Is that?
no, just that whole thing up until Forestry Corp. So that.
Oh, so you remove that. Well, then
Just-
there's no point of that amendment, is there? Of that.
But you had yeah. So for that one,
So you don't want that one?
yes. So
Okay.
just you can include all your other ones. And
Can I include that amendment and have it tested by the council?
yeah. So what we'll do is I'm happy with your other ones. So I'm happy to include those, and then we can test your other amendment just for procedural. I don't want to. Does that make sense? Am I allowed to do it like that?
Yeah, so you're accepting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're accepting the amendment regarding investing in plantation
Yes.
timber?
Yes, I'm accepting all of
And-
your other amendments.
But that
just not the.
there was only 2 amendments that I suggested.
All right.
Right. So
Well,
you're
I thought there was more than that.
No, I said I would accept point 1. Point 2, I wanted to, well, okay, maybe there's a way through this, is that balanced approach. We need to compare hardwood division and softwood division, is what I'm saying. That there should be, that needs to be somewhere in there. I think
that's where there's contention is because balanced isn't just balancing hardwood and softwood in this argument. It's balancing jobs. It's balancing
Well,
how we're
one's-
going to transition and everything like that.
no, well, the balance of it is that one is losing massive amounts of money and the other is profitable. So that's what I would like to be clear in this amendment.
What was the other amendment?
Providing long-term certainty of timber supply by investing in plantation.
In that point .2. I'm happy.
Plantation timbers, would they be grown on farmland or grown somewhere else?
Putting that on marginal agricultural land. So as a part, because there's that issue around forestry conservation of where pockets of old growth are pockets of fully grown timber are being harvested, of native timbers are being harvested in
I
plantations.
think from what we've seen, even from Herkwoods, they are investing to some degree in plantation. So I don't think that that's a controversial opinion. So we've got the amendment there. So
I haven't seen it through yet.
not yet. So what we'll do is you can speak to your amendment on the hardwood and forestry thing, and we'll take a vote on that.
Okay, so I'll just put the last. I'll just send the words of that. Of that one the amendment that you've accepted. And okay, I've sent those words through.
Just give Mrs. Webster a moment. All right, the amendment's been added.
Question.
Yes, Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a further question, please, on the top point, including koala habitat. Does that mean an increase in habitat or the status quo?
I think that at the end of the day, Councillor Saul, we have a KPOM here at Kempsey Shire Council. There's, koalas under protection. I think it just means that that's something we need to consider, and it is something we already consider.
Thank you.
I'll now allow Councillor Bain to speak to his amendment on the heavily subsidised hardwood and profitable softwood forestry. It's not up there.
Okay, so at the moment, you've accepted
So this is the
that's accepted on the board.
And that you're speaking to an amendment to include.
And okay, I will take the point that heavily subsidised is somewhat emotive language, so I'm happy to go too. So what I'm proposing is that we amend point 2 to being supports a balanced approach to forestry policy that considers the subsidised hardwood and the profitable softwood divisions of Forestry Corp.
Would you like to speak to that further?
I would like to speak to that. Yes, I think we need to make the differentiation between the loss-making hardwood, like the logging of public native forests at the moment is costing the New South Wales taxpayer last year and in the last Forestry Corp annual report over $30 million. That's $30 million in losses because they've got these contracts that they can't meet. Okay, and they're paying that's money that is taxpayers' money that's going out to large operators. It's a loss, mate. It's an end-sum game. There is no. It's a loss. So hardwood should be a highly valued product. Like hardwood is beautiful. We love it, but it's not what goes into building the structure of houses. That's all softwood. Okay, that can be plantation. That's plantation timbers. So when you're talking about supporting housing, absolutely support housing, absolutely support the supply chains, absolutely support that there is a long-term future. But if you're talking about sustainable, you're talking about, are your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren, are your next 4 generations going to be able to work at this? And at the moment, the way that the harvesting regime is going, the answer is no. So yes, I think we need to absolutely differentiate between the subsidised hardwood industry and the profitable softwood divisions of Forestry Corp. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put that amendment. All those for the amendment, please raise your hand.
So I sent one through as well, actually.
He needs a seconder, actually. Does anyone second his amendment?
I'm not sure what we're looking at. Sorry. Tell me this is not political. Okay. An hour and a half to discuss it. Tell me that's not political.
Why wasn't that softwood team made?
Can we minimise chatter amongst ourselves, please? All debate needs to be heard open and transparently by the public. The amendments in point 2, do you have a seconder for that, Councillor Bain? Seconded by Councillor Lawrence. We'll take questions on that. Councillor Pakes.
The first question is how many softwood plantation forests are located in the Macleay Valley?
Are you able to answer your own question, Councillor Pakes?
Well, the motion's referring directly to the softwood profitability, and we are representing the people in the Macleay Valley. And I know the answer to the question: 0. ZERO, 0.
There is a significant one at Balls Road. Yeah, there's a big state forest plantation up there.
And I'd like to clarify that that's not softwood. That's a hardwood forest.
Oh,
that's
thank you.
Hardwood
Thank you for the
forest.
clarification.
And I know the one. It used to be Dan Burns forest, Dan Burns property, and it was planted out in the 90s, and that's what I referred to, the fire that went through that location, and it was a massive inferno. So I'm not referring to hardwood forest. I'm referring to softwood forest in the Macleay Valley. There is 0. I do refer to that one as being a hardwood forest, and it has not yet been harvested. It was planted in the 90s, 93, 94, and it hasn't been harvested yet. It's now 2026.
Do we have any more questions on this amendment? Otherwise, Councillor
No,
Wyatt?
I don't have a question, but I added one. An amendment.
Councillor White, we're dealing with this amendment now.
Copy that. Okay, then I can deal with the other amendment.
Then we can deal with the other amendment. All right, so I'll put the amendment. Is there any dissent? There is 5 dissenting. We go back to the previous motion without that inserted in it. Councillor Wyatt, I believe you foreshadowed an amendment.
Copy that. I sent it through, but I'll read it out. Urges the New South Wales government to provide an enhanced financial compensation, employment, retraining and support package for timber industry workers, including assistance to undertake succession planning, career transition planning and workforce development to support a viable and sustainable future for them.
That'd be a 0.5. You'll need a seconder for that. Seconded by Councillor Bain. Are there any questions? Oh, you can speak to your amendment, Councillor White.
I'm fine. I think it speaks for itself.
All right.
Madam Mayor, just a question, please.
Yep.
Well, my main question was, will the state government heed that motion and give additional funding, because they're crying poor as well. So we don't want to be raising expectations and then state government says, no, there's no funding for such and we're not doing it.
I think to the point I said earlier, we weren't approached to ask for 0.5. We were approached to ask to conserve jobs and industry in the Macleay Valley. Are there any further
Correct.
questions on this amendment? I hear none. I'll now put the amendment. Those dissenting, please raise your hand. Do you feel like you've read this amendment, councillors?
I'm sorry to be silly and not understand the rules. Are we still able to no, we're just supporting the amendment. We're not supporting whether it's being passed or not.
No,
We
yeah,
can
you're
still
just
speak for
supporting
it
the
again
amendment.
later.
We still need to, I have the right to reply. Sorry, Councillor Lawrence, I can see you weren't done. Are you dissenting or are you in agreement with that?
There's just a lot to take in terms of the new stuff that's being added. So it was 0.5 that got added.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll just leave it.
I guess, Councillor White, would you be willing to include in there independent operators and contractors?
Yeah, that's yes for sure, because that's what I meant by timber industry in workers and enhanced financial compensation package. But yes, if you want to add that, yep.
Yep. So can you please include after timber industry workers and independent operators and contractors? Sorry, I'll just disregard that previous vote. Okay. Can I do that?
You can further amend it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll just further amend it or whatever. All right. That's the amendment. I'll just accept that. So that the amendment's now the motion. We don't need to take a vote on that one. Is there any debate on this motion?
That specifically or the whole thing?
But
So
this is
my
the
amendment,
motion.
the whole thing now. So we're back at, okay,
Yeah.
so we're now, yes. I want to speak against. May I speak against?
I do feel it's completely disingenuous to amend a motion with something you want included and then vote against it. But
I'm still going to speak against. Because I mean, okay, yeah, I am still going to speak against. I do not support this Mayoral minute. The recommendation fails to distinguish between plantation forestry, which is the only future of the industry, and native forest logging, which remains highly contested environmentally, economic and socially. This notice of motion repeatedly refers to a balanced approach, but never defines what that balance looks like. For the record, I've lived through forestry industry transitions. Husband was a timber millwright who built and sustained mills and logging equipment and processing infrastructure, and experienced the impacts of those timber mills firsthand. And through his experience and my own observations of those communities at the time, I really understand the fear, the uncertainty and disruption the industry can change and brings to workers and their families. And the story that we have heard here is his story and a couple of hundred of his colleagues. But what I experienced and what I witnessed and he experienced was significant government investment that supported workers and communities through a transition, created new opportunities, stimulated economic diversification to help build a more resilient future. The predictions that the entire communities would collapse just didn't eventuate, and many communities adapted, diversified, and now have strong, more resilient economies than they did previously. And for those willing to look forward, there are significant opportunities ahead, transition and succession planning. The notice of motion the minute is political in nature, and in my view aligns with a broader party political campaign regarding native forest harvesting versus Great Koala National Park, rather than focusing on core responsibilities of local government. Our Shire was already experiencing significant and social change long before that park was proposed. And civic leadership shouldn't hang our hat on divisive political campaigns. Instead, we should be focusing on the issues that affect all of our residents and ratepayers every day, such as preventing further business closures, addressing retail decline in the CBD, delivering the Resilient CBD project, developing public transport options, greater investment in roads and infrastructure, housing affordability, creating new opportunities for young generations, plantation, hardwood forestry, innovation in waste management and circular economy. These matters affect the entire community. Our role as councillors is to advocate for Kempsey Shire, not to prosecute statewide political campaigns on a single industry sector. And further, this notion advocates for a sector that unfortunately will never return to its former scale or structure. If we remember, the John Williamson Rip Rip Woodchip song, that was a 1990s ballad in response to large-scale harvesting of old-growth forests and the impact on the Australian bush, and the balance has been settled. The North East Regional Forest Agreement exists to balance environmental conservation, sustainable forestry, economic and benefits of the forestry industry. The agreement answers the question which forests should be protected and which should be sustainably managed for the timber and other users, balanced. As I said before, there's not all winners in a balanced argument. Regulatory and policy frameworks surrounding the industry and forestry has changed, will continue to change. We just can't, unfortunately, we those changes away. We can't relitigate the past. We should be helping our community prepare for the future. The future lies in plantation forestry, value-added manufacturing, carbon markets, tourism, nature-based industries, and emerging economic opportunities that can provide sustainable jobs and long-term prosperity. I believe that our focus should be on supporting a positive transition and positioning Kempsey to identify and seize the opportunities of the future. We live in a rapidly changing world shaped by technological innovation, artificial intelligence, circular economy, advanced manufacturing, environmental markets, and new ways of doing business. Our young people are so prepared for this future if we give them a chance. They deserve more than a debate about preserving antiquated industries that are unable to transition. They deserve an exciting vision for industries of the future. And Kempsey should be leading conversations about innovation, creativity, entrepreneurs, sustainable industries, and economic diversification. We should be asking how we can create the next generation of jobs, helping these people transition, attract investment, grow local businesses, grow our own, and improve opportunities for our children, our grandchildren. I want a community that looks forward with confidence rather than backwards with apprehension, a community that embraces change, prepares for the future, and positions itself to thrive in a modern Australian economy. This is where I believe Council's energy, leadership, and advocacy should be directed, not forcing us to make political decisions and throwing some of us under a bus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Lawrence was going to speak for.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I want to acknowledge and thank all the speakers and the people in the gallery who attended last night's public forum. We heard a wide range of views, and I think it's really highlighted just how important this issue is to our community. I also want to extend my thanks to Andrew Bronte and John for inviting councillors out to the Hereford Mill. That visit was incredibly valuable, seeing firsthand the operations and workforce, the role the industry plays locally really adds important context to this discussion. Having reviewed the Mayoral Minute alongside the community feedback we've received, it is very clear to me that the community is asking for one thing, and that is an evidence-based approach. We are hearing strong views from people who care deeply about the environmental protection and biodiversity, and equally strong views from workers, contractors and small businesses who rely on the industry to support their families and livelihoods. As councillors, I believe we have a duty of care to consider both, and I'm hearing your points. This Mayoral Minute now does a good job of recognising that the timber industry is an important part of our local economy, supporting jobs, young people, supply chains and regional resilience. That is something I have seen firsthand and something I believe we must acknowledge. At the same time, it also recognises the environmental sustainability and biodiversity protection are important in our community, and that these outcomes are not mutually exclusive. I think that is there's a key point here. This is not about choosing one over the other. It's about getting the balance right. I'm glad we were able to get to an amendment that includes being clear about the different parts of the forestry industry, including the role of plantation forestry, the need for long-term certainty and transition pathways where required, and ensuring that local workers and communities are supported through future policy changes. I also want to briefly acknowledge Aboriginal cultural heritage in this space. We know there are changes underway at a state level, including the move away from AHIMS to a new system. While AHIMS have been an important tool, it should not be the only mechanism relied upon, and that applies to both industry and council. There are a broader responsibility to ensure that cultural heritage is generally understood, respected and embedded in decision making, not just treated as a compliance exercise. I also acknowledge the point raised that much of this sits under state government, and that is true. However, that does not limit our role. As a council, we have an important advocacy role to play, and I support the intent of the Mayoral Minute in directing advocacy to the New South Wales government and relevant ministers. I would simply encourage that this advocacy continues to be evidence-based, inclusive of regional voices and local voices especially, and focus on achieving certainty for both environmental and local economy, because at the end of the day, regions like Kempsey cannot afford uncertainty. We need to ensure that decisions made at higher levels of government do not leave our communities behind. Our community isn't asking us to take sides. They're asking us to get the balance right and to advocate strongly for them in that process. In closing, I want to acknowledge the intent behind the Mayoral Minute. I believe it reflects an important step to ensuring that Kempsey Shire Council is advocating for our community, our workers, our industries and our environment. I'm supportive of the motion and the final amendment. I think that with continued focus on balance, transparency and inclusion, that we can ensure we are representing our community in a strong and responsible way. And I have over 1 minute left, but I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any speakers against?
Yes, Madam Mayor, just a situation where...
Are you speaking against, Councillor Saul, or asking a question? Or are you speaking
I'll speak against, if I may then. Speaking against the motion because I'm disappointed that we didn't actually follow the Mayoral Minute in its entirety. We've actually now jumped around. Madam Mayor, during this debate, no one's mentioned how much of our forest has been cleared for renewables, and what happens to those hardwood and those other areas? They've just been wiped out. Aboriginal sites have been destroyed for renewables, and no one discusses that because it's politically. So again, Madam Mayor, I'm disappointed we didn't continue with your well-prepared motion and well thought out motion, Mayoral Minute, but in the end, I'll support this because we need to look after our workers. So I'm just express my disappointment by not having your in place, but I don't want to see the baby chucked up the bathwater. Thank you.
Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm clearly speaking against this. I support the title, Sustainable Timber Industry and Regional Employment. I'm not against either of those concepts. What I'm against is the wording. And some of the wording, there's a couple of words that leap out at me that are contentious. Sustainable. What does sustainable mean? Does it mean that we can keep doing it for another 10 years? Does it mean we can do it for another 10 generations? And balanced. As I think one of the speakers last night said, balanced often puts short-term economic benefit ahead of long-term economic benefit. So we need, I believe that the Great Koala National Park is not a possibility. I think it's been decided. I think it's going to go ahead, in my humble opinion. And we should be supporting industries to transition. And industries have been aware of this for a long, long time. So it's not like there's been a sudden ambush. And we need to transition the management of forests away from an extractive perception of taking it as it's an endless resource. Timber is renewable, it will grow, but it needs to be protected. Currently, we've got significant mechanised harvesting. There's a lack of supply. We're harvesting smaller and smaller logs, and it's economically unsustainable. In the past, smaller local foresters or timber getters or contractors have looked towards the future. And when they've, again, talking to one of these people, he said when he dropped a tree as a kid, they would be thinking about where the saplings were, where they were opening up shade, where the future growth was going to come. This is sustainable harvesting of hardwood and private native forestry. They took into account the shading of trees, the slopes, and the protection of the boundaries of waterways. The boundaries of waterways, gullies, at first, second, third order streams enabled sufficient wildlife corridors. I have sat and talked and been with timber getters, contractors, logging operators who have absolute love for the bush and understand how it works. This is what was happening in the past. And they were selectively taking out significant size timber. So we're going to have to transition, and we need to look at alternatives. And we have to look at manufactured alternatives. Laminated softwood is a good alternative to hardwood if hardwood's not profitable. We can look at introducing new industries like hemp industry and as was pointed out, grows very well in this valley, and there's a fair bit of experience around in there. Potentially, we could be supporting diversity in farming. So agriculture, where we're looking at grazing, cropping, and managed forestry, as they do in Germany very, very well. So unfortunately, despite the fact that I would support, I feel wedged in this. I feel that the way that this has been phrased is putting me in an untenable position, that if I vote against this, people will say, oh, doesn't support our community, doesn't support our economy, whereas actually I do. But I think the wording needed to be more focused. I think that it's just a general, there's all these generalizations, and unfortunately I cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Do we have a speaker for Councillor Matchett?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I speak in favour of this motion. I appreciate that this is an issue that people care very passionately and deeply about and have divergent opinions, but I fear we've entered a level of debate and discussion as if we're the governing body deciding on future forestry policy. We're not. The crux of this motion, and I believe still this amended motion, is that we advocate to the state government to provide workers of this industry some level of stability and certainty in their future, and to consult with us as regional communities and include us in our decision making. So I stand with the workers of this region who are facing a very uncertain future, especially those who are not eligible for compensation or redundancies. I do not believe that this motion is a debate on forestry policy. I believe it's a motion for us as councillors that we ask the state to consider us and our workers in their decision making. So for that reason, I support this motion.
Thank you. Do we have a speaker against? If there's no further speakers, I will close debate. And thank you, councillors, for your contributions to this debate. I think what this has demonstrated is that everyone in this chamber values our environment and wants the best outcome for the Macleay Valley. There may be different views on how we achieve that, but I don't believe anyone wants to see our natural assets diminished or our regional communities left behind. For me, this motion has always been about people. It's about the young apprentice wondering whether there will still be an industry to work in when they finish their training. It's about the family business deciding whether it can afford to invest in new equipment. It's about the truck driver paying off a mortgage, the mill worker coaching junior sport on weekends, and the contractor who has spent decades building a business for this community.
Yeah.
They're not faceless statistics. They're residents of our community. And I also want to make clear what this motion is not. It's not a call to abandon environmental protections. It's not an endorsement of unchecked native forest logging. And it's not a suggestion that biodiversity should take a backseat to economic development. It's quite the opposite. The Macleay Valley is one of the most beautiful places in Australia, and we know firsthand the value of our forests, our wildlife, and the landscapes that make this place home. And they deserve to be protected and managed responsibly for future generations. But I also believe we're capable of two thoughts at once. We can value our environment and value the people whose livelihoods depend on a sustainable timber industry. We can support biodiversity and regional jobs. We can invest in plantation, we can invest in innovation and alternative timber supply while recognising that any transition must be managed carefully and responsibly so that communities like ours are not left carrying the burden. The people who care the most deeply about our forests are often the people who work in them. They hunt, fish, camp and volunteer and raise their children here. They want healthy forests because this is their home too. And this is about certainty. Certainty for employment, industry in a shire that is often quoted in this chamber of being significantly disadvantaged, or of there being significant unemployment. And why would we continue to let things slide further and further into disadvantage and lose an industry that will never gain back? Certainty that regional voices will be heard before decisions are made that fundamentally change the future of our communities. As Mayor and Councillors, it's our role to advocate for the people of our shire, whether it's maternity services, fisheries, airports, flood recovery or local jobs. We have an obligation to ensure that our voices are part of the conversation, and this matter is no different. Supporting regional communities and supporting environmental protection are not competing priorities. We should expect both, and we should demand both. This council has the opportunity to recognise the contribution of an industry that has supported local families for generations, while also affirming that sustainable forestry, biodiversity protection and economic opportunity can exist together. I believe that's a balanced position. I believe that's a fair position. And I believe it is the right position for the people we represent. And I commend this motion to council. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is 2 dissenting. The motion is carried. We'll now break until 11:20. Councillors, we don't have Councillor Lawrence in the room, but just in the interest of time, we'll get back into things. We now move to item 9.3, Jerseyville Navigational Dredging Advocacy. Council and myself, as Mayor personally, has received correspondence from Macleay River Fishermen's Co-op regarding significant silt built up in the Macleay River at Jerseyville, impacting the ability of commercial fishing vessels to safely access and leave their moorings. This issue has reportedly worsened following recent flood events, and the reduced navigability is now impacting operation and viability of the local fishing industry, including the cooperative, which supports local employment and the broader regional economy. As navigational dredging of waterways falls under the responsibility of the New South Wales State Government through agencies including Transport for New South Wales and New South Wales Maritime, this motion seeks advocacy from Council to request Jerseyville be considered a priority location for navigational dredging assessment and intervention. When myself and Mr. Medal met with New South Wales Maritime at Parliament House in early May, we raised this matter with representatives from Maritime who said that if we would like Jerseyville to become a priority on a list, we would need to resolve as a council for that to happen. Since then, I've received further calls from the fishermen at that area who've again reiterated to me the untenable position that they are in. But the motion is before you in your paper and soon to be on screen. Is there any discussion on this motion? Councillor Pakes? Yep.
Yeah, question. In your discussions with the local fishermen, have they had it dredged previously? Has this happened before? Is this new? I don't recall it being my time, but I don't know. Has that happened before?
No, I don't think it has.
I don't think that it has, but I know that this issue isn't necessarily new, and the silt build-up is at the point now where they can only at high tide go move their boat, and it's a very convoluted process.
Can I just say one thing? In the past, it's cleared itself. You'd be aware of, Ben. You know, and now looking at it, yeah, it's terrible. It's the worst I've seen it, and we're getting boats having to tie up to the wharf because they can't get back in to their moorings. So you know, yeah, it's something that really needs to be looked at.
And a second supplementary, operationally, is that something that the state government might divulge to our council to undertake with the long arm or with a contracted dragnet? Is that something operationally that they may delegate to us?
No, from my understanding, what we're advocating for is they have a dredging facility machine, and we would want them to use that. We would be in not wanting to do that ourselves.
If I can assist the councillor, the idea is to value add. They've already committed to dredging the Macleay Mouth. So while they're in the vicinity, we wanted them to come in and also do a significant area that we can't reach with our equipment. Yeah, they've actually purchased a dredger now rather than hiring one, so they've got increased capacity, and that's what we would like them to come in and use in that site.
Councillor Selby, Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, just on that too. It's not in
a procedural comment that I have to make. This Mayoral Minute itself states that there's no critical timeframes associated with this matter. There's no request for council expenditure. There's no change to policy and no exercise of a statutory function. So in essence, council is being asked to express support and write letters to the responsible authorities. I just want to put that into context of, it raises the question for me of whether this matter is truly required to be a Mayoral Minute, or indeed whether it's required for a formal resolution of council at all, because the reality is that many communities, industries and businesses across our shire face issues that they regard as critically important, and rightly so. So can I just have that cleared up for me. I'm confused around the distinction between what is a mayoral minute, what is required to be put through as a notice of motion, or what could just be dealt with and then communicated back to the councillors.
If I can assist the councillor, this matter was raised in tandem with the Back Creek dredging issue some time ago. We had correspondence from the fishers, and we've undertaken our advocacy on this piece with the local MP and the state government. When the mayor and I were fortunate enough to meet with the Maritime Branch for Transport for New South Wales, they wanted a council decision for them to give it more gravitas and to push the potential for dredging to take place up their list of priorities. So I suspect that they've still got 100 priorities of which they can only afford to deliver 10, but at least we might be getting nearer the top and be able to value add that Macleymouth issue that is a key priority already identified in their dredging program. I hope that helps.
Yeah, okay, I guess just for future clarity, it'd be good to maybe have that back end information so that we can understand why it sort of has more of a critical time frame. Thank you.
Councillor Bain, then Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question. If this is unprecedented and we're talking about mud rather than sand build-up, is there any background on why we're in this situation? What is causing the silting of the excessive silting and the inability for it to clear itself? Is there any background on that, on the cause?
I don't have any evidence, but I only have anecdotes that, for instance, Back Creek, had a huge. You could bring significant vessels with a significant draft in through there at one time. You cannot anymore. So I don't know if we've just had cumulative year on year and we've got to a tipping point where things have changed, or whether the most recent floods have just ended up depositing silt there. Hopefully we'll have a bit more understanding as we go through our CMP work.
Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. I just want some so I'm looking for some clarification on where this motion sits or how it differs from the existing New South Wales government policy, planning and investment framework through the coastal dredging strategy and its ongoing dredging program. So the state government has already recognised dredging as critical infrastructure to support regional economies, commercial, recreational boating, tourism, navigation, fishing and public safety, and has committed $19.5 million for dredging infrastructure and around $90 million towards regional development projects since the plan was implemented. And Macleay River is already identified within that policy framework as a priority. And the strategy establishes a statewide approach to prioritising dredging investment based on those economic, environmental, navigational needs, and also includes collaborative planning process with council, industry communities, together with an environmental assessment monitoring framework to ensure that investment decisions are evidence-based and deliver the greatest benefit. So given the existing strategy, funding commitment and prioritization process, I just want clarification on the purpose and the intention outcome of this, what we're being asked here, and understanding that these matters, will assist councils in determining whether this is necessary or whether it will be delivered any practical outcome beyond the work and investment already undertaken by the government. So I have 3 questions relating to that, or 2 actually. So given that the coastal dredging strategy was developed and implemented with that significant funding and that priority for the Macleay, what specific outcome of this motion is seeking to achieve that has not already been addressed through the government's existing program investment pipeline, which does identify the river as a priority?
If I can assist with that, the dredging strategy prioritises the Macleay mouth. It doesn't do anything beyond that. Our discussions with Maritime are that there are hundreds of schemes which are asking for dredging. We're aware of multiple in our region. At the moment, they are unfunded. And even with the prioritisation and the strategy, there's not enough money for Maritime to fulfil their obligations.
So you have received any, I guess you haven't. I mean, I remember you sent an email saying that this was asked by the peer review through when you went to have a meeting. So the minister himself, is it himself or herself?
A representative of
A representative.
Maritime.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Asked you. So it's not an opportunity cost, is it? It's not to say, well, if you don't, you can have this and not the river, for something above and beyond what is already there. So more than the 19 million, more than the 70, that does not say.
From my understanding, Councillor White, there's a number of dredging projects on a priority list, and the government will start working through that list. And with that list, there'll be more places that need dredging. It's an effort to make sure that Jerseyville is one of those places considered on that list.
Copy that. That's the clarification I'm asking. Within a government framework, where does it sit? Thank you.
Is there any further debate on this one?
Yeah, I would like to speak in favour of this. I think it's a great opportunity that we can line up and chuck our hat in the ring to be put on a list. I mean, if we don't put our hand up, we're not going to get put on a list. But I wonder, to a degree, if it's not a little bit like putting a sticking plaster on a broken bone if we don't deal with the root causes. And I would, if it's connected with the flooding of May last year, I'm aware of upriver farmers who lost hectares of land in the flood that washed away, and I'm probably putting 2 and 2 together and making 5 possibly, and surmising that those hectares of land that got washed away ended up in Jerseyville and Back Creek. So I'm wondering if we can also potentially, in receiving a report, look at, and this is just looking at the possibility of riparian repair and riparian protection upriver, which will have a flow-on effect of protecting Jerseyville and Back Creek. I also understand that the mudding or the silting up of Jerseyville adds to the flood risk for landowners on the Lower Macleay. So by clearing it and getting it dredged, I think there's a great idea that will allow the water to run off more quickly. I also note that the Yasmin Catley MP, who's the Minister for Police, has recently got permanent dredging of the Swansea Channel and Lake Macquarie. So the Lake Macquarie fishermen are very, very pleased with that outcome. And I'm very pleased to hear too that the Maritime Services have got their own dredging operation. If they've got us on the agenda for Back Creek, I think it absolutely makes sense to have deal with Jerseyville. So fortunately this time I've got no hesitation at all in 100% supporting this mayoral minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more debate?
No, I'd just like to say that I support the motion. The main reason for it is if it's not done, the fishermen, well, they can't get out, and we go back to maybe they'll lose their jobs. So I think that's the most important thing with it. As for Back Creek, if you go down and have a look at it at the moment, it looks pretty good. I reckon you get an ocean liner out of it at the moment after the big seas we've had. But that's going to be a problem. The biggest problem down there with Back Creek, Front Creek, and the bay, Trial Bay, is that the sand, and this has come from people that have lived there forever, the sand just goes around in circles there in the bay and it distributes itself where there's a lull. And, years ago, or well, not years ago, but in the last couple of years, Back Creek didn't have a problem with it. It's just since the dredging stopped, and like I've got photos at home, I got one from the Maritime Museum. Before they put the walls in there, that was, and any of you that have been out there, that big rock beside the bridge, the water there used to be 30 foot deep. And the reason for that was that it was open and it wasn't constricted like it is now. So if we were to remove those rock walls and where the dredge was sitting, drag line, and take it away the other side, I think you find it to go back to what it was years ago. The only other solution to that I can see is we open Back Creek to the river up the top end. It's almost there. And if that did happen, you'll have the flow through there. It'll just work as a dredge down that bottom end. So there are other options, but
Thank you, councillor. We are dealing with Jerseyville in this motion.
Oh
not
yeah,
Bass
no, I
Creek.
know Jerseyville. Like that,
Yeah.
I'm all for that too. As I said,
Is there any further
people
debate
are losing money.
on this one? If not, I'll close debate and put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. It is carried unanimously. We'll now move to item 11.2, 2026-27 suite of integrated planning and reporting documents. Do we have a mover? Councillor Bain, seconded. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Yes, firstly, I'd like to congratulate Council on the huge body of work that's involved in getting the IPNR documents out. I have had a look at the submissions and the responses, very balanced response. And I really want to be clear that if there's any hesitation about adopting this, that puts Council in a very, very difficult position of not being able to move forward. So I think we've discussed this at length. There's a huge amount of information I would, number 3, I've understood that we may have, I would like to make an amendment by, oh no, sorry, the 3-year moratorium on outdoor dining fees. Got it. Yep, that's cool. I really support that. I got significant feedback from community that putting on outdoor dining fees would have been detrimental to the cafes and the coffee culture of Kempsey. Oh, that's a good alliteration. But yeah, the IPNR documents. Congratulations to council staff. I know it's probably far from perfect for everybody, but I think it's a really good step forward, and I encourage council to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to make a couple of notes, if I can, if that's okay.
Yeah, is this your speech for or against or?
Yeah, I'll just firstly say it's very difficult to make a speech on such a large volume of documentation, but I'll do my best to keep it very brief. In regard to the operational plan, I think we're seeing a really important change in the approach, and I want to acknowledge that. The 25-26 program was characterised by a very ambitious portfolio of projects, whereas the 26-27 program appears to acknowledge the practical realities of delivery capacity, workforce pressures and economic uncertainty. Again, I also want to acknowledge that whilst deferring projects, it's not a saving and it doesn't remove the obligation, but it is aligning the program with the organisation. And I think that gives us a far better opportunity to realistically deliver that. I did note the capital program sort of tells two different stories, because originally we had $129 million. $57 million of that has been delivered, representing about 44% of the planned works. However, the Q3 result again reduced that program to 68, so that improves that delivery up to 84%. So it does certainly make it look better within the actual presentation of the document. The long-term financial plan, I'd like to acknowledge the considerable work that goes into preparing a long-term financial plan. It is a massive document, and I do understand and respect the work that the council's done on that. I understand that this plan demonstrates that council remains financially viable and capable of servicing its debt obligations. I also see that the general fund will continue to face structural challenges. I think it's important, though, and I'd like to say this, that we recognise that what this document is. It is not a prediction of the future. It's a snapshot in time based on a series of assumptions, and the assumptions matter. In my opinion, this plan should be seen as a prudent baseline scenario rather than the possible outcome. For example, it doesn't fully reflect the prospect of population growth across our shire, and we're already seeing that growth in our community, coastal areas. Over a 10-year period, even that modest growth can have a meaningful impact on rates, revenue, user charges and economic activity. Likewise, the plan assumes that today's because of affordability and delivery capacity. To me, that suggests that the future financial position of this organisation may depend as much on what we choose not to do as what we choose to do. I don't believe that every answer to every financial challenge is simply higher rates. And I just wanted to make that acknowledgement about what that long-term financial actually is. The reality is that no 10-year plan will ever be perfectly right. Some assumptions may prove too conservative and others may prove to be too optimistic. Interest rates may change, inflation may change, population growth may exceed expectations, grants may increase or decrease, technology and productivity improvements may alter the way that councils operate. So ultimately, financial sustainability is not achieved by a single year's decision. It's achieved by making disciplined decisions year after year and ensuring that our ambitions remain aligned with what this organisation can realistically afford, deliver and maintain for the benefit of our community. So Council, I believe, is not in immediate financial distress and liquidity does remain adequate. Water and sewer operations are largely sustainable, although sewer will rely heavily on future grant funding. And that principal challenge, as we've identified, will remain in the general fund. So again, we need to prioritise renewal over expansion, achieve genuine recurrent savings, review our service levels, secure external grant funding and maintain discipline around our future capital commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Very expertly timed. Are there any other speakers for or against this motion or any questions? Councillor Wyatt.
I have a couple of questions, please. My first question is, well, I mean, council haven't spoke, so I think the business paper is a bit lean and doesn't tell the financial improvement story. So can you tell us what has the ELT heard from the community and councils? How is this reflected in the OP and the long-term financial plan specifically? And what are the next steps for improvements? I just don't think, I believe there is a good news story and you should tell it a bit better.
So probably the headlines for me are what you've got is a paper in front of you that we would use the branding stable services, infrastructure investment. That's the two parts of this. The capital program this year has not delivered on the expectations at the start of the year. Councillor Pates called me on that on day one. We haven't got there. I hold my hand up to that. But I have to say, actually, it's been our best year ever, notwithstanding the headwinds that we faced with natural disasters last year. So our capital program for next year is smaller than we have delivered this year. So I'm confident that we will be able to see that infrastructure investment. In terms of where we're going with the operating side of the business, I have committed publicly to turning that around and to have a disruptive budget back before you for 27-28. We haven't sat on our hands, as the councillor alluded to, since the initial long-term financial plan was developed that accompanied your first IPNR. $10 million worth of savings have been realised across that. And we continue to look for savings, and I'm happy to try and tell that story. As I've said to many of you, if you put in an AI search on what has Kempsey Shire Council done to save money, it comes up with a whole list of things, and perhaps we're just not telling that story well enough for our community. I think this is a good news story. It's been a rewarding and collaborative piece of work between the elected members and the administration over the last 8 months. It's not perfect, but it's another step in the right direction. So I'm happy with where we've landed, and I hope that answers your questions, Councillor White.
Yeah, thank you. And I hope you don't think that I thought you were sitting on your hands. No, I'm asking you to, no, definitely not.
No, that
Doesn't
comment
matter.
was made in terms of our community thinking
Oh, okay.
that we're not doing enough.
Oh,
we are working hard, but sometimes things just take time.
Okay. As just a second question, if I may. So in the April meeting, you presented a reduced capital program which identified 105 million in savings. And I assume, there was a risk assessment process undertaken in making that list. With that risk sort of being things around not delivering, what is that risk of not delivering the project, around financial, legal, service delivery, reputational risks. So those kind of factors went into making that list, which has now produced $105 worth of worth of savings, and you've just alluded to the capital program will be less. So what is the status of those projects that were in those line items in the plan, in the spreadsheet that you produced in April? And does council propose that these projects will be funded and deliver in future budgets where that's possible? They're not just cut and thrown away?
Yeah, so the clear messaging on the budget is that no projects have been removed from the operating plan. What we were doing was buying ourselves time to assess what the geopolitical risks and headwinds were facing this organisation. We have bought a bit of time. We have seen some of those headwinds not go, but weaken. And now I think we're positioned so that the team are incentivised to go out and deliver all those big projects and to come back and ask for more money through the first, second and third quarterly review process. You've just added in 51 million into the capital program this morning. That's a huge investment that we're now talking about at Stuart's Point. So that's our significant capital expenditure that has been signed off via the confidential item later. We continue to make significant headway in terms of what we need to do, but as I say, the key message is none of those projects have been taken out. What we're doing is buying ourselves time to assess which ones may have to come out in time if those geopolitical risks continue to pose a risk to the organisation's financial sustainability. And as you heard last night, we're constantly under pressure for new services or improved buildings and so on. We're going to have to balance all that up as we continue to try and navigate financial sustainability.
Thank you. I have two more questions. I note and appreciate the submitters, people that provided a submission, received responses to their submissions, which is really good. That's really respectful. So thank you for doing that. But beyond responding, how does council capture and retain constructive community suggestions and recommendations? Is there a mechanism to track those ideas so they can inform future planning, policy development, continuous improvement, rather than sort of being forgotten once the consultation process concludes?
Through you, Madam Mayor, those things are captured and retained in a couple of ways. So certainly through our community consultation process, all of this consultation information goes into the Engagement HQ platform that we use, and we can pull information and reports out of that to inform future efforts. Actually, I could say there's three ways, because definitely as a staff member frequently involved in looking at what comes back in consultation, there's also our individual learnings. We understand over time how the community will respond to certain things, and that informs our own understanding, but particularly around things like the integrated planning and reporting process. They are managed through our PMO, and they're managed using our project management framework, which does have a lessons learnt component to it. So at the end of these processes, we debrief, we note down what the lessons learnt are, we use them as inputs into that project in future years and other projects that are done in the future. So we do have a formal framework around that as well.
Thank you. What's Consultation HQ? Is that a package?
Engagement HQ is Your Say Macleay. That's the name of the software package, yes, that runs Your Say Macleay.
And just one final question. If councillors do not approve these IPNR documents, what does that mean for the organisation and what happens next?
I think there are two answers to that question. The first one is probably along the lines of Councillor Bain's question. Yeah, the reputational risk of going out to consult with a community and then not following through on their recommendations will cause us reputational harm and empty the trust bucket that we're trying to build with our community very quickly. Procedurally, we would not have a budget to move into next year. So that would mean things where we already have current contractual commitments, including paying staff, will be allowed to continue. New contracts and new works after the 30th of June would not be able to commence. And there's a grey area around multi-year contracts and whether those are already financial commitments that we have to honour when we haven't actually purchased something but have potentially committed to purchase, say, $1 million of gravel. So they're probably the two elements that I would single out. One is around that reputational risk, and the second one around the procedural risk.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Are there any further questions or debate on this item? Councillor Pakes, then Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go to the first one and a comment from the CEO. Now, I did sit here and say to you that it was an overambitious target last OP. Then I'll look at the overall financial sustainability on the current forecast. As council does not achieve long-term financial sustainability in its general fund without further structural adjustment. That's a statement out of what's been put out. What structural adjustment specifically are we going to observe happening? And I know you've mentioned the operational changes, but to inform community that there is more change coming and to have confidence with it, and probably also to consider the capital expenditure budgets going forward. Now, you've changed it in regards to the fuel crisis, but that wasn't actually what I argued with you last year about. Well, put to the point last year about. It was around delivery, absolutely around delivery. So the reason that's changed is around fuel prices, not around delivery capability.
No, the reason it's changed is because of the increased risk profile. That's what we've done. We've been through and looked at everything, because it's not just the cost of fuel, it's the supply chain disruption. 18 months now to get membranes delivered for some of our projects. It's about the cost of liners having gone up 30% as a result of this. So this is looking at our risk profile. We've had a really good year this year, and I'd celebrate that. That would be the message I would give to the team I'm fortunate enough to lead. It hasn't met everyone's expectations. So next year, de-risked, and I hope everyone gets the encouragement to get on and deliver a great capital program next year. In terms of how we're going to change up the operating plan. So I don't want to cut services. I don't want to stop doing things. I don't want to charge residents a huge amount more, because I know what we're already providing in the rates and fees and charges this year is already a significant impost on them. So the focus is around what we can do differently as an administration. And that's a piece of work that is going to be undertaken by the senior management team, working in a series of streams to realise set targets. Those streams are going to be around employment and HR. They're going to be around contracts and consultants. They're going to be around materials. And there's a fourth stream that escapes me. We have a ELT away day on Friday to push that forward, and all of us get onto the same page so that we can start to share that message with the community. Depending on what you choose today with the rates and the final element of the SRV, gives me clarity around what the size of the gap I've got to fill or plug is. It's a huge gap for an operating budget of the size it is, and it's ongoing. And those savings have got to be cashable. They're not one-offs. I think by the time we move into the year where that budget is implemented, you will see a very different organisation that operates much more closely with lean principles. So I hope that provides some surety that I intend to be a man of my word and deliver for this community what I have said I would when we sat down at the April meeting.
Thank you. I appreciate the response, and that's a different response that we've had from any other CEO previously, and I absolutely commend that. What I am going to ask you then is some feedback that actually is not in this paperwork, but it's actually feedback from the DA situation, DA assessment, and it's around customer focused delivery. And it speaks around that area being a customer focused delivery. Is that something that you're going to move towards in regards to the entire organisation being a customer focused organisation? Because it is a specific note I took out of the DA assessment process.
Yep. So that's certainly one of the key areas of focus for us. I meet with every new member of staff and outline my Magnificent Seven that I shared with you at interview stage, the 7 foundational principles that I have for running a good council. One of those is consistently good customer experience. And sometimes we have to give a difficult message to people, but it's the way we do it. We have to be polite and courteous. It's about the service that we offer to people and not hiding behind council. It's about giving our names, our phone numbers. It's about being accessible to the people for whom we supply services. So there is a clear commitment to improve that, and the DA review is part of that. The lessons learned are transferable across the whole organisation. I do not believe I have anyone in this organisation who sets out to disappoint people with their customer service. What I need to encourage people to do is to delight every customer that comes through our door.
Well said. I've got a question on the quarry assets. I think that Churchill Quarry, there was a question raised on the Churchill Quarry. Is that an asset that's been realised, available to council? I hadn't actually heard of it. I don't know where it is. It says Crescent Head Road. I don't know where it is. Can you give me some update on that Churchill Quarry?
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm still following up the details, I guess, of what our future plans are for that site. So I'll have to take that on notice, unfortunately.
And where is it? Where exactly is Churchill Quarry?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Churchill Quarry is located beside the M1 Pacific motorway, so it's essentially the first right after you go over the overpass. Actually, I think the access is on the other side of that property, so it's at the top of that hill that overlooks the motorway on the southeastern side of the M1 where Crescent Head Road goes over it. Council did previously enter into a private lease with an operator that unfortunately failed to be able to meet the requirements of their DA to commence operations there. So they had some operational challenges in being able to become operational on that site. And that lease lapsed a number of years ago.
Thank you. Another question on and specifically around Kempsey Tennis Club. There's $125,000 on Kempsey Tennis Club in the back end of the OP, and last year I believe there was $300,000 on Kempsey Tennis Club. That's $425,000 in 2 years. What's the
through you,
Madam, a lot of money for a little supporting organisation.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, the actual full budget hasn't changed. We allocated $300,000 at the start of last financial year. That was reduced to $150,000 in the Q1 QBR. That was further reduced to $75,000 in the Q3 QBR. And what you're seeing in the next year is the amount that we believe will be required to undertake those works in the next year. So as that project has been scoped, had engagement with the market and so on, that has consistently moved backwards. So you're just seeing a shift of the money for that project from this financial year into the coming financial year, and overall at this stage an actual reduction in the allocation, but there is still money in the outer years, so that money still be required in a future financial year to complete those works.
Thank you. Same for Verge Street. Is that in the same vein, 372,500? Is that reduction previous and reallocation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, correct. The Q3 QBR, a portion of that project was moved out of this financial year into the next financial year, and that's what you're seeing there.
Thank you. I think that's all I've got.
Are there any further questions or any speakers for Councillor Lawrence? Sorry, I forgot about you.
It's okay. I'm easily forgotten. I just have 2 questions, and then I've got a speech. Has Council explored place-based partnerships models, including working more collaborative with local Aboriginal organisations and community service providers, particularly where those organisations have access to different funding streams or deliver complementary services to Council?
Yes, I can say that I have had recent meetings and I'm aware the operations and planning portfolio. I've also had operations to deliver tandem services, if you like, with First Nations organisations.
Reconciliation action plan, and could this be aligned with the broader Closing the Gap partnership work?
Assuming that it makes it into the OP this year, that's a key piece of work that we'd like the First Nations Advisory Group to provide some leadership on. I met, as you will see from my diary this month, had a meeting for coffee scheduled with the chair of that group, and we ended up with an hour and a half over coffee talking through what the positive steps will be for that group, including that. One of the items on the next agenda for FNAG will be what are the top 3 things they want to achieve in the short term and how can we make that happen with them.
Thank you. Oh, and just one more. Obviously, this might be a long-term sort of vision that I want to work on, but around an implementation, closing the gap strategy plan and associated documents, including the long-term financial plan, revenue policy, rates, maps, and fees and charges. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the significant amount of work that has gone into these documents, and I thank the staff for their efforts in bringing this forward. Importantly, I want to acknowledge and sincerely thank Council for listening to our community and local businesses by embedding pressure and the general fund not yet achieving long-term sustainability due to increasing costs, infrastructure demands, and limited revenue growth. At the same time, I want to be transparent about what this means for our community in real terms. Based on Council's modelling, this year increases and aggregates to approximately around 150 per year for the average residential household, around 450 per year for urban businesses, around 300 per year for farmland and other categories. Broken down further, this is approximately $2.85 per week for households, around $5 to $6 per fortnight on a payment plan, making $200 fortnightly payments to around $205 to $206 per fortnight. So that's if you have a payment plan set up, you would need to increase it by that amount for the increase. While these may seem like small weekly amounts, I want to clearly acknowledge that every increase matters, particularly during costs of living crisis. Like many people in our community, I'm also a ratepayer, a single mum who works multiple jobs. I understand firsthand how every additional cost adds up across household budget. At the same time, I also have a responsibility to understand these decisions from a governance perspective. I hope our community can see that these are not easy decisions. Council is working to balance financial responsibility with fairness in a very challenging environment. I would strongly encourage anyone who is feeling financial pressure to reach out to Council. There are payment plans and support options available. It's important people know they don't have to do this alone. It is also important to explain that rates are not only one part of an overall cost. Households also have to pay for wastewater, sewage, difficult decisions, including prioritising capital works and focusing on maintaining essential infrastructure rather than expanding services. I think it is important to clarify that rate increases are determined annually, not over a long period of time. This year represents the final stage of previously approved increase pathway, with future increases expected to return to the standard rate peg. If we were not to proceed with this increase and financial pressures do not disappear, we are pushed into future years, which could result in reduced services, increased borrowing, or larger increases later on. At the heart of this decision, there is a need for balance, financial responsibility with fairness, and including our community is not asked to carry more than they reasonably can. I want to thank the other councillors, especially Councillor Wyatt, for advocating for residents to have a clearer understanding of how rates costs are explained. Last night we heard from a speaker around bins and exploring other creative incentive ways to educate and manage the way we do our waste services. I hope Council can take that on board. I know some shops in community like Finding Graces in West Kempsey collect lids, and that is a cost to them to recycle. That said, I want to be clear, I'm advocating strongly within council to ensure that if residents are paying more, they are seeing real outcomes. Our community expects roads to be maintained, infrastructure to be delivered, services to be protected, and visible improvements across our shire, and that they are absolutely right to expect that. It is also important to be clear that not all increases are fully within council's control. Some fees and charges, particularly like areas like waste, are required to be set in line with legislation and on a full cost recovery basis. This means that council does not have the ability to subsidise these services from general rates, and in many cases we are responding to external cost pressures, including state imposed charges and regulative requirements. That is why I have taken this advocacy beyond council, because without broader reform and support, these cost pressures will continue to flow directly to our community. I also want to briefly acknowledge in an area where I believe there is more work for council to do, I've raised with the CEO opportunity to embed the Closing the Gap reforms into planning. Well, I'll skip through some of my things, just for the last part. Importantly, I have taken this advocacy beyond council. I've written to the New South Wales Minister of Local Government, the Minister of Environment, the New South Wales Treasurer, the local state member and the federal member, advocating for increased funding support, relief from cost pressures such as waste levies, greater investment in regional communities like ours, because the reality is many of these pressures are not just local decisions. They are being driven by broader funding restraints and cost drivers that councils alone cannot solve.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Is there any further debate on this?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Councillor Wyatt?
Sorry, one sec. I just got to go back to what I was reading something else. Okay. Thank you. I was fence sitting for a while on this, but now I was fence sitting and I didn't make up my mind until I'm sitting here now, and now I'm going to support it. So I want to say why I'm supporting it. My comments are specifically around long-term financial plan. I have consistently opposed the rate rises beyond IPART rate peg, didn't support applying for, accepting or implementing the SRV. In the years since, I've genuinely tried to approach this matter with an open mind and make informed decisions based on evidence and information before me, especially this year. Throughout this process, I believe I've demonstrated willingness to engage constructively, work towards an outcome that is fair and balanced, sustainable. We've participated in the operation plan, the budget process, and I approach these matters with a commitment to informed decision making. My look at me now moment would be to have my name publicly attached to all of the comments that I made in those Excel spreadsheets. In both 2025 and 2026, and I chose to engage in that process and access the information before me and contributing in good faith. And I estimated that I spent around 70 hours reviewing all of those documents and providing all of those comments. So look at me now, please. Would be good. But what I find disappointing is I really can't see readily much of my feedback reflected in the final documents, but I do fully accept that not every single suggestion will be adopted, but had expected to see a stronger connection between the feedback provided and the final outcome. And I'm guessing that, not guessing, I know, my expectations of that engagement process were too high from the outset, and that's on me. But I believe that we're on an evolutionary journey here that as council and councillors take together to a point where we are content. And there are still some frustration around the blind spots that exist for me. And in my view, those blind spots were around willingness to challenge established thinking and shifting a paradigm and embrace new ways of working. And improvement rarely comes from doing the same things that we've always done before. It comes from being prepared to test boundaries, be flexible, and have the courage to innovate. And I look forward to continuing along that road, because this is why we are here as councillors, to make meaningful contribution for our community. And I just want to certainly acknowledge the significant investment in time made by staff to engage with councillors. We had opportunities, especially to Clarissa and her team. What an awesome job she did to pull that together. A lot of hours there. And I totally commend those workshops and the fact sheets that you put together. I've been asking for that from day one, so thank you so much for doing that. And the live stream briefing. So we asked, you listened, well done, very happy. So likewise, want to acknowledge the significant work that you've done to transition to more sustainable position and CEO's vision and commitment. Again, we asked, you listen. And here's the but bits why I was fence sitting. What has been frustrating for me is the Office of Local Government and the interpretation of that code of meeting practice, which I believe effectively hamstrung us as councillors from accessing the briefings, discussions and information needed to properly understand highly complex matters. For me, I've had to work through pages, hours on all of this information. I'm capable of doing that. That's not the issue. But having structured briefings, workshops, it not only saves time, it has that direct engagement with staff, and it's not a weakness. It's a good governance for us to be interacting. And that's why I was really sitting on the edge of not approving this out of principle for that. I think good governance is not achieved by limiting us access to information. It's achieved by making sure that we have the information needed to do these jobs, the context, the understanding to properly discharge these responsibilities, not to sit in silos reading hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents. That doesn't work. Sure, it doesn't work for me. I have a headache now because my brain is just going, oh, I've got too much information. So yeah, I'm glad that code of meeting practice is gone. I do remain uncomfortable with parts of this decision because it doesn't really align with my long-term position, but I recognise financial reality facing council, and my decision reflects that need to continue the obligations to staff, contracted services and the broader community, as well as supporting and trusting the vision and the willingness of the CEO, as you have talked about many times in this forum. So I hope that makes sense clearly, and that it's no way intended to be a criticism of staff at all. It's praising staff. It's criticising the code of meeting practice, which is now gone.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Coburn.
I just have one question that I'd like clarification around, and this is in the loan borrowings, because I think this will be good clarity for both councils and community. The finance report actually talks about a borrowing of $85 million for this coming financial year. Can council clarify for me, please, because I believe there may be a bit of misinterpretation. Will council borrow the full $85 million and then just draw down on what they need from that, so that the interest that will be paid across the term of the loan is for the full $85 million?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and this was the report that you saw come up in the May meeting last month for this financial year. Council doesn't draw down loan borrowings until the tail end of the financial year. So during the year, we will operate off the cash that we have reserved, unless we had some significant progress we did not expect on a major capital project that saw us need to borrow money for that. So before we borrow the money, a report will come back to council. Of the 85 million, I would in some ways love to borrow the full 85 million, because that would mean we're delivering more than $100 million worth of capital through the year, which is more than we forecast. So the loan borrowings are forecast to allow us capacity to bring projects forward if we're able to deliver faster than what we project going into the year. And predominantly there's a large chunk of those that are around the large water and sewer projects. So there's some very large numbers in there. I guess to answer your question, which I've talked around, no, we will not draw down the full 85 million. We will draw down what is needed come May next year in order to be in the right position at the end of the financial year. We will only draw down as much as we need to be in that position, which will likely be a much smaller sum than that 85 million.
Thank you. Councillor Bain.
Thank you for that. Through you, Madam Mayor, I think one of the questions that Councillor Coburn was asking is, if we're drawing, do we just pay interest on the money that we draw down, or do we pay interest on the total?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we only pay interest on the amount that we've drawn down.
Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, just specifically to those loan borrowings, for the community to understand what specific projects are those loan borrowings going towards, and are they capital, and are they long life use sort of projects?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's a couple of ways of looking at this. The way we do the forecast, we don't actually explicitly match that this particular loan borrowing is for this particular project. But what I can say is the loan borrowings all underpin the capital program. and they are all underpinning projects like the Waste Management Centre, the airport runway upgrade, our new water and sewer plant. So yes, all of the loan borrowings are being utilised to deliver very long life assets, and therefore they play a part in the intergenerational equity, in that the future users of those assets should be paying part of the cost of actually putting them in place, because they're going to use them in those future generations.
And as a community member might come across, they might think $84 million is a lot of money to borrow, but you've got to, how does that information get communicated to the community to say that we are installing generational assets here, as in Stewart's Point sewer treatment plant, as in waste cell, the new waste cell, as in water treatment plant at Crescent Head, as in all these other projects? How can we better communicate that to community? Because if this is passed, it'll be a 10.4% rate increase. How are we communicating those major projects to the community to say this is what we are doing with this current OP?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we have the fact sheets that we've delivered as part of this project when we've got in on public consultation that talks about what projects are in there and where they're being funded from. We also do media around those particular projects, and I'll take on notice the fact that that might not always include where the funding is coming from unless it's grant funded, and that's perhaps something that we can look at into the future. I would probably say, though, there's a reporting that comes out following council meetings and so on. It's probably at points in time, though, that you get broad community interest in where loan funding is going. So the time that we hear questions about that predominantly is when these documents are on exhibition and we're projecting that we're going to take out loans, or when that loan borrowing report goes up to council in May and we're actually going to be drawing down on loans. They're the point in time which we get public interest around that, and we do include that detail in those reports when they go up.
I note the news around the red fleet being the actual assets will be not in council control or depreciation, etc. Has that that will have an effect on depreciation and costs going forward? Has that been considered in the long-term financial plan? Because it'll obviously affect 27 forward, and obviously we're looking at 26, 27. But what will happen on that front?
Around what will happen is supposed to happen on the 1st of July next year. I think the fleet might notionally transfer ownership, but the other parts of the program I'm not so sure will be in place. As a proactive step, I have already written to the RFS asking for Kempsey to be selected as one of the maintenance hubs for the red fleet going forward, noting there's probably going to be one in each region, but we're already carrying a workforce.
Executive administrator. My understanding was that council is contracted to do the repair work on the RFS vehicles, and that we're actually paid for that. My advice that I was given was that no, that council had a responsibility to do that. Can you just clarify that we are getting paid to do that work?
Yes, we have a contractual arrangement with the RFS for the maintenance of the fleet. That is not an ongoing feature of the media release.
Councillor Coburn.
Just sorry, one follow-up comment or question actually in regard to the loan borrowings again. Can I just get clarification that the loans are all taken out on a fixed 20-year term? So when we talk about intergenerational equity, I understand that's the physical product or the physical infrastructure that comes at the end of it. So for future generations, the payment really lies in the depreciation and maintenance of that asset, because if we're taking out loans now, then a 20-year span really will fall on this generation for payment. Can you confirm that, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we don't, although we generally always take out loans on 20-year fixed terms, you'll see when the report comes up to you each and every time we have a look at the terms available to us and pick the terms that are most advantageous. So I couldn't say they would always be a 20-year fixed term. However, in regards to your comment, what you see on a long life asset is effectively the first 20 years worth of usage of that asset, you're right, is going to be paying down the loan. So that's probably this generation and a bit of the next that are going to be paying down, say, the first half of a long life asset. The second half are, yes, more funding depreciation more heavily and funding those early days for longer life assets. But that is also one of the reasons why the amount that we borrow and have financed at any particular time doesn't necessarily make sense to attach to a particular asset. As long as that money is funding long life intergenerational assets, then that's what meets the principle. So the mix that actually goes into each of those assets is a little bit of general fund, a little bit of loan funding, often a little bit of grant funding that's going into the mix that funds a particular asset. You're not getting 100% of the funding through any one means.
Thank you. Is there any further debate on this? Or Councillor Bain, would you like to close debate?
I would. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was approached by a ratepayer about with concerns about the increase in the minimum wage, and I'd like to note that on the business paper on page 31 that we've included increased labour cost assumptions. So that's well managed. I'd like to congratulate Council's administration again on page 35 of looking at the extensive councillor engagement in developing the IP&R documents. I'd said, we've been working together since November last year to get to this point. And noting that the SRV, there were many questions from community about the use of the SRV and the clarity. It's to maintain existing services and ensure that there's no cuts. To renew roads and infrastructure, which we all know is so important. To stabilise council finances, and I believe that we are making steps on that, and to support ongoing investment for that big infrastructure like sewerage and waste management works. Another question that often comes up and that I get through social media and through conversations in the supermarket is, the council aren't, they're not accountable, they're not looking after our money properly. And I appreciate the section on the governance framework and the responses to community of saying that we actually have an internal audit position to review operations, financial management and control risk. So that's on one level. We've got a staff member whose job is to do that entirely, and they do a fantastic job on that. We have the external audit and work with the audit office, and we have it all overseen by the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. May be interesting sometime when there isn't such a big agenda to leave the ARAC report on the agenda for discussion so that people are really more aware of that. And I would encourage anyone who questions council's financial responsibility to take a look at that ARAC report and see how we are managing all of those risks. In terms of borrowings, again, it's come up before, came up last meeting. I just want to reiterate that the debt equity ratio, I don't think that's the way that council puts it, but the debt equity ratio, if you compare the level of debt to the amount of the asset base, our current council are making conservative, responsible fiscal decisions. So I congratulate everyone, councillors who have been involved in this, asking the strategic questions, who have been supporting, and the council administration, who have been doing a fantastic job on working through it from the ELT down through, and I commend this notice of motion to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is one dissenting. The motion is carried. We now move to item 11.3, which is making the rates. I'll just let Mr. Meadow introduce this one, and then we'll take a mover.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The report provided for elected members with the recommendation to make the rates for the forthcoming municipal year. There are no surprises that this is a significant increase in costs, which has been widely discussed with you. The recommendation does take the final element of the special rate variation, that is the final one. Future rate increases will be limited to the rate peg. A worked example of the rates changes for the median land value in Kempsey Shire Council has been provided for you and will be available on our website after the meeting. Council administration has prepared this recommendation cognizant of the headwinds facing many in our communities. Hardship policies apply, and I encourage all who need access to support to make contact with the council. The headwinds that face our community also face council and often impact us more because so much of our business involves petrochemical products. The charges related to waste have also been discussed with elected members in the context of our 30-year waste master plan and the need for us to achieve legislative compliance. I commend the 26-27 rates to council.
Thank you, Mr. Medal. Do we have a mover? Councillor Matchett, seconded Councillor Saul. Councillor Matchett, would you like to open debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is with great hesitation that I endorse this. To be clear, I fully agree that this rate rise is necessary, but I'm very cognizant of the fact that people, including myself, are doing it very tough right now. So this isn't something that I do lightly, but unfortunately, it's the reality of the financial position that we're in. We have limited levers that we can pull in order to balance our budget. I think Mr. Medal and his team have done an incredible job of identifying savings and cutting costs wherever we can, but I don't think it's realistic that we could ever bridge that gap without a rate rise unless we implement significant cuts to services and staff. So with that in mind, I do believe that this is the best path forward. I believe it's what we collectively agreed to in last year when we agreed to split these. So I commend this to my fellow councillors and encourage you to support this. And for anyone who, through conscience or whatever other reason, is going to vote against this, I do encourage you to suggest which services or which staff we are going to cut, because from what I can see, I think we're about as lean, if not too lean already. And I don't know if we can fulfill community expectations as well as our statutory obligations by cutting services. So I do believe this rate rise is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I echo Councillor Matchett's comments. Every year we want to set our rates and set our rates, and by doing so, we have a way forward. Madam Mayor, this is the second half of the SRV, which was endorsed by Council, and now we have to go through the process with that. And I believe also too, in future, there'll only be CPI increases for Council. Madam Mayor, again, if we don't have funding, we don't have staff, and staff, one of our most important assets of the Shire. The work they put in, the dedication to our community is wonderful, and we should appreciate that. We appreciate their work, the dedication. They do put up a lot of nonsense from the community at times. It's unfounded. And I always stand up for the staff because I do know for a fact that they are the backbone of our organisation. So again, our rates must go up. We must make sure that we have funding for that and for paying our way. So I urge councillors to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe this decision is about more than just rates. It's about governance, it's about decision making, and ultimately it's about our responsibility to the people we represent. Good governance requires us to do something more than simply ask whether we can do something. Good governance requires us to ask whether we should. No one disputes that council faces genuine financial challenges. No one disputes that costs have risen. And no one disputes that infrastructure must be maintained, that services must continue, and that the long-term financial sustainability of this organisation matters. But good decision-making requires us to balance those organisational needs about what they can afford. As councillors, we have a responsibility to understand that every increase we impose is not just a number on a spreadsheet. It represents real money from the people, and with that comes a responsibility to exercise restraint. I have read the submissions from our community. What struck me was not anger. It was not hostility. It was not an unwillingness to support council. What I heard was something much simpler. People are asking us to make careful decisions. They're asking us to focus on the basics. They're asking us to spend wisely. They are asking us to demonstrate that we have explored every reasonable alternative before placing further burdens upon them. I believe that's entirely reasonable. The report before us suggests that the remaining 7.5% increase if that increase isn't applied this year, council may need to borrow additional funds that the future ratepayers may ultimately bear the costs. Sorry, I flicked too quickly. And that's a legitimate consideration, but good governance also requires us to consider all available options, not just one, because these are the facts. Council will already receive the 3.1% IPART rate peg increase. Additional revenue will already be flowing into this organisation. The question before us is whether we should impose another 7.5 on top of that. Importantly, the special rate variation approval provides council with flexibility over an additional 8-year period. That means this is not a decision between taking the increase or losing it forever, nor is it a choice between financial sustainability and financial collapse. The question is whether good governance requires us to impose the entire burden on our community today. I don't believe it does. Good governance is about proportionality. It's about exercising judgment. It's about understanding that just because an increase has been approved doesn't necessarily mean it must be fully applied immediately. We've got options. We can review expenditure. We can improve efficiency. We can stage projects. We can seek grant funding. We can continue to grow our rating base. And if circumstances require it in the future, we still retain the ability to utilise the remaining special rate of variation approval. That flexibility itself is a valuable asset. One of the fundamental principles of good government is that decisions should not create unnecessary economic hardship where reasonable alternatives exist. I believe we must recognise the burden already being carried by our community, because the economic well-being of our residents and businesses is not separate from the financial well-being of this organisation. They are interconnected. There is little value in strengthening council's balance sheet if, in doing so, we weaken the resilience and affordability of the community we exist to serve. Our responsibility is not simply to maximise revenue. Our responsibility is to make balanced decisions, to weigh competing interests, to think long term, and to ensure that financial sustainability is achieved in a way that is fair, reasonable, and proportionate. So I believe good governance is not about taking every option that's available to us. It's about exercising sound judgment. And in my view, sound judgment requires us to reduce, wherever possible, the economic burden already being carried by the people that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Just to clarify, was that for or against? Is there any other speakers for? Councillor Bain.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just very briefly, pretty much in response to Councillor Coburn, I understand that the additional financial strain that it's putting on people. I supported 12 months ago, and we should have just ripped the Band-Aid off and done it all in one hit. Because in a way we've extended the pain. I'm actually very, very surprised that we haven't had more of a community response than we did previously. I think we are doing all of the things that Councillor Coburn asked, that we are reviewing expenditure. We are looking at we're looking at the potential savings. I think there has been a change in the direction of financial sustainability. And I think I believe that last year, 12 months ago, we're in agreement that that we would take the remainder of the SRV on board in this year. So I support this motion, and I would encourage councillors to take that hard decision. Let's rip the Band-Aid off, and let's make sure that in future any potential SRVs are very, very closely scrutinised before we go ahead and approve them, but we also consider that when we're on that, I think Manager Douglas has shown us a wave pattern of, there are times of surplus and times of deficit, and that's where the borrowing and the depreciation smooth those out. I believe, I clearly believe that previous councils have made decisions when we're in the surplus to use that money in ways that may not have been wise, that we've taken on, dare I say, projects which have got long-term ongoing costs to council. We didn't make those decisions, but we have to live with them. And, we have contracts, we have agreements that we must keep. And the ship rolls on. We can't turn the ship around on a dime. I think I fully approve of the direction that council is going, and I believe that we need to take on board this fees and charges, making the rates today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Just 1 minute.
It's the whole thing. I should have asked differently. That's this. That's the difference. I mean, yeah, I should have asked the question. That's the land valuation. It's the rate. Yeah.
Councillors, I just, no, that's okay. I'm just in the spirit that we've just voted through the IPNR documents 8-1. I'm just from a governance perspective, those IPNR documents did contain these figures within them. So I'm just wanting to get some advice from the General Manager around that, or some commentary from the CEO, sorry.
Certainly there's an expectation that, having worked to come up with year 2 or 4 of your OP, you just signed that off. There is an expectation, certainly from the administration and the community, that the resources will be made available to deliver on that operating plan. As I said, you just signed off the Stewart's Point sewage treatment plant this morning. That requires us to have money to do all these things. So these figures are not a surprise to councillors. I find it a surprise and of concern that members would sign off a programme of work and then prevent us from doing that by not providing the resources to deliver that work.
So now you can ask questions, and if you speak to it, it will be counted as debate. So do you have a question, Councillor Pakes?
Yeah, question on the sewer treatment plant. That's grant funded, in my understanding. That's a grant funded that which is money held in investment at the moment. Is that correct? So
Yes.
This rate increase would not be funding that directly because it's already funded through the grant. Is that correct?
I believe it's part grant funded. The rest is, all of this comes out of council's co-contribution, which is the general fund, the sewer fund, the water fund.
Councillor White, then Councillor Coburn.
I just want to ask questions. Yep. Oh, yeah, no, I haven't either. I don't speak as well. I just want to ask questions. So, yeah, I asked for this. So I asked for a clear side-by-side comparison, which would assist both councillors and the community understanding the real financial impact of the proposed changes on a typical household. And you mentioned that, it's here for us to see and it will be on the website, but are you in a position to just explain about this? And the reason I asked the comparison is because we're talking about the rates just here, which is correct, but people's bills include all of that. So I'm just wanting an understanding of what a typical rate bill is going to look like with the SRV if your land valuations increased by 20% or decreased by 20%, because this was the big kicker last time, the land value.
Yeah, so if I may assist council, the one pager sets out the median median land value in Kempsey Shire Council based on the current figures that we have. The report before you entitled Making the Rates also includes all those other fees and charges within it. So you have two columns. 2526 identifies the current rates and fees and charges associated with that. That will be on your rates bill for your property with a value of $246,000. The second column repeats that, but adjusts them after the rates increase is taken into account, and the other increase is in the domestic waste charge, the water access charge, the sewerage charge, stormwater charge, and environmental levy to provide you an annual amount. The current bill for a home owner with a property that has that median land value will be $4,064 per annum. That will increase to $4,408 per annum in the forthcoming year if members sign off the recommendation in 11.3. There are two further columns that indicate if the Valuer General had repeated a land valuation exercise and increased the value of your land by 20% since the last valuation, what that would look like. And similarly, a final column that identifies what would be the impact if your land value had decreased by 20%. The current indication from realestate.com on the radio recently was pretty much that property prices have flatlined in Kempsey Shire Council. There are some differences between the different types of property, but there certainly hasn't been a 20% up or a 20% down in value, and there has been a noticeable softening of the market. The final columns just give you the raw figures of the change between 25-26 and 26-27, and the same repeated if your land value had increased by 20% or if it had decreased by 20%. I hope that provides some clarity, and also for those who can't see the document yet.
Thank you, Mr. Metal. Just before you continue, Councillor Lawrence, can I please get a motion that we continue past 1 p.m? Councillor Saul, seconded. Councillor Matchett. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. We'll continue past 1 p.m. Councillor Wyatt.
With those land valuation prices, do you have any indication of, we're sort of on average, like last time around they weren't significantly increased. Do you have any indication of what they did this time around?
So my understanding is the Valuer General only undertakes valuations on not every year. So
we got it this year, didn't we? I got one. We got one this year, didn't we? Sorry.
Yes, so I don't think we've had, so there are figures based on the 1st of July 2025. Do not believe the Valuer General has reissued figures that will be released on the 1st of July 2026. In any event, the size of the pie will remain the same. All that will happen is if you may see an increase in your rates bill if your property has increased in value more than other properties of a similar class. So the pie doesn't change by everybody's rates, everybody's.
Yeah. And I'm guessing that based on, when the last one came around and property prices, particularly on the coast, like skyrocketed, not real estate prices, but the value, that was the real impact. But maybe it's not going to be as severe this time. I'm not sure. Sorry, can I I've just got two more questions, please. Can you confirm that the additional revenue collected from rates and charges, so there's the charges as well, is approximately 5 million, which in these figures it's had like 35 million in 25-26 and 40 million in 26-27. So the increase through this SRV and the rate peg and these other prices here is about 5 million.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, I was just finding the page that has got that breakdown.
I just got it out of it's in the operation plan. I think that's what I'm asking the confirmation.
So our total income from rates and charges in the general fund in 26-27 is projected to be $40,799,000, which is approximately $5 million higher than this year. Keeping in mind that is rates and all annual charges as well. So that's not just property rates.
Copy that. Thank you. And just my final question. So in July of 2025, I put up a notice of motion that asked for provide accessible information to the community via its website. It's about rates. So sorry, I'll start again. In July 2025, I put up a notice of motion which was supported that rates and called rates and fees policy, that council provide accessible information to the community via its website. For the 26-27 financial year, this include this information with routes notices issued and provide and communicate a rate and fees policy. Can you provide an update on where that is up to?
Yep. Oh, sorry. Oh, through you, Madam Mayor. So we have updated the content on the website and we have created additional fact sheets as part of this process, which are now available. The notice to go out with the rates is being finalised right now, and we'll go out with the rates notices as requested. And you just adopted the revenue policy, which contains the policy elements that you requested. And there is future work to be done on the revenue policy in future years. There is information we'd like to include in that we're unable to include this year. So we will be working on refining that further in future years as well.
Thank you. I keep learning that I need to phrase my words exact. Because revenue policy, you are spot on. That's what's there. That's not what I meant, but thank you. So I'm debating, sorry. Thank you for the answer. If may I have no speak? Okay. So it's another interesting one. I have to say that I was opposed and I was going to speak opposing, and now I'm fence sitting. But now based on what I've just heard and the governance and what we just voted for, I would support it, but I'm not, I don't know, actually, I'm not happy about it because I want to reiterate the position that I've consistently held. And when IPART considered the SRV application, acknowledged concerns about our community's capacity to pay, challenges faced by pensioners, people on fixed income and low households. And the reality is that we are one of the lowest socioeconomic disadvantaged communities in New South Wales. Back then, might be higher now, I'm not sure, but 30% of our residents were on Centrelink payment. Average median income was $56,000. 15% of households were already experiencing housing stress, spending more than 30% of their income on rent or mortgage. IPART itself reflected on those socioeconomic indicators when assessing its capacity to pay, and we remain in that category. I mean, the burden on our community, it hasn't reduced. In many respects, it has worsened. I mean, this year we're not only dealing with those SRV, but we could be dealing with property values, and I'm not sure how much that has or hasn't increased. But back when this was implemented, this is what triggered the Figure It Out KSC movements, because of their concern about affordability and race associated with that land value price. At the same time, we're continuing, got the cost of living prices, inflation remains stubborn, interest rates are increasing. They're reviewing that today, but they're looking like they might not issue us another rate rise. Our fuel prices are manic at the moment. Insurance costs, household budgets are under pressure. We have global instability, and we have endured successive disasters. And I know that we have a hardship policy. However, hardship policy does not create a capacity to pay. It just provides a mechanism for managing a hardship that exists. I mean, people can't pay, people can't afford money that they just don't have. I remain committed to my arguments about the broader issue of cost shifting and federal government's apparent unwillingness to increase the federal assistance grant. Across New South Wales, cost shifting onto government exceeds $1.6 billion annually, an increase approximately 78% over the past decade. For our shire, that cost and is around about 5.2 million. There's the sums right there. Cost shifting 5.2 million, SRV 3. There's the sums right there. That's equivalent to 1/5 of our rates income. a mere 0.5% in the federal assistant grant might, based on my sums from what I've heard before, is $9 million could come to Kempsey. That's a game changer. And we wouldn't be having to debate whether, we wouldn't be don't worry about that. Rates should not be expected to continually fill a gap created by responsibilities and costs that properly belong to other levels of government. And ethically, not necessarily, I've got this head and heart split, but for those reasons, I find it very difficult to support an increase in these ordinary rates beyond the IPART rate peg. I recognise the financial pressures facing council and the huge body of work has done. I recognise what we've just supported. I recognise the financial pressures facing our community, and the community's capacity to pay remains an overriding concern. I just want an end to the unreasonable cost shifting, an increase to the federal government assistance grant, and a better deal for struggling rural communities. And I want revenue to be collected not from the SRV, but from the cost shifting back to us and an increase in the federal assistant grant. I'm very, very conflicted in what I have to do because I don't want my rates to increase under any way, shape or form. I am in a position, I'm definitely above the median wage here. But I wholeheartedly believe the state and federal government need to increase, they need to change their model, and they need to increase funding for local communities and just stop, just stop. Because where does it stop? If we keep on doing this, where does it stop? So I don't know actually, and I will decide in a few minutes where I'm actually sitting on this.
Are there any other speakers for this motion? Councillor.
Oh, I just want to make a note that I had spoken at the previous item a lot about this. So, yeah.
Which was in favour, yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. They kind of are one and the same.
Madam Mayor, can I move the motion we put, please?
Have we had 2 for and 2 against? We have had 2 for and 2 against.
We've had 2 against. Who was the second against?
Alex was a fence sitter.
You said 4. You said 4.
She spoke after.
Does anyone have any burning debate they would like to contribute? Actually, do you have a seconder for putting the motion procedurally?
Just point of order, Madam Mayor. I've had my light on. I would like to speak against.
Councillor Pakes.
Has there been 2 for and against?
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Are you speaking against?
I'm speaking against.
You may speak.
Fellow councillors, IPART has given Kempsey Shire Council a special rate variation to implement over 10 years. IPART also instructed Kempsey Shire Council that it had to do some major structural changes to meet the needs of ongoing financial sustainability. Has that work occurred? Now, I asked this question on many occasions. I've asked the same question, and the answer I have been given is that there has been no full structural review of the operational plan until this future financial year. So we're prepared to charge a 7.5% rate increase right to the full extent of what IPART has approved before we've done all the work. Now, I'm not comfortable with that, because ultimately what you're saying is we're still going to charge to the full amount, yet we may find structural changes in there, but we don't know what they're going to be yet. I think we need to do the work first before we step forward. Now, I appreciate Mr. Meadows, our CEO's absolutely refreshing change of direction, but I don't know whether he's got full support as yet. I don't feel like he's been given full support to make the changes that are required. I feel like the change for the petroleum and fuel increase price increases, so as it is in the reduction of the capital works program, has been a somewhat, and I'm going to say this, a lucky thing for our budget, because it has given a reasonable opportunity for us to reduce that capital works project. But all it is doing it to what is reasonable. So it's only bringing it back to what's actually being delivered. It's only what it should have been probably 5 years ago, because that's all that's been delivered over the last 5 years. These rate increases came about through capital works budgets that were well and truly over what was delivered last year and what's projected this year. So it was based around numbers that were a lot higher in capital works delivery than what's been delivered. So I ask you, why are we still charging the full 7.5%? So we get right to our full rate SRV number, rate increase. Why are we charging based on that? Yet we haven't delivered on our long-term financial plans that were put in for the SRV. That hasn't happened. So I might just ask that question mid-speech if I can. Is that possible?
Can you stop the clock there?
So in answer to that question, it's not an either or, it's both. Structural change is required together with this last element. And each year you defer this, the gap widens. We lost money because you didn't take the 15% last year. It's now our community that's hurting that money wasn't available. If you kick the can down the road, that gap between 0 and 7.5 is compounded year on year on year. And so the gap widens and our community suffers. So I appreciate that you want the structural reform delivered on the first day I arrived in the role. And it would have been lovely if I knew and understood enough to make that happen, Councillor. I've committed to it, but I do need to have a bit of help along the way. You've said, do I have support? I have a new ELT who are 100% behind me on this. I have a team that we are building at the senior management team who are wholly behind this. I have a workforce, the vast majority of whom live in the Shire and want their rates to be as low as possible and their services to be as good as possible. So I think it's not an either or. We need structural change and we also need the 7.5. So I fear that not making the decision this year and having the ability to take it in future years is not something that is going to help us from a financial sustainability perspective. I hope that helps.
I think for a point of clarity as well, Kempsey Shire Council went for a 40% increase. We're only approved for the 20-something%. And IPART said, we'll approve your 24 and you make structural changes for that percentage that we're not approving your increase. So IPART won't approve what they don't think is necessary, but they approve what is necessary.
And through you, Madam Mayor, just to add further clarity to what Mr. Medal just said, the budget gap that we have that we are filling with this funding is in the operational budget. It's not in the CapEx budget. So the deficit that we're currently running in the budget that is put before you is in the operational budget. The changes to the CapEx program, as you saw when we gave you the original long-term financial plan that had a much larger CapEx program in it, and then you have a look at the one that we actually adopted today, the operational budget barely changed between those two. The CapEx, the linkage between the CapEx and OpEx is not that strong. The depreciation influence is not big enough in the short term to close that gap by doing less CapEx. And therefore we still, even with the reduced capital budget, have that significant operational gap that we need to fill.
And I take the point around nothing's changed. That's right, nothing has changed. It's the how. It's the how you deliver the service that has to change. We had business in this room here. The business chamber came in and I asked the business chamber members, what are you doing to change your business given these massive shocks in fuel prices or staff issues? Or they're all looking at ways to change. So if that operational budget hasn't changed, well, guess what? It needs to. It needs to change. You've been asked to change it by me. I can say, well, I've sat in this room and asked for change each time this has come up. And I don't feel like as if the ELT has entirely changed it. I congratulate Mr. Medal that he has taken dead set leadership in this space, but it's about time. So I do appreciate that he's come along and made some changes, but the whole of the community is not doing any better. the coal community's financial position is worse, and businesses' financial position is worse. If you haven't read that in our community, business conditions and profit amongst businesses is down well and truly from what it has been in the past. So I would look to you and us as an organisation, one, to acquire our services locally if we can, to increase business confidence, to increase the money in our economy, and acquire locally as much as possible. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a shirt from a local supplier, I don't care what it is. Make those new connections, because we haven't got the base there that we could have. It could be bigger. There is a lot more members of the community that could supply council with services, and that money would stay in this valley. That's the how. And it's part of growing our own. If we want to make a solution that's going to be useful to the rest of the valley, we've got to grow it ourselves. I don't think the federal government or state government's going to come and save us. We need to grow our own. So that money that we have, I think there's enough money there. I just think it's how we do it. To me, it's about how. Growing our own, putting local people in charge of spending money locally. That's exactly what it's all about. So fundamentally, I don't think we've done the work. That's why I can't support this, but I do support my CEO. I do think he's going in the right direction, but there's more work to do.
Thank you. Are there any speakers for the motion? There are none. Would you like to close debate, Councillor Matchett?
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is 3 dissenting. The motion is carried. We'll now adjourn for lunch until about until 1:40. Councillors, we are now back to our meeting and we have item 11.4 Wind Control Plan. Do I have a mover? Councillor Bain, do I have a seconder? Councillor Matchett, Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do. I'm very, very pleased to see this come up because clearly a few of us as councillors and council staff have been approached by developers wanting improved clarity. So I welcome that, and I thank council for taking the step to have the courage to take a long, hard look at how the DA process is it currently operates, and engage the consultants to do a review and looking at some of those really positive outcomes. Sorry, I'm just. I do have some questions later, but I'll just open debate at the moment. That I know, and it was interesting, the speaker last night saying that it's actually giving certainty. I noticed there's some improvements in the management of in tree management and vegetation controls, protection of the environment in there, and having a look through it, I think there's some definite improvements for both certainty of developers, but also for finding that balance. There's that balance word again, finding the balance between environmental protection and economic development. And I think that's the DA's hitting the sweet spot. I will have some questions later about intensive agriculture / horticulture regarding the potential for blueberry, raspberry, cucumber intensive agriculture coming into our community. But for now, I would just like to open that and say thank you very much for the work that the work and the courage that our staff and councillors have shown.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Do we have any questions on this, councillors? Councillor Lawrence?
I just wanted to ask what practical improvements will the community see within the next 3 to 6 months as part of the stage rollout? Because I understand in the report it says 12 months. So is there any earlier improvements that you can talk to?
So we're dealing with item 11.4 now, which is the Kempsey Development Control Plan, and our intent is that this will be rolled out immediately following adoption, which means that we only have to work with one plan, not two, because we're running with the draft plan and the pre-existing plan currently. That makes life a lot simpler for our assessment team. The development control plan is intended to provide more certainty. It's not intended to speed things up, but speed is sometimes a byproduct of increased certainty. The changes in
I've been approached by a community who are concerned about the development or the spread of blueberry, raspberry, cucumber intensive agriculture, and I'm looking at looking through the DCP. It looks like most of those intensive agriculture requires consent. Could I just get some clarification? When we're talking about intensive agriculture and intensive horticulture, are we talking about the same thing, or is there a semantic difference between discussing agriculture and horticulture? I believe it was a concern in Nambucca.
I can probably help with a broad scale definition that agriculture is not horticulture. So intensive agriculture might be pig keeping, for example, and the structures to keep pigs in an intensive environment would certainly require approval by council. Intensive horticulture, again, may involve the creation of greenhouses and some polytunnels and so on, but they may also be able to exist in an intensive way without requiring any structures on the land. So they are different by definition, the same as viticulture will be different again.
Thank you for that clarification. So in this DCP, is consent required for intensive horticulture on in, like, for example, R5 zoning or other zoning?
Can we take that question on notice, Councillor Bain? I'll ask the Group Manager for Development and Compliance, who's online, to provide me some advice.
Yeah, I just note that there's nothing in the DCP that refers to intensive agriculture is referred to, but intensive horticulture is not referred to. And potentially that may be something we need to keep in mind for any of our next.
Making a statement or asking a question?
Sorry, I'm just making a statement. My apologies on.
Sorry, it's old age catching up on me, Arthur, with the glasses. So the advice from the Group Manager is that the definitions you can find are set out in the CLEP, not the DCP. Yeah, so that sets out the permitted or permissible uses.
Okay, so I'll need to take a look at that. Thank you.
Amazing. Further questions, Councillor Lawrence? And then Councillor
Sorry, yeah,
Bates.
my last question was around for the DA. So because Councillor Bain confused me. Thanks, Councillor Bain. Now we're on the DCP. So I've just got a couple of questions and a speech as well. So given the transition to the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Information System, I'm just curious in terms of when that changes from AHIMS, how will it remain current as its reform is implemented? So when will that be updated then?
Yes. So planners operate in an environment that isn't just limited to the council's own planning policies, and the state government set the framework in which we're operating. So as those external changes are effected, usually guidance is provided, if not a regulation that brings into effect the changes that councils then need to make. If we require further changes from that, we can do like a housekeeping amendment. So if the name of a regulation changes, we can just update that, because it's not changing the intent of policy, it's a factual correction.
Also, and just some follow-up questions. Why does the DCP not include mandatory early Aboriginal consultation triggers, particularly before site selection and design decisions?
There's no provisions within the relevant legislation for us to do that, and we have to ensure procedural fairness for applicants. So we have to run within the state government's legislative system. If the state government implements that as something that councils are required to do, then that will be something that needs to happen at a statewide level. It can't be done at an individual council level.
Thanks, Mr. Medal. I will advocate for that. Also, why has the First Nations Advisory Committee not been formally recognised within the DCP as a stakeholder?
They've not been recognised because they're not a statutory consultee or relevant party. We did ask them for feedback in the preparation of the DCP. That didn't happen at the meeting because they weren't quorate. We subsequently got feedback on behalf of the members, which we have taken on board in this review. But at the moment, there's no group of specific stakeholders in that vein in terms of advisory groups to council that are recognised within the Development Control Plan.
Thank you. You mentioned about the feedback on their behalf. Is that my feedback my submissions?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have noted some of the context that was included, but I noted that there was not much. Thank you.
Yeah, so as you heard the speaker say last night, a lot of development control plans are becoming much more formulaic as the government in effect moves us to a policy library approach. So the wiggle room and I suppose legislative flexibility within the DCP is diminishing.
Okay, cool.
Are there any other questions, Councillor Pakes?
Yeah, I'll start with Smithtown specific around the heritage overlay. I note there was questions in the community feedback around the evidence-based decision. Was it an evidence?
Development in Smithtown, so the impact of it is relatively minor. Yeah, I hope that helps.
So what does that mean? As relatively minor means what? They need to make a submission to say there is no heritage listing in this space, or what?
No, the types of development and approval pathways are already restricted because it's within the flood overlay. The heritage overlay therefore has less of an impact because they're already restricted significantly in terms of the types and location of development that can occur.
So for Smithtown specifically, like sheds and the like, no real change in their ability to be able to install them, or with the
Wouldn't be any measurable increase in difficulty in building a shed from either, sorry, I have a habit of not speaking to the microphone, from either the flood restrictions and the flood policy, which is a separate item. So there's no material change to the levels there. The heritage precinct is more about the character of the locality. And so that would be considered in terms of the build form and visual characteristics of development applications that were submitted in that area. So it doesn't make it impossible to build a shed or anything like that. It's not restrictive in that way. And in actual fact, the DCP establishes those character expectations in the localities as part of the change of approach, so that assessments are done with consideration of the environment. So no, it's not designed to be restrictive, and it won't be materially more restrictive than what it is currently.
Thank you. The secondary dwellings, have I got it right that it's secondary dwellings in this DCP have to be within 5 metres of the principal dwelling? Is that how I'm reading it? Is there a justification for that requirement, given that you might have bigger blocks or anything like that? I thought there was a roof connection originally when secondary dwellings were brought in. There had to have a connecting roof. There's one on Armadale Road that's done exactly that. Can you just explain around that one?
So my understanding is this is an existing provision in the current DCP. It's not a new provision.
So, and I'm probably going then to the ability for people to put secondary dwellings on, and that being an option for larger scale blocks, say 2.5 acre blocks. That may be a restrictive option. How does someone get around that? So it must be within 5 metres, or you can apply to have it further away than 5 metres.
So my understanding is that this then becomes, I suppose, a question or a matter of fact and degree about the impact of the dwelling and the secondary dwelling, and then it will influence the assessment pathway. So there's a smoother pathway for those which are within the 5 metres. Something that was further away, there will be significant impacts. It may have a different access. It may create a hamhead development or something within that existing block. So there will be further hurdles to step through.
Has there been any assessment within council to see the potential of how many secondary dwellings or granny flats that may come under this separation requirement? It is a big potential for extra housing. We have a lot of larger style blocks, rural blocks, families that live together. It's an opportunity for this council to be one step ahead in planning. Has there been any assessment in regards to that as a potential revenue stream from this DCP, but to have people come to this space wanting to buy property, and they can look at a block of 2.5 acres and say, we can actually put a second dwelling and have our grandparents live here, or use it as a multiple dwelling location?
Yeah, so infill development is a twin-edged sword and puts additional stress on existing facilities and services without necessarily bringing in the income to support the improvements in services that are needed, particularly when it becomes significant. Must admit, we've been expecting the state government to make an announcement. There's supposed to be a review in this space, but it hasn't happened, or the results haven't happened yet, particularly with regards to rural residential and enabling second properties to be delivered there, which would really support our rural workforce. So there has been consideration, but it's not something that we have a clear position on.
That probably leads into the next question around that 5 metre separation on rural dwellings. That, given that the rural space is 40 acres, is a size of your rural setting, the 5 metre separation obviously is probably not realistic on those sorts of spaces. But it definitely provides a potential secondary income or a place for family to live. Is there any way that perhaps that's something that could come in as a potential development option or change or modification to encourage people, give them an easier option, right? And I take your point on infrastructure not being provided, but there's still people in the valley, and they do spend money in the valley, and they may work in the valley. So yeah, it's potential population increase in some respect.
Yeah, so the purpose of the development control plan is around better development decisions, not faster or not driving housing growth. So they're all things that we want to see as a council, not necessarily the purpose of the development control plan. There are different avenues if we want to change our approach to housing, and I've asked the chamber to join with me in a way of getting developers to the table so that we can understand what land releases are needed for the very short term and what land releases we need to plan for now and put the infrastructure in for the medium term. And I want to get a group of 8 to 10 developers around the table to start talking with us about where those land releases need to be, because I've had a fair bit of feedback that confirms to me that we have made land releases in areas which are not desirable for people to buy and build. So how do we make sure that the land releases are in the right place? Hope that helps.
The next one's around the DCP contains numerous controls intended to manage environmental and development impacts. What assessment has council undertaken to determine whether the cumulative effect of the controls will support or constrain population growth, housing supply, economic sustainability in the villages of Stewart's Point, Fisherman's Reach, Grassy Head, Yarra happening over the next 20 years? Now, that was a question put by a member of the public, and I'd just like the community to hear the answer to that question in the public forum.
Can you tell me where that is in the representations, councillor, so I can see the detail of it?
I can't in this. It's just one of the community feedback. It's on the community feedback section of the DCP. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Can you give me a page number?
No, I haven't got it. I didn't refer it.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So it was. I've got a response to that from our strategic planner, if you want me to
it's in there.
Respond. Yep. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the question, just so I'm clear, that's what the cumulative effect of the controls to support population growth. Is that? Yeah. So basically the goal of the DCP is to guide the development and facilitate our aims of the CLEP as a statutory function. So the controls aren't new, and it's just an update of existing provisions to be more consistent with current New South Wales environmental and development policies and standards and local community expectations to preserve the character and quality of the built and natural environment of Kempsey and surrounds. So there's been no formal assessment made. While no formal assessment has been made in that regard, to the point of the question, the purpose has been to update the document to make it fit for purpose, make the provision streamlined, make it more consistent, make it performance-based to allow some flexibility in meeting development controls. So with the existing settlements in the areas that you've mentioned in that question, there's already limited growth potential due to all numerous sorts of factors. This document in and of itself doesn't change those conditions that might be limiting factors, but it does lay out the provisions that development will then need to meet in order to be approved and to, be development in that area. So we'll continue to encourage appropriate development within those areas, and we'll address those issues as they come up. But I guess I wouldn't, to summarize that response, this document, this instrument isn't to be seen as some acceleration of development per se, although the intent is to make it easier to achieve that goal, if that makes sense.
Yeah, my understanding of the question is probably more around groundwater and stormwater in Stewart's Point, Fisherman's Reach area. I think it's an infrastructure question. That's where the cumulative effects is obviously increased stormwater runoff, and having infrastructure in the ground to deal with that is, I think, where that's my interpretation of where it's coming from. And is there any view in infrastructure delivery that covers some of these things besides giving it all to the developer to do, specific to those locations?
Yeah, I think we've talked earlier today. Stewart's Point, Fisherman's Reach will have the benefit of a sewage treatment plant in time, which will enable that gentle growth that you signed off in the Stewart's Point structure plan. So that's part of the council's major investment in the infrastructure that's required in those locations. There will be other infrastructure that is the requirement of the developer, and you heard the developer of the southern section last night talk around the style of development they're thinking of, which doesn't sound like it's going to be dense development. I know at a previous meeting they talked about manufactured homes, and that would obviously be a much more dense form of development that would require significantly more infrastructure.
Can I speak to this now? I'd speak for this motion definitely to approve this DCP. It's a massive improvement for anyone who's coming to come to the Macleay to do business, to build a house, get a granny flat, build a shed, do anything that's associated with some sort of development for our community. And ultimately that's prosperity, because it's people going to work and they're improving their situation. So this is a key document towards that. The speaker last night suggested that the Maitland option of their DCP was probably one of the better ones we've seen. Now, I've had a look at it, and it's really around formatting. So I think all the details of what is in this DCP is absolutely similar, but it's just the ability to be able to format it, how it's formatted, and how you can approach different parts of it. So that was one thing that was raised to me back in January, February, when I was talking to locals around that space. They wanted it to be an easy document to access, and this is definitely an improvement to that. And perhaps in the future there may be some improvements around that, how it's formatted and what and how people can use it. But yeah, I absolutely think this should be rubber stamped and in play, because it is a big step forward, and hopefully it turns into faster DA times and more DAs coming to council for more things to happen. So prosperity. Thanks very much to all the staff associated to making this happen.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Councillor Wyatt.
I have one question. Parts of that process strategically.
Yeah, so certainly the intent of the review is to speak with users of the system. Councillors don't have much involvement in the development assessment function of council and the development control plan. Once it's in place, it becomes an operational tool for the team. What we've done recently is speak with those who most regularly engage in the process, and have had some really good feedback from developers and planning agents who operate in and across the Macleay. I hadn't got any particular firm views as to how the engagement was going to occur at this stage.
So in answer to my question, how will or can councillors be included in that process? The answer is none.
I haven't formed a view.
Right, okay.
I know that many developers, the last thing they want is councillors getting involved in their individual DAs, because they see that they'll get a perverse outcome. But if you have something of value to add on to the review of what is a highly detailed, highly professional space, speaking as a planner, then I'm happy to listen and work out a way to garner that information as we go into the next review.
Can I just make a point on your comment there around?
Councillor, do you have a question? You've already spoken to the motion.
So can I ask a question in regards to your comment there? Would it be correct of a councillor to refer an individual or someone coming to us as a councillor to yourself? Because that's what I've done. I've referred them directly to you. Is that the right thing to do?
Yes, please. I've spent the last year trying to listen to people and learn from people across the valley. The feedback's not been pleasant at times, but I've taken that on the chin, and we've tried to put things in place that will make a difference. You know, you've seen now our developer contributions plans are in place. You've got a revised development control plan. You have a development assessment review. So putting those blocks in place, and we're committing to a review of this in 12 months' time to make sure that it's delivering on what we think it will.
Okay, thank you. I have to, okay, so I'm not entirely happy with this DCP. However, I will support it because it includes that 12-month review process, and I'm hopeful that process will allow continuing refining the document and ultimately develop what I would consider a gold standard for Kempsey. Interesting that Councillor Pakes just mentioned about the accessibility. That was my primary feedback when we had those opportunities. I raised concerns early in this project about whether the scope and the budget were sufficient to deliver a genuine rewrite rather than simply an update in an existing document, because those are two very different project scopes with different funding models, with different funding figures. I mean, part of the reason that I ran for council was was what I believe the shambles around the saltwater development process from the early 2000s, which I observed very closely as directly involved through my professional work in the early 2000s and onwards. And at that time, I'd completed Masters of Environmental Law. And through my career, I have received numerous reviewed EISs, particularly around the environment, heritage, and Aboriginal culture components. I've appeared as an expert witness in the Land Environment Court matters. And one of my motivations for seeking election as a councillor back in 2016 actually, was I wanted to see Kempsey develop a better, clearer, more effective development control plan. And I was excited to finally see this document. And if I'm being candid, I'm just a tad disappointed, because I just think, like what I've argued before, my expectations were perhaps higher than realistically. But it's important to remember what the DCP is intended to do. So the LEP sets out the statutory planning rules, and the DCP sits beneath it and provides detailed guidance on how development should be designed and delivered to achieve those local planning objectives. It's not a regulatory instrument the same way as the LEP, but it guides applicants. It supports consistent decision making and provides clarity around councils and the community's expectation for design, character, landscaping, amenity, environmental, heritage, all sorts of outcomes. I would encourage, I had three primary comments which I would encourage to be considered in a review process. One is that accessibility around how the document is used, and I did provide some comments. Fairfield, I think, was one of them. From memory, that had really good layouts. I would encourage council to develop a very comprehensive online policy library rather than referencing selected policies in the DCP, so that applicants should be able to access the full suite of relevant council policies just from a single location. I think that would improve transparency, reduce confusion. I think it would also reduce the processing and the application time for both the developer and the council. And I note that the review in item 7 proposes improvements as clearer pathways, processes, checklists, which I strongly support. Again, that was the other main part of my suite of comments back. So whilst this is, as I'm not a practicing environmental lawyer, I don't work as an environmental planner, but I have, that is my qualifications. It's not my dream DCP, and it's certainly not the vision that I had hoped for, but I acknowledge the substantial work that has gone into the preparation, and actually acknowledge that there has been quite a lot of improvements in the document that is before us today. I acknowledge that there is a commitment to a formal review process, and that review process does give me confidence that this does not have to be the final word. It can be a living document that evolves, approves, and responds to the needs of the users over time, noting that the current one that was done in 2013, it didn't appear to evolve at all. And for that reason, so despite some of my reservations, I am prepared to support it and look forward, if I am able, to participate in a review process. I would like councillors to be given the opportunity to contribute to the review to improve and to better service our community. With just a covenant on that, I certainly don't want to be involved in every DA, I don't, but there is this is a strategic document, so I think there is scope somewhere in that parameter for councillors to be involved. Don't know what that is, mindful that it's got to be within a strategic framework. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Is there any more discussion on this? Councillor Lawrence.
Just have one question and then I'll speak for. Can staff explain why the saltwater precinct provisions have been removed from the DCP and what planning frameworks or controls will now guide development in that area to ensure appropriate environmental, cultural and land use outcomes are maintained?
Take that question on notice, Councillor.
No worries, and I will speak for. I want to acknowledge the work that has gone into preparing and updating the DCP and the intent to improve clarity and consistency across the development in the Shire. However, I do have concerns that while the document has improved in its language and acknowledgement of Aboriginal cultural heritage, it does not translate into its strong or enforceable planning controls. I note some wording has been changed, taken from my submissions. Thank you. And I understand that there is a need for broader advocating. However, I still see a heavy reliance on map sites and AHIMS data. Whilst that does not reflect the full extent of cultural knowledge and cultural landscapes, cultural values are not confined to what is mapped. They include waterways, landforms, storylines and places that are not formally recorded. I also have concerns around consultation. The DCP references consultation but not clearly require early meaningful engagement without refined triggers and expectations. There is a risk that consultation occurs too late in the process after key decisions have already been made. There's also a gap in recognising local cultural authority. The First Nations Advisory Committee and local knowledge holders are not embedded in this framework in a meaningful way. I understand that it's to do with legislative, as Mr. Medal mentioned earlier. Another issue is that culturally significant trees are not recognised in the DCP as Aboriginal cultural heritage. These are places of story, connection and significance, yet they are still being treated solely through ecological and technical frameworks. I also want to raise the recent workshop we had through the First Nations Advisory Committee, where Aboriginal Affairs New South Wales outlined the transition for AHIMS to the new Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Information System. This raises a real concern that we are embedding reliance on a system that is already being phased out. If this DCP is intended to guide development for years to come, it needs to be aligned with the reform and a future focus. I know Mr. Medal mentioned that this document will be updated when that happens, but I want to know what framework council will be working on in the meantime, knowing that AHIMS has major flaws and big money has been invested to improve that system. Overall, while there are positive steps in acknowledgement, the DCP does not yet provide a level of clarity, consistency and enforceable measures needed to ensure cultural heritage is properly considered in planning decisions. This is an important opportunity for council to strengthen these provisions and ensure we are getting this right, not just in principle but in practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Is there any further debate on this motion?
So one question.
Councillor Pakes?
Yeah, I just noted the changes to the Mid-Coast Industrial Hub, Mid-North Coast Industrial Hub at South Kempsey. Is there any commentary around, I think there was a diagram aimed to improve and clarify what can and can't happen in that space? Because it did change slightly.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd probably have to take the specifics of that question on notice. Unfortunately, I mean, it probably just falls under the same umbrella of the principles of the document, what it's trying to achieve. But I'm not intimate with that specific example that you're referring to, and I'd have to take that on notice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the questions around, previous DAs taking a period of time to get developed or to be approved in that space, and it's already a subdivided piece of land. It's got all its road and all its infrastructure there. Yeah, and hopefully this clarifies and allows it to occur. So that's where it's coming from.
Councillor Bain, would you like to close debate?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. That clarity that the DCP is a series of objectives and actions to support the statutory regulatory framework of the LEP. I wasn't clear on that earlier, and I am now. Thank you. I do think this DCP is a huge step forward. As has previously been said, developing a clear pathway for developers, looking at some of those flow charts where they can follow through that there is I like the tree and vegetation protection. The cultural protection part, I do have an issue with that, but it's more of a state government issue. It has to be under the Office of Environment and Heritage, and I would like to see that local knowledge of local Aboriginal heritage consultants and sites officers is used rather than the registered Aboriginal parties process. But that's something outside our realm of control. I like to. It's interesting that people can go and look at the place-based provisions about what's happening in their own particular area, whether that's the heritage of Bellbrook Village or Gladstone, or the developments in the Rocks and Crescent Head, and that we are taking on board the management of natural hazards, because as we know, those natural hazards are going to be always going to be part of our future. So I recommend this review, the new DCP to colleagues, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. It is carried unanimously. We'll now move to item 12.1, Notice of Motion, New South Wales Environmental Protection Authority Microplastic Assessment Report. Councillor Wyatt moving. Do you have a seconder?
Happy with that.
Seconded, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate?
Yeah, thank you. So, okay. The New South Wales EPA broad scale microplastic assessment of estuaries has delivered a stark warning for Kempsey Shire. Southwest Rocks Creek, also known as Bat Creek, has been identified 7th most microplastic contaminated estuary and coastal waterway in New South Wales out of those waterways assessed. So this is not Sydney Harbour. We're not a major industrial port. We're not a densely populated metropolitan catchment. This is Southwest Rocks, a small coastal town that is renowned for its natural beauty, pristine waters, fishing and tourism. I mean, this result should concern every single one of us. It's not simply an environmental issue, it's an economic issue, it's a tourism issue, it's a public health issue, it's a reputation issue. Today we've spoken about the importance of our commercial fishing industry, and our oyster production and aquaculture depend on healthy waterways and strong consumer confidence in the quality of seafood. Research indicates that microplastics can affect the growth, health and reproduction of aquatic species, while contamination can undermine the reputation and marketability of seafood products. Southwest Rocks is one of the jewels in Kempsey Shire's visitor economy. Our businesses, accommodation providers, tourism operators, fishers, oyster growers, local farmers all depends on a clean waterway, healthy coastal environment. People don't travel to polluted waterways and they don't want to eat contaminated seafood. And our community should not have to accept one of its most iconic waterways being ranked one of the worst contaminated of those assessed. So this motion is not about blame at all. It's not about asking council to solve the problem, nor is it about wanting someone else to act. It's just about stewardship. The EPA report identifies stormwater runoff, urban growth, flooding, land use pressures, waste pathways as potential sources of microplastic pollution. There's also floods and fires as well. We know that Southwest Rocks is growing. We know that development pressures are increasing. We know that flooding events are becoming more frequent, and we know that it's at the end of the catchment. This notice of motion provides practical and measured actions. It seeks investigation, advocacy, collaboration, improved monitoring, stronger community education and engagement with the New South Wales Government and the EPA. It seeks to better understand the source of the contamination, identify opportunities to reduce it before the problem becomes larger and more expensive to address. Importantly, it seeks to ensure councillors and the community remained informed of the work of this process, and the cost of inaction is often greater than the cost of, the cost of inaction far greater than the cost of understanding a problem early and responding appropriately. I mean, we have the baseline data. We know that there's a problem. We know that our waterway is bad. We can't argue with that. This is an opportunity to act early, work collaboratively, and advocate strongly to protect our waterways, oyster industry, tourism, reputation, and to protect Southwest Rocks and the wider community. It's not that long ago that Horseshoe Bay, Southwest Rocks was ranked in the kind of top 5 as the top 2 of the best beach and the best town to go and visit. Now we have top 7 most contaminated for microplastics. That's not good. That's not a good reputation to have. So I commend this to council, but I also acknowledge, so I have an amendment. That's not what the notice motion is going to say now. I've worked with CEO Mr. Metal to have something else that is up there, which do you want me to read, or are you happy to read? Or someone, do you want to read it yourselves?
We can let people read it.
Yeah. And has done some writing around that. We've had some discussions on how to improve it. You know, there was concerns about whether this was committing council to spend millions of dollars. It's actually not. This is a position that I believe that we've both agreed on. And I thank you for helping me come up with a better recommendation. I just don't think we can ignore this. And as I said, it's definitely not about making blame. It's about, we have the data. What can we do? How can we leverage council? And I hope that you support that.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I'll allow people to continue reading. From my perspective, I'm really happy with this amendment. I think to the earlier points of this meeting around cost shifting, I think given that the report was released by the EPA, I think we should make effort for them to, I guess, come to the party, given our financial situation. And that I do believe they will be doing some investigation there. So I think if we do some advocacy, I'd be very, very supportive of that.
I'll ask you a question. So this actually came up with Coffs Harbour Council as well. So they passed their notice of motion as well. Has this come up in the Mid North Coast JO? Is there some advocacy work or something that's come in there for action?
Not formally, I don't believe, but when we were at Parliament for our JO meeting and we had a meeting with Penny Sharp's representatives, we raised this issue and it came up both for Coffs Harbour and for the Kempsey Shire. I think Coffs Harbour's also got dredging issues, so I can't remember if their dredging issues have been delayed. But I know that they're doing stuff around their microplastics as well. But they were both raised at the JO, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with my counterparts there on that, because I think that this is an issue.
Yeah, that was in the original, but yeah, just take that on notice, that would be good. Thanks.
Yeah. Is there any questions on this one, councillors? Any debate?
Just to speak in favour of that, I'm much more comfortable with the amended version. It's not going to, it doesn't have a cost impost on council, and it puts the ball back squarely with the New South Wales government.
But I like the idea of education, identifying what the pathways are, and I thank Councillor White for bringing this matter to our attention because it's very serious. Thank you.
Councillor Coburn?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I agree this is it's a frightening issue really, to particularly, that there's 2 areas with our mid-north coast that have come in the top 10. I guess in a local perspective of Southwest Rocks, we do have a local resilience canopy group that is starting its way forward. And I think this is probably an issue around localised education, around that circular economy, recycling, how better we can make our town a cleaner town will probably be one of the areas within the action plan that we'll develop so that in a localised capacity, we can possibly be a bit more involved and educated around how we live in our own little world.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Is there any more contributions? Councillor Lawrence?
I'll speak for it. I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Wyatt for bringing this important notice of motion forward. The findings outlined in this report are deeply concerning for coastal community like ours, known for its natural beauty, its waterways and its strong connection to the ocean. To be ranked amongst the most contaminated in the state is something we cannot ignore. This is not just an environmental issue, it is a community issue. It impacts our local fishing and oyster industries, our tourism economy, public health and the reputation of places like Southwest Rocks that we are incredibly proud of. For many in our community, including our First Nations communities, our waterways hold a deep cultural, environmental and spiritual significance. Protecting them is not optional, it's a responsibility. Amendments that were made. I do not believe that means we should do nothing while we wait. There are steps we can do and take now, particularly around investigation, advocacy, community education and making better use of the frameworks we already have in place, like the coastal management plan. This is about getting the balance right. Arthur will like that word, balance. Taking the issue seriously, advocating strongly to the state, understanding the problem properly. I also think there is an opportunity here to strengthen our response by ensuring our approach includes community engagement and, importantly, working with First Nations stakeholders to ensure we are taking a culturally informed and inclusive approach to protecting our waterways. We have a responsibility to act, not recklessly, but responsibly. So I will be supporting this notice of motion with the amendments around evidence-based approach, continue to advocate strongly to the state government and ensure that our community is kept informed and involved as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. If there's nothing further, Councillor White, would you like to close debate?
There's 2 points. Firstly is, thank you to Council, to the Mayor, to the CEO for recognising the significance of these findings and engaging through your networks with the Minister's Office, JO, government departments. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Medal, for working with me and your commitment to improve this that met my intention and is measured and reasonable for Council.
Thank you, Councillor White. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is none dissent. No, none dissent. No dissent. The motion is carried unanimously. I will move now to 11.5, the flood policy update. But Mr. Medal, will you just introduce why this has come to Council in its form? Just in terms of context, as you said, it was an administrative practice, but can you make it clear where this has been taken from and now put and what the material differences are?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my understanding, and Director Hood may wish to add further, is that this was formerly part of your DCP and now is a standalone document that better reflects the position and the understanding that Council has in terms of the work that we've done on the upper and lower Macleay flood modelling, etc. So this is now a standalone element, which makes it easier and more accessible for people to get into the nuts and bolts of the policy. So I hope that helps. I don't know if the Director wishes to add anything.
Thank you. Do we have a mover? Councillor Coburn, thank you. Seconded. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Coburn, would you like to open debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Medal, because when I first looked at it, I was thinking, hang on a minute, this is not the document that I thought I was going to be reading. I would like to acknowledge the considerable amount of technical work that's gone into the document and the reliance on the recent flood studies and the New South Wales Flood Risk Management Manual. I think the only issue that I have around it is possibly within the title. And I think Mr. Medal has alluded to that because it actually relates specifically to the development control plan. And I think for a lot of people that may cause some confusion because as a user of, say, the council internet searching for documents and they search for a flood policy, this may well come up for people and they may be confused as to the context in which it's written. So I don't know. Clearly, council has decided that that should not be embedded within the development control plan, that it should be a standalone document, but possibly the naming of that document could be changed to call it I don't know, something that's more the procedure for flood management and development assessment, something that's more specific to the DCP to alleviate any confusion within that. I can see that it is really quite a technical manual that's referenced continuously within the existing or the new development control plan, which gives a lot of guidelines about the impacts of flooding and also the coastal environment. But as I said, from my perspective, I think it's a terrific document. It's very technical. I think it speaks to the specifics of the changes that are going to occur within particularly that coastal area and particularly on the floodplain. So I value the importance of having that technical information. But yeah, just around how people will perceive that when they're searching for documents and whether that may be that element of confusion. But in the document itself, I commend it and recommend its inclusion.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, questions to start with. This document is formed around the Port Macquarie flood policy. Is that right? Is that what we were told?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to get advice on there. I think the work on this started well before I got to Council Pakes. I don't know whether you.
Just the information from our speakers yesterday was that we were operating off the Port Macquarie model.
No,
around the DCP.
Yes, correct.
But this was in the DCP previously.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the reference made on the public forum yesterday was to the AUSPEC technical diagrams, which used to be included, that our DCP referred to, which were previously the Port Macquarie specifications that we used. So that was in relation to how diagrams were drawn for things like roads and civil infrastructure and stormwater and those types of items.
So specifically to freeboard, anything associated to flooding on the Lower Macleay, downstream of Kempsey, is the downstream of Kempsey viewed the same as the flood areas of Port Macquarie? Is this a generalised common method of freeboard and association to the flood studies that have happened in each valley?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice and see how we compare to Port. It's every likelihood that some of the principles are applied in a similar fashion. There's not that many variances in items like this across councils in a general sense, but to get specific on that, I'd have to take that on notice.
I suppose the reason I asked that is that given the wide expanse of flooded area between Kempsey and Southwest Rocks and Crescent Head and the entirety, it's a massive floodplain. This document does, if you look at the graph that shows the 2050, 2100 and the I just can't think of the three letters, AHD or something. They show a significant increase in that height, a 2100 height, pretty much anywhere below, well, even from just up above Fredericton and then there's no height raise probably at just below the bridge, and then it goes to quite a significant rise in the height that people have to build to inhabit a place. My question then goes to, what do you have to do to build a flood mound in those places? Is a flood mound, because they've got flood refuge as a definition, what about flood mounds in those places? How are they viewed in a besides the flow implications? What other restrictions may be applied to a flood mound installation in that lower Macleay flood area? Because that is the heights that are mentioned there, and the 2100 heights, we have only seen that height in 49, and there hasn't been that many big flood events that have required heights higher than what that, or as high as that number there. That number is it's a metre on top of what the highest we've seen in those spaces.
I guess again, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to look at the specific example to comment on what specific controls or approaches would be available for development in that site. The purpose of the document is to lay out a lot of those requirements. One thing I will say is that this document doesn't change any of those requirements or levels that were in place prior to this document being put to council for adoption. So there's been no material change in those levels. But again, if there's a specific location or what I'd have to look at that and apply the document to that location, essentially.
So to be super clear, there's no change in the number for the heights. The heights are the same.
Correct.
But the document's a separate document now.
Correct.
So that's quite clear. So has there been any assessment in regards to how many properties are affected by this flood policy? Is there been any, I know this is a policy on its own, but has there been any assessment as to how many properties are affected by this? Because ultimately what's happening is that it'll make it too expensive to develop or to build up to a certain height. You're adding every metre up costs a bucket load of cash. So has there been any assessment in regards to what that costs?
I think that's a simple no. This is a diktat that we've received. You know, the levels have changed. We're reacting to the impacts of climate change. Most of the developed world's already stopped developing on floodplains. You know, you've seen that in New Orleans. You've seen that in the UK. This is not something that is a good planning outcome, to have a house on a huge mound that creates issues in terms of flood flow, issues in terms of capacity at a very minor level in the lower Macleay, but more importantly, without a safe access and egress, puts people's lives and property at risk, and potentially the emergency services.
And that's a good point you've raised there about safe access and egress. Is that changed in this policy? The access and egress requirements for heights and so on. I've had a few contacts in regards to access and egress heights. I think it was a PMF access and egress height required for a property on the Clybucca floodplain, So that means the access height would have to be the massive restriction to the access to the property. Like, it's just not a realistic outcome for development in that space.
So if you have a look at page 1027, Councillor, I'm sorry, I'm glad I got that in. There is a whole series of specifications there about what's required for different flood planning levels for different land use capacities. There are a series of definitions in the previous section. So if you look at where are we? Flood refuges, the definitions and so on. They explain how to calculate it and what's required, and then you reflect that into the different flood planning levels for the different land uses. So there is a requirement for access and egress to be at a certain standard, and that is something that you can do the paper trail through the policy.
I suppose I look at it at a practical sense, and having access and egress at a certain height, it does nothing but, like, I've got a 400 metre driveway. which runs parallel to the side of the to the flow of the river. If I do want any sort of development that gets me up to that height, I've got to then put a massive diversion in the entirety of my driveway to do that access and egress. That's what I'm saying to you. Is there a practicality associated to this? Is there some sort of a way to continue development on the floodplain? Because ultimately people still want to live down in those spaces. They still want to live there. It's a good place to live. And floods come and go. They're not here all the time. I can tell you before probably 2001 back to the 70s, the flood never came over the levee between Fredericton and Kempsey. There's long periods of time with no inundation. So I'm sure the seasons will cycle again, and there will be long periods of time without inundation, and people will move in and they'll do things. But what is it this basically meaning there'll be no development between Kempsey, Traffic Bridge, and all the way to Southwest Rocks on that floodplain? Because these numbers are, that's what it means. Is that what it means?
I think, yeah, that's a question for the developer as to whether they wish to make that investment or not. The market decides, the rules are put in place. We've got to work within the parameters that the state government have now set for us. We're a series of communities, many of which are in flood-prone areas, and having spent most of my working life in similar areas, exactly the same requirements are true, and no new properties have been built in those areas for probably 25, 30 years. We were dealing with the impacts of sea level rise back in the 90s, and now we're having the conversation about doing something similar here, where we know people are not getting insured. The government's the insurer of last resort, and our community is really hurt by people who are personally or commercially affected by the impact of floods.
Yeah, and I would add that floodway, no building in the floodway was an 80s policy here.
You're having a very lovely discussion now on this flood policy.
And with indulgence, were you aware of that, Mr. Metal, that that floodway policy was a 1980s policy enacted by previous councils at that time, and I was only 1 or 2 years old then?
No, councillor, I was not aware. I don't think I was born, actually.
And I suppose the other elephant in the room is we're talking about the impacts of flooding and on development, but the other elephant in the room is how we're getting this water off this floodplain. Now we're talking about the Jerseyville silting up, directly impacted with how long that water sits on the floodplain. I know it's not in this policy here, but what suite of documents addresses that? Is that where would we look at to have increased flood drainage from using the current infrastructure, etc.? I know there's been some attempts to clear that sort of stuff. That's not addressed in this. Where is it addressed?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you've probably touched on what is a very large body of work that this council needs to do in that space during floods, which happens through knowledge that is in people's heads and not necessarily prescriptive, and it's probably something that is due for investigation.
That's wonderful news, Phil. Thank you. And what might that look like? As in, is it a report to council? Do I need to instruct you to do that work? Is it something you need as a notice of motion? I've been instructed that I need to provide a notice of motion on some regards. Is this one that we need a notice of motion for, or will this happen without councillors' interception?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it will happen without that. I'm happy to talk to that a bit further. No, because like I said, there are elements of that will be covered in the coastal management plan, which is still in its draft stage. That's more a strategic document. It identifies improvement works, but in terms of operational understanding and improvement on how that works in terms of responding to flood events, no, that essentially is an operational responsibility that we have now, if that makes sense.
Councillor White and Councillor Bain, was your microphone on as well? No, Councillor White.
So I've cut down what I was going to say. I just want to This question, actually, a slight context in the question. So the submission, so I want to acknowledge some of the concerns raised by the community in those submissions. The submissions demonstrate residents are asking for, well, those that submitted anyway, asking for practical action, investment in flood mitigation infrastructure, improvements in drainage, consideration of levee upgrades, stronger evacuation planning, and support for flood prevention and management. And while that sits largely outside this policy, I'm just wondering where they are acknowledged, because they do want to know that council's not only planning for floods, but are actively working towards reducing impacts where possible. So I guess the question is, as many of those submissions raise those, how will council ensure these concerns are progressed through future programs that are simply, and they're just not simply set aside and forgotten? So those actions, not the policy stuff, the actions that they've raised.
So, apologies. So through you, Madam Mayor. So you mean the actions that were raised through the consultation on the policy?
Yeah. No, the consultation. So many submissions, they talked about flood mitigation infrastructure, drainage improvements, levees, evacuation planning. So the practical part of flood solution in the recovery and the prevention, whereas this is a policy document, and I support that's a policy document, but I'm just wondering where those actions are addressed as opposed to in this policy.
So I guess the answer to that is the feedback that we receive through this process doesn't go away. So council officers have that information to inform what we need to do operationally. It sort of goes to what I spoke to before, that I can see that there is, and has been reflected to me, that there's a body of work to do there, not necessarily dramatically change how we respond operationally. It's probably a bit more of a data capture, I guess, and to make sure that we've got a robust approach that doesn't leave when certain individuals who have that knowledge in their minds leave. That's just a bit of a risk space there, an operational risk space. So no, I guess that information won't go anywhere because it sits within the same team that will then be charged with undertaking that work. I'm not sure how much else I can answer that apart from it doesn't disappear into the ether. It informs where we direct our time and effort.
Yeah, thank you. I think I've just answered my question too whilst I was listening to you speak. So there is the lower, I can't think of the exact name, but I was on that committee, the Lower Macleay flood plan, no, management plan, the plan that we had, it had identified like 13 actions in there. I guess they sit in that as well. Don't worry about it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There was a flood. I can't remember what it was called off the top of my head. It's a long name.
I believe it's the Lower Macleay Flood Study and Risk Management Plan, but I may have butchered a word in there. It identifies there's not many realistic mitigations we can do that are going to reduce the PMF or the 1 in 100-year flood level. So the mitigations become very, very, very expensive for not much return, which makes them unlikely to be funded by state or federal government down the track, and hence they don't get prioritised.
And I think there was some other questions around evacuation. So raised concerns about evacuation constraints during flooding events. I mean, is there any other work planned to assess and improve evacuation capacity for vulnerable communities across the Shire? Or is that in that?
If you're talking about, there's probably two different things there. There's the evacuation centres that would be triggered in a natural disaster event, which comes under the emergency management side. They're identified in our M plan. We do have a shortage on suitable evacuation centres, and we are hopeful that there may be a pathway to a new PCYC in the future that may double as function as an evac centre, but we'll see. That's not in that location. But then separately is what we're looking at the moment, which is the flood policy, how it applies to development. And yes, there are requirements on certain development to have evacuation plans for their properties, particularly where you may site a structure above the 1% AEP, but the PMF goes over the roof. So you need to identify as part of that application how you would escape, your pathway to escape, when you would need to leave. And so that is another nuance, I guess, which is still, I would say the application of that particular element would come into that post-implementation review of the DCP as well, because it is something where, as Councillor Pakes sort of alluded to, there are some outlying situations on occasion that may result in some response that doesn't make sense. So these are things that we'll look as they come up. But there's those sort of two elements. So I'm not sure which one you were.
I mean, just to summarise, to be clear, like this is a planning document, and the action part of the document, or action part of flooding, which is prevention or preventative response recovery, is addressed in the plan that I can't remember, but Daniel has better grip on the plans management name than I do. And there's other, and there's other forums for it. So what they've raised there is not forget, it will be addressed somewhere else, but this is not the correct process for that. Thanks.
Councillor Lawrence?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just had one question that I'll speak for. How will Council track whether this policy is actually reducing flood risk outcomes over time?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd almost have to take that on notice, because I'd almost have to frame it to answer it properly. And by that, I mean, if you process an assessment of a new dwelling that's within an area that is potentially flood prone, have you increased the risk of a property being impacted by flood, or have you decreased the risk on that particular assessment, assuming that without those controls, it might have been worse affected? So that question would have to be bound. I'm sorry, that would be, it's hard for me to answer that otherwise.
I could probably assist a little bit through you, Madam Mayor. The policy sets out to ensure that future development isn't increasing the risk, particularly of loss of life and so on, by new development. So it seeks to make sure that any future development has a risk which is acceptable, as we've talked about, has appropriate escape routes, warning periods, all of those types of things. So the policy looks to make sure that we don't increase the risk in new development. Given that the policy effectively enshrines what we already do, so to speak, its implementation in and of itself does not mean the risk tomorrow, when this policy is in place, would be lower than the risk is today, because it effectively enshrines the things that we're already doing. But the overarching intent is to make sure that future development doesn't increase that risk over time.
So you'd have a outcomes tracking policy, tracking something to track it. That's just kind of, I guess, where my question was leading to.
Well, I guess in that sense, the outcomes would only be insofar as development being compliant to the requirements of this policy. If there, as I said, there might be instances in terms of flood evacuation or some other nuance, that would be captured in that post-implementation process with the DCP. The intent there is to capture where there may be variances and keep that register so that we know if we need to make slight adjustments or things aren't fit for purpose. So that's probably an element where we would capture that. But otherwise, if it's compliant with the requirements of the policy, it's compliant with the requirements of the policy. So.
Okay, thank you. I'll speak quickly for it. I support the intent of the policy. I acknowledge the work that has gone into the developing a consistent framework for flood risk management across the Shire. Flooding is one of the most significant challenges we face, and having clear development controls is an important step forward. However, after reviewing the submissions, I do have a number of concerns that I think are important to put on record. Firstly, the level of community engagement on this policy was very low, but the submissions we did receive were detailed thoughtfully and strongly reflective of lived experience across the community. What is very clear is that the majority of concerns raised by the community relate to flood mitigation, infrastructure, levees, drainage, environmental impacts and catchment management. In almost every instance, these concerns have been noted and then deemed outside the scope of the policy, as discussed before. While I understand the technical purpose of the document, I think this highlights a broader issue. There is a disconnect between what the community expects council to do in relation to flooding and what the policy is actually designed to deliver. Secondly, we have heard significantly from coastal communities, particularly Stuart's point about the unique challenges they face, including compound flooding from the river systems, tidal influences and groundwater. These are complex and real risks. I am not convinced that one size fits all in the policy adequately addresses those conditions. Thirdly, there are also concerns raised about the use of the climate data and modelling. The policy acknowledges that not all flood studies are up to date and that updates will continue over time. Given the increasingly severity and frequency of the flood events, I think it's critical that we have a clarity around timelines for updated modelling and that we are confident decisions made today are based on the best available data. Another important issue that this policy focuses almost entirely on future development. Many of our existing residents already live in flood-prone areas and are looking for guidance, support and practical solutions to improve resilience. This is something the community has clearly asked for, and I believe it remains as an important gap. As Mr. Hood mentioned, the team have that information now from the submissions, but what are they going to do with it? Yes, it's in some action plans, and as Councillor White mentioned, I hope these are addressed and funding is sourced for these areas. Finally, evacuation requirements within the policy assumed that safe and reliable evacuation is achievable. However, we know in parts of our Shire, particularly in isolated and coastal communities, this is not always the case. So while I support the adoption of the policy as an important planning tool, I do believe it must accompany by a stronger and more visible commitment to flood mitigation, infrastructure planning, updated flood modelling and a direct support for communities already living in the flood risk areas, because for our community this is an issue not just about future development but is about lived experience, safety and resilience now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers?
Just one more question. This policy, does it have any reflection over council-owned assets? So say council wants to put a car park in a certain area or a playing field, anything like that, specifically to the master plan that came out for Crescent Head. Now, I would think off the mapping that I've seen that the 2100 heights would be absolutely influencing the areas located within the plans of the master plan put out previously. How does this policy affect something like that?
So I was thinking something much closer to home. I was thinking the impact of future development of the depot. Council applications are dealt with exactly the same way as public applications are. So we face the same hurdles as you applying for something new at home. Yep.
And then secondly to that, then does that mean that some of these master plans need to be revisited, because this is a change in policy from when they were put out on public exhibition, and even when the master plan for the depot was put forward? Is that something that we need to revisit to, future-proof perhaps? Maybe the wrong word. Raise, I don't know.
I think we'd have to have a look at that on a case-by-case basis. Some won't have much impact. Some can be managed within the existing concept plan. Others may require a review. Yep.
And I'm going to go back to the one that's on the table at the moment, which is the Crescent Head Master Plan. Will there be any review of that in regards to this policy? Because this policy we're about to adopt it. Will there be a review, because it's been out to public exhibition and now this policy's come into play? Will there be some sort of review or some sort of feedback to councillors to give councillors an understanding of how this policy will affect that proposal?
Yeah, so the Crescent Head Master Plan is not for council deliberation at this stage. I'm hoping to bring it to you in July. I will ask the team to review what is proposed in light of this policy and take advice from the strategic planning team and see if there is any conflict between what's being proposed and what's in the new policy.
And I appreciate that question, Councillor Pakes, but we need to approve this policy, and I think we should take it in good faith that anything we approve from now will have this policy taken into consideration because we've adopted it. Are there any further contributions? Would you like to close debate, Councillor Coburn?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I think we need to consider that there are legal considerations around this policy, that it aligns with the New South Wales government flood-prone land policy and supports compliance with the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act of 1979. It assists council in demonstrating due diligence and consistency in flood-related planning and development assessment decisions. I think the other thing is the property considerations, which will impact future planning outcomes on flood-prone land. That includes council-owned assets and infrastructure. And I also think it, in the risk assessment area, the key risk associated with not adopting the policy include inconsistent flood risk assessment practices, increased exposure to liability and reduced alignment with current state planning requirements. So I'd like to close the debate.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried unanimously. We now move to item 11.6, which is the Waste Services Policy. Who's ready to pepper Wes? Moved by Councillor Wyatt, seconded by Councillor Matchett. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to open debate?
Thank you. I support this policy. Yeah, I believe that, but I also, yeah, there we go, done. I also believe that we need to move beyond simply collecting, transporting, disposing of waste and rubbish. Waste diversion is no longer an option for councils. It's essential. And one of the emerging industries that can help sort of future-proof Kempsey is create new business opportunities, generate jobs, build resilience through a changing economy through circular economy. I support the policy's intent and scope, although I would like to see stronger emphasis on the role of councillors' enforcement regulators. We've operated so long on a linear economy. We take, we make, we use, and we dispose. And that model is no longer environmentally, socially, or economically sustainable. Like everything sent to landfill represents a lost resource or a cost or a missed opportunity or an unnecessary cost to ratepayers. And the future does lie in that circular economy where materials are reused, repaired, repurposed, recycled for as long as possible. And waste should be viewed as a resource, not a liability. It's an economic opportunity. Reducing the waste lowers disposal costs. A resource recovery creates valuable recycle, repair, reuse, remanufacturing to create jobs and economic activity. Resource recovery centres and tip shops divert valuable materials from landfill while supporting local communities and business. And we have an important leadership to play in driving that transition through education, behaviour change and practical initiatives. But I'd like to see continued investment in resource recovery, whether battery and e-waste collection points, the re-establishment of the tip shop, stronger waste management requirements for events. I'd also like to see stronger expectations around commercial waste management. And I think businesses should be responsible for maintaining clean, secure, sanitised waste facilities, ensuring correct separation of their waste, recycling and the FOGOs, preventing litter, illegal dumping and access by wildlife and rodents. And we see that at Crescent Head, just creating that big mess. Education must be supported by compliance. Illegal dumping, littering and contamination of recycled streams impose cost on ratepayers. Good behaviour should be encouraged, and as mentioned yesterday actually by the speaker, good behaviour should be encouraged and persistent poor behaviour should have consequences. Landfill should be a last resource, not the first option. And if our goal should be, if we want sort of environmental and financial sustainability, our goal should be not just manage waste, but to manage waste more efficiently, to reduce it, regeneration, recover more from the resources, the circular economy. I think there is a huge opportunity before us, and I encourage council to embrace it. And I know there's new FOGO requirements coming in July, and I think these reforms are designed more to reduce that landfill, lower greenhouse gas emissions, recover that valuable resource, and support that transition to a circular economy, making it more important than ever that we position ourselves in that reducing waste generation and maximising resource efficiency.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Saul.
Oh, sorry,
Thank-
I have questions, but I'll do that after.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just jump in very quickly. It's got here on page 57, meeting placement enforcement. Now, in Smith Street, have any Director Wes, have any of your staff spoken to businesses in Smith Street about having their bins on the footpath there in regard to? Otherwise, I'll hear about it. But the point I'm asking is where they could put their bins, because it's a bit tight there for some loading and loading of waste. So, have your staff spoken to any businesses there who are doing so, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's definitely been an ongoing conversation in that sort of area. I guess the main thing is this policy addresses that's important in that space is when they go out and when they come back in. They're not left out for, an undetermined amount of time. So that's very important. And also this also sets out the actual storage of the bins during that time as well.
Thank
Bins
you.
out by 6 a.m. everyone on your collection day. Councillor White, your questions?
I mean, in the interest of time, I cut these down and I might ask them through the portal, which maybe can be made public. But I think my burning question that I want is the tip shop. And I understand it was closed because of sort of safety concerns, and I presume it's still closed. And is it expected to reopen? Yay. Is it?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So that is one of the definitely one of the things looked at in the 30-year waste master plan that we're looking at the moment. You're correct in saying it was closed due to work health and safety issues. That's 100% correct, and that was both staff and public. As part of the 30-year master plan, it is envisaged that we'll bring that back with the whole changing face of that waste management centre. So yes, short answer is yes. That is the plan, to bring that back as part of that 30-year delivery plan.
Yep, fantastic. It's sort of in line with what Councillor Saul asked about, is that we do have an issue with bins stored in public places. I mean, this is the whole Crescent Head issue. Where they detract from the public amenity, and the policy does address this to a degree. But what can council do to ensure that commercial waste bins are properly maintained, secured, cleansed, appropriate signage, service that prevents that overflows, that litter leakage, illegal dumping and access by wildlife, birds and rodents? I mean, we know those, yeah. Is there a role for council there in sort of enforcing all of those things around maintenance and bin infrastructure and location?
Yeah, Madam Mayor. Yes, you're right. The policy does address that. The other thing that was missing previously was basically the DA controls with storage, which is now firmly in the policy. So it is all about providing that proper place. Its compliance is a big part of that as well. There's no doubt about that. And storing, waste for 12 months to taking your box trailer to the waste management centre, as the speaker wanted to do last night, is definitely not a way to help with that vermin issue.
So I was going to ask about that question too. So, I mean, he had some valid points, and around, referring to the waste fees, he talked about incentives, and then we talked about disincentives for those that are not doing the right thing. Is that a possibility? The incentives and the disincentives?
Yes and no. So there are metro councils that have trialled sort of a barcode scanning, weighing sort of system that's been quite unsuccessful and very opposed by the community. At the end of the day, I guess the way the system's set up at the moment is that it's, instead of that user pay, it's to ensure that for financial sustainability and universal provision of waste services across the whole local government area, and that that sort of brings in that whole waste collection, the processing, and disposal infrastructure. It's very, very difficult, under a method like that, that we're picking up when someone's ready. I've got trucks driving around that whole route every day, regardless, looking for bins instead of. So the sort of the cost, yes, there's a cost on their waste component, but I've still got trucks out, staff, diesel, everything else, searching for bins. So it's a lot of that. The actual talking about cancelling, I think you, Councillor Pakes, asked about cancelling your service. So basically, under Section 496 of the Local Government Act, a service as a residential property within a serviceable area cannot be cancelled. So basically, it needs to be charged, and with that, a council must make and levy an annual charge for the provision of domestic waste management services for each parcel of rateable land for which the service is available. So that's part of the legislation.
Just one final question around the circular economy. Do you think we need, so circular economy can come across the policy and in the waste strategy that you talked about as well, or it can have a standalone policy? Do you think there is enough in our existing frameworks to move through that circular economy, and that council sort of is showing some leadership in that space? Or should we do something separate as in a circular economy policy or moving towards that?
Okay, so there's a few things in that space. Just with the circular economy, we were very much ahead of the game with implementation of FOGO. So basically that's why there's a big push now by EPA, as you said before, because basically I think there's still 61 councils in New South Wales that haven't implemented FOGO. We've had it for, I think, over 12 years now. So, so we're very much at the forefront of that. The other thing that, we've implemented lately is the leachate collection, treatment and disposal. We are one of the leaders, not only in the state but probably the country in the processing of that side of thing, and that very much nuisance waste stream that comes out of landfills. Circular economy is a very difficult one for our size council. To basically make those streams work, you need those economies of scale. So what's really important there is the work of mid-waste through the JO, and actually getting that volume of what we need to make those sort of those practices and processes actually work for all the communities on the Mid-North Coast. So yeah.
Councillor Pakes.
Council, question to Director Trotter, specifically for Crescent Head. This policy, I understand, is around putting the policy position in place so as that the Crescent Head issue that's been raised to us can be managed and hopefully bettered. I understand currently that there's a bin space as part of the surrounding of the job site. What is going to be the step forward, and how is it going to be communicated that this policy comes in and that the people and users of that space have to change, modify, do whatever? Is there a specific communication strategy or anything you can tell councillors regarding the positive outcome for that space?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I guess the important one for that one is now we do have a policy. So that a policy that will help guide that way that we go with the the community down there, especially that sort of business commercial community. Now we've got this, we will be working with them using this policy to create, I guess, usable means of those storage of bins, going forward in that area. Mr. Metal and myself have talked about different options that we'll have down there, and now we've got this policy. We'll be able to take that to that business community and work with them to get a reasonable outcome for everybody. Yep.
Councillor Coburn?
What they put out. I guess the incentivisation is an interesting question. It really has to be a self-motivation thing at that very grassroots level. But if there is the opportunity in that 30-year plan to start looking at perhaps that transfer station ability where Kempsey can be a point of collection, where we can embed ourselves as part of that process, or any opportunities that may come for us to perhaps be showcase smaller facilities that we can pop online, that we can start gathering data from by actually using that. Because I feel at the end of the day, there will be a lot of money that will come from state and federal government, particularly state, because they have a massive waste problem. And I feel if we have a robust plan developing in that background space where we're leaning into that and what we can offer would give us a far bigger head start on being able to perhaps secure some government funding, grant funding, to be able to really expand into that space. But I certainly condone the policy that you've got.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Lots of questions in that one. So basically, the grant funding for councils is very limited in this space. There is a lot more opportunities around for private companies, and we do see those private companies popping up with different, business models and how they're going to move forward. So there is a lot of things that we are looking to do in that 30-year master plan, and remodeling of transfer stations and bits and pieces is definitely in that plan, and that's to, like you say, to get those more defined waste streams and that feedstock, as we call them, for those different sort of recovery of those items into usable things. We do have many things that we're looking at with the JO, once again trying to get that economies of scale, but there's also some work that we're doing with private farmers and bits and pieces within the region to look at other particularly soft plastic recycling bits and pieces as well. So we are lucky to have a soft plastic recycling centre reasonably close, so just down in the Mid-Coast Council area. So there are lots of things that we're looking at doing with them, and they've got also partners on the same site that do the actual remanufacturing as well. So so there's lots of things happening in that space.
Thanks, Wes. We only have 32 minutes left, and we still have to get to the development assessment review. Were you wanting to speak?
Yeah, I'll just speak for it. Is that okay?
Yeah, we'll do that, and then
I'll do it.
Councillor White, can you close debate?
Cool. I want to speak for this item as also and also build on the conversation about taking a balanced and practical approach moving forward. It's great we will now have a policy. Wes, thank you, and the team. Earlier in my speech, I spoke about the importance of finding graces in West Kempsey, and I want to come back to that because there are businesses and residents in our community who are already doing great things. We often focus on the challenges, but there are also innovation happening on the ground. There are people rethinking how we use materials, reducing waste and finding new ways to make things work locally. And I think that deserves recognition and support. During the break, I had a conversation with Tony, and we spoke about the opportunity around the circular economy and what that looks like here in Kempsey Shire. Tony has been working in this space for over 40 years, and he's very passionate about this. He's also doing some behind the scenes work in that space, which sounds amazing. And what's important is this isn't just a new concept for us. It's actually already reflected in the direction of the waste services policy. This policy talks about reducing waste to landfill, maximising recycling and organics, and creating opportunities to reuse, reprocess and recover materials into valuable products. It even speaks about encouraging innovative solutions and creating business opportunities from unwanted materials. This is a circular economy, so this is about taking what is already in our policy and making sure we are actively delivering on it. Because a circular economy is really about using resources better, keeping materials in use for longer, reducing what goes to landfill, and creating local economy opportunities out of waste. That might look like reusing timber and local materials, strengthening recycling and organics recovery, supporting businesses already repurposing materials, and partnering with community organisations who are already doing this work on the ground. And for Kempsey, this is just about the environmental outcome. This isn't just about the environmental outcomes. It's also about economic opportunity. It means jobs. It means supporting local businesses. It means keeping value in our community rather than losing it to landfill costs. It also aligns with the broader conversation we've been having and talking about a balanced approach. We can support our existing industries while also looking how we evolved and future-proof our local economy. From a governance perspective, I think this opportunity is in front of us to embed these principles more clearly into the planning and delivery, support businesses and residents already leading the way, and build stronger relationships and partnerships across council, community and industry. And importantly, to measure whether we are doing it actually reducing waste and improving outcomes over time. Because when we talk about finding Grace's shop in West Kempsey, where she's recycling bottle caps, this is part of recognising strengths, backing our community and building on what is already working. I think there is a real opportunity here for Kempsey Shire if we get this right, and I'd be keen to see if the continued support to grow this space moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor White, would you like to close debate?
Yes, I'm just happy. Yeah, I will close the debate and acknowledge what you said, Director Trotter, about the capacity of larger councils to do more in this circular economy space. I went to the waste conference in Coffs recently, and a lot of those presentations were so inspiring, but they were from larger councils. So yeah, agree. I guess it's about finding our space in that and what we can do. And I'm confident that we are trying to find out what we can do in our space. So thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. It is carried unanimously. We'll now move to item 11.7, Development Assessment Review. Do I have a mover? Councillor Wyatt, seconded. Thank you. Oh, who withdrew it?
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Councillor Bain withdrew it, so I'll allow him to move it.
Happy?
Happy for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm on the right track this time. So 11.7, the development DA review was a management initiated process. Congratulations on management for that, and shows a commitment to that continuous improvement. I note that the so management engaged a consultant to do the review, and there are things in the review which are not pleasant to swallow, but that is why it's so important that we look at take an honest look at ourselves. There were 17 recommendations for improvement, including improving technology, focusing on the core business of the planners, streamlining referrals, improved training for staff, and clear delegations. I welcome that there are measurable improvements. So there's a target that by mid-2028, in a couple of years, that we will meet or exceed timeline expectations. If we're not measuring it, it's more difficult to make it. I think it communicates very clearly to people like the Business Chamber and to developers who have met with Mr. Medal and have expressed their concerns that council are listening and council are committed to building trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. I want to speak in support of this. And I have to say that I think this is probably one of my favourite reports to ever come before council. I mean, for me, reading this report was validating and encouraging. Like, I was really emotional when I first read it. Like, I was, because it confirms all the concerns and observations and questions I've been asking since December of 2021. And as I worked through those findings, I could see reflected in the consultant's report so many conversations I've had with the executive leadership team over the time, and applicants and consultants and members of our community. So yeah, so grateful to see that. The findings confirm the challenges within our development assessment system that are real, systematic, and are widely recognised by staff, stakeholders, consultants, and independent reviewers themselves. And it definitely acknowledges that there is no single cause or no single, it's not a blame issue. Instead, it identifies a combination of resourcing pressures, process inefficiencies, governance, policy shortcomings, increasing complexity within a planning system, and importantly, provides a pathway forward. And I said I was so excited to read the recommendations. They're practical, sensible, and achievable. They focus on process, policy, people, and programs. They recognise the need for cultural change, better communication, clearer procedures, and for customer service. And for years, councillors have heard complaints or concerns rather, from applicants, developers, businesses, and residents about delays and inconsistent advice and frustrations navigating the planning system. And this report not only acknowledges those concerns, but provides a roadmap forward. What gives me confidence is that the report recognises the commitment of the staff, and despite the challenges identified, there's a clear willingness across the organisation to improve and deliver the outcomes there. And I mean, development assessment is probably one of the most visible services that council provides. It probably gives you the most grief, I'd imagine. It influences housing supply, business, I mean, everything we talked about today. And it gives us the opportunity to stop debating on whether there's a problem, but focus on implementing solutions. But I want to thank the consultants and sincerely the staff and the stakeholders contributed this work. Because if we get this right, the benefits will not only be felt by council, but every resident and business owner. I just want to congratulate the CEO and the staff for having the courage to commission this review, and more importantly, to be prepared to rip the Band-Aid off and to have an honest conversation about what is needed. And for the staff, it's not always easy to read reports like this. It's not comfortable. They expose a weaknesses, and they're challenging existing practices and invite scrutiny. However, organisations change when they're prepared to honestly assess their performance and they embrace the change. So I hope the staff see this report in the spirit of which it was intended. It's not a criticism, but it's an opportunity. I think it's an opportunity to make their lives easier, safer, more rewarding, to reduce their frustration, make them more happy at work, hopefully improve the systems and processes and deliver better outcomes for the community that they live in too. I think the report acknowledges the dedication and the commitment from staff and highlights systematic issues, not personal failings at all. If implemented well, these recommendations will support staff just as much as it supports the applicants and businesses in the wider community. I think it's a fantastic report. I really look forward to seeing it being implemented over time. Just want to emphasise that about staff. I think it will make their work in terms of that psychosocial health a whole lot safer. So well done on putting it out there.
Thank you, Councillor White. Are there any other contributions on this? Councillor Pakes and then Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, I'd like to echo the appreciation to the staffs, particularly CEO Mr. Medal and Phil and all our background staff who have already participated in creating this review. I'd like to, as a councillor, say I stand right beside all the staff who are in this space, because it is a big part of our business. What council does is it approves a lot of this sort of stuff. We can't help these staff on the coalface, but we can definitely help them in the community by explaining that there has been a review, explaining that there is steps in place, new staff in place, a new director in place, a new CEO in place, and a different attitude towards this. Everyone that I've spoken to recognises that there is a change in this space. So please, as I implore my fellow councillors to get behind this change and communicate it well. And hopefully it transfers into more DAs in the Macleay Valley. Ultimately, that's prosperity. More activity happening is a good thing for everyone. We need to measure it, and hopefully it goes from 200 to 300, and the number of the days goes under 100, and we're all, spruiking the Director Phil and CEO their excellent action plan. But the big one I pulled out of this was embracing a customer focused outlook. and I think it's number 15, page 22 of the report. That is something that could go right across the organisation. Now, I mentioned that earlier, but absolutely could go right across the entire organisation, whether you work in parks and gardens, whether you're a councillor, whatever it is, I don't care. Customer focused is pretty much the entirety of anything customer based, and it doesn't matter if you're in a country universities or it doesn't matter where you work. It's very important to be focused on the outcome the customer's after, and being upfront and saying this can't happen. Fair enough, but yeah, that's not something.
Supportive of this. I think what it really shows to the councillors and to the community is that we are becoming a contemporary organisation. We've passed a new development control plan today, so we're embedding those contemporary policies as a way that will start working forward. And I think it's always good to look within, and everybody has lessons to learn. Every time I come into this chamber, I learn something I didn't know before. So I just think it's a really great process. It's showing part of that systemic changes that will help make the work processes easier for staff, give better outcomes for community. And I agree with Councillor Pakes, it'll build prosperity into the Valley, because people will no longer go, oh God, don't deal with Kempsey Shire Council, it's too clunky. They'll be able to say, yes, deal with Kempsey Shire Council, they're slick, they're contemporary, and they know exactly what they're talking about. So yes, I commend this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Councillor Lawrence.
I just had a question and then I'll speak for. Where is it? Which one was I going to ask? How will these reforms translate into better outcomes for stalled, complex and inactive sites across our community?
So there's no differential between the different types of development. Everybody should benefit from an improved development assessment team and series of processes. I'm really concerned that bigger developments are tempted to go to the state government, and that robs our community of income via our developer contributions. It robs us of the ability to seriously influence conditions attached to consents. There are a whole lot of negatives from having an underperforming development assessment team. This process puts in place the opportunity to have a high-performing development assessment team and all the benefits that brings for our staff and our community.
Thank you. So you're saying that, just to be clear, so sometimes obviously developers can go straight to state and not local, so then the decisions are already made without us. Yeah.
We're just simply a referral agency, so we make comment, but we don't make the decision.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make that noted. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to acknowledge the work that has gone into this review. It's clear that both staff and leadership have taken seriously the concerns raised by councillors and the community, and I do appreciate the step forward toward transparency and improvement. I want to acknowledge the quality of the report itself. While it's detailed, it does a very good job of clearly explaining the current challenges within the development assessment process and how council intends to improve them. I particularly appreciate the benchmarking against the other councils and the openness in outlining where Kempsey currently sits. It is a transparent and honest report, and I commend the CEO and staff for bringing this forward. That said, the report is confronting, but it does reflect what many of us have already been hearing directly from our community. As councillors, we often are the first point of contact when things go wrong, and I have personally been advocating for a number of community members who have experienced significant difficulties in navigating the DA process. What I've consistently heard and experienced alongside them is a process that can feel unclear, drawn out, and at times overwhelming. Applications coming back multiple times and with additional request delays, stretching far behind expectations, and ultimately increased costs for applicants. And in some cases, those delays have a very real consequences. Businesses unable to open, services not being delivered, and families left waiting. I am aware of one case where a DA has taken a while, and that is incredibly disheartening, because situations like that should not be the norm, and in many cases could have been avoided with more efficient system. What this report confirms is that these are not isolated experiences, they are systemic issues. And at the same time, I want to be clear that this is not about individuals. The report highlights resourcing pressures, process inefficiencies and system complexity. Our staff are working within a challenging environment, and many are doing the best they can under the conditions. So the focus needs to be on fixing the system, not blaming people within it. I also want to connect this to a broader economic impacts where we're seeing across the community. We have sites like the former Shell service station and the old Bunnings building that continue to be raised with me, vacant, unutilised, and in some cases facing barriers to redevelop. While I acknowledge these are privately owned sites, these reviews highlights are how critical council's role is in creating a system that supports rather than unintentionally discourages activation. Because when processes are prolonged or difficult to navigate, it doesn't just affect applicants, it affects whether sites are brought back into use at all. And that has a flow-on impacts for local job services, economic growth and across the community. There are positives in this report. The goals stage improvements show a clear intent to reduce timeframes, improve consistently and deliver better outcomes, but I do want to raise a few key areas. Firstly, early improvements. While the long-term targets are clear, our community will be expecting to see meaningful change much sooner. Secondly, accountability. With a significant number of actions identified, it's critical that councillors have a visibility of progress and that we see regular reporting on outcomes. Thirdly, resourcing. If we are serious about delivering these improvements, we need to ensure the right staffing systems and supports are in place. And finally, communication. Improving how applicants are communicated with throughout the process will go a long way in building trust, rebuilding trust. In closing, I support the noting of the report, but this is just the beginning. Our community has already felt the impact of the current system, and how we need to demonstrate that is a clear delivery of real improvement starting now, because at the end of the day, this isn't just about processes, it's about people, their livelihoods, community moving forward and their confidence in council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor
Madam Mayor, last question perhaps.
Yep.
Is it true there's a certain amount of dollars and then it goes to state? I mean, in the past, we were told about $5 million for a development.
There's
and then
significant developments.
and then it
yes,
goes
there's a
beyond
trigger
that.
point for that, but Mr.
So
Medal.
a quick question for the CEO.
Yeah, yes, there's a sliding scale of what council can look at and what council then pushes to what is still currently a regional planning panel, and beyond that, then it becomes state significant.
Thank you.
The dollars vary, and there's other caveats as well as financial.
Just in
Thank
the
you.
interest of time, Councillor Bain, would you
Yep. Close debate.
close debate? Awesome. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors and staff and everyone who's stuck around all day for this. We have concluded our business here at council. I really appreciate how challenging at times today was, but I appreciate that
40 Stewart's Point STP Design and Construct, that Council 1 accepts the tender for contract TQE 25-40 Stewart's Point STP Design and Construct from Haslan Constructions Proprietary Limited at a contract value of $51,282,681.21, including GST. And 2 delegates to the Chief Executive Officer authority to execute the contract and approve future variations up to the approved project budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Webster. I now declare the meeting closed at 3:49 p.m.